Chapter 494. The inner hall was an exquisite little room. Valley Master Nia was sitting on one side with his eyes closed, thinking about something. Nie Qianyu walked in quickly and sat beside him without saying anything. After a while, Valley Master Nia opened his eyes and asked, "Little you, what do you think about this?" Nie Qianyu said calmly, "I'll follow father's decision. I don't have much to say about this." "Sai, what's wrong with your second sister today? She's so overbearing. If not for the fact that I've watched her grow up, I would have doubted her intentions." "Father, don't worry too much. No matter what, second sister came from Rejuvenation Valley. She definitely won't have any intention of harming Rejuvenation Valley. This matter might be similar to what happened a few years ago with elder brother-in-law's family. They both want to use Rejuvenation Valley to hug incense cult's thighs. If Qianyu can be valued in incense cult and become an outer or inner disciple, wouldn't the whale gang gain face? She'll be relying on incense cult's backing. Sai, how could it be that easy? Rejuvenation Valley and incense cult have been friends for many years, but they've never helped us more than a few times. Don't we still have to rely on our own efforts to overcome difficulties?" "Father, you're right. But that's just us telling the truth behind closed doors. How would others know? They only know that we're wearing bright clothes because we're borrowing incense cult's glory. That's why they're racking their brains to use Rejuvenation Valley's connections. I'm just afraid that once Qianyu opens her mouth, others will come to Rejuvenation Valley to do the same thing. That'll be difficult." Nie Qianyu smiled bitterly. "That's also impossible. According to second sister, if we don't let Qianyu go, big brother Ren can forget about it. She'll definitely turn the world upside down. If the incense cult's emissary is like second sister said, he'll arrive tomorrow. We can't save him even if we want to. I hope this is the only time. There won't be a next time. Is a married daughter really like spilled water? She doesn't even care about father's efforts?" Then he looked at Nie Qianyu and smiled. "I wonder how little you will be in the future." Nie Qianyu's face reddened. "Father, you're joking. How could I have such thoughts? I'll most likely stay by father's side and grow old in Rejuvenation Valley." Valley Master Nie sighed. Nephew Ren is really a good child, but Nie Qianyu immediately stopped Valley Head Nie from continuing. "Father, brother Ren might already have someone in his heart. Halfway through his words, he was too embarrassed to speak. Valley Master Nia asked curiously, "I don't know which family's daughter is from, but she's actually more attractive than our little you?" In the face of her father's comfort, Nie Qianyu did not feel happy at all. She just said, "Big brother Ren is very tight-lipped. I and Little Orange couldn't find out anything. Alas, I don't know what kind of woman is worthy of Big brother Ren. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little you, your big brother Ren isn't the only good man in this world. You don't have to be on this tree. Let's set our sights a little further. With my Rejuvenation Valley's ability, it won't be a big problem to find you a satisfactory husband." Nie Qianyu's face was lonely. "Let's talk about this later. After all, big brother Ren hasn't been kicked out of Rejuvenation Valley by us yet." Speaking of kicking Zhang Xiaohua out of Rejuvenation Valley, Nie Qianyu's face unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. Moreover, he entered the fragrant religion as the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Even if you're anxious to marry off your daughter, you'll have to wait for this matter to pass. Moreover, Nie Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Father's martial arts competition for marriage this time is extremely grand. Who in the Jianghu doesn't know about it? Who would come to our Rejuvenation Valley to propose marriage? Valley Master Nie's face was apologetic. "Little you, father didn't consider this matter thoroughly. I've really wronged you." Nie Qianyu took a deep breath and smiled. Father's good intentions are to attract the enemy's attention. How could I not know this? How could I blame father? Let's not talk about this matter anymore. The fragrant religion's emissary may come back to Rejuvenation Valley tomorrow. Just like before, they'll only stay in the valley for a day. Moreover, Big Brother Ren's Crimson Flame pill will take 2 days to refine. There's still a day's delay in between. Father will have to put in a bit more effort. AI, that's right. This is indeed a difficult matter. I've long since known that the Fragrant Religion's emissary has arrived in Macho City. Don't you think it's strange? The Fragrant Religion always arrives in Macho City before disappearing. Afterwards, they come to Rejuvenation Valley. Who knows what they're doing in Macho City? The Fragrant Religion's matters aren't something we can meddle in. Even second sister, father, you have to warn them again. They mustn't play with fire and get burned. The Fragrant Religion's appearance is a warning to Rejuvenation Valley so that we can prepare in advance. Your second sister's men are probably the Whale Gang's men. They're making preparations to force their way into the Fragrant Religion this time. I don't think they'll appear again in the future. I hope that's the case. But, AI, forget it. Second sister and the Whale Gang know the Fragrant Religion's strength. They definitely won't do anything foolish. That's right. Although your second sister isn't as smart as you, she's not stupid either. She's still able to distinguish between the pros and cons. Hey, little you, why are you so listless? Forget it, it's getting late. Father won't say any more. You've been learning the 5 elements multiplication formation all this time. You've also exhausted a lot of energy. Rest early. When Nie Qianyu heard this, she didn't say anything else. She stood up, bowed, and excused herself. A faint trace of worry could be seen on her face. Valley Master Nie gazed at his daughter's departing figure for a long time, unwilling to look away. That small and thin figure, and her somewhat tired footsteps, all indicated that his daughter was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. That's right. Little Yu's heart was completely set on Zhang Xiaohua. Although there were many men in this world, who would be able to walk into her heart? Not to mention a short period of time, even several years might not be enough for her to walk out of the thousands of knots in her heart. Moreover, when he thought about Zhang Xiaohua's unparalleled martial arts, superb alchemy skills, and unfathomable formations, although there were many men in this world, how many could compare to her? It was no wonder that little Yu was deeply in love. Although it was already summer, the weather in Rejuvenation Valley was still like spring. The peach blossom forest in Peach Blossom Nunnery was still the same, but the peach blossoms had long since withered. Only lush green leaves remained. Of course, when she thought about the gorgeous peach blossoms when Zhang Xiaohua came with her, Nie Qianyu felt a wave of sadness. As the ancient saying went, flowers can't bloom for 100 days. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, which was like spring all year round, delicate peach blossoms couldn't bloom forever. After all, only a peach tree that bore peach blossoms was a real peach tree. Peach blossoms were just a process. In the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the alchemy room, was completely unaware that Rejuvenation Valley almost had an internal strife because of him going to preach the incense cult. He also didn't know that Nie Qianyu was extremely sad when facing her beloved peach forest. At this moment, he was staring intently at the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace. His heart was slightly nervous. It was already the 12th day of alchemy. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace had gradually taken shape. The internal rotation was also slowing down. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine it carefully. The outer layer of the medicinal liquid seemed to be forming a formation that contained the 5 elements primordial qi. Why did he say that it seemed to be? That was because this formation was different from all the formations that Zhang Xiaohua had learned before. In other words, it was completely different from the formations that Zhang Xiaohua had practiced. Zhang Xiaohua had only forced the name, formation, onto this thing. This gradually formed formation harmonized the primordial qi of heaven and earth contained in the 2 main ingredients and several other ingredients in an orderly manner. It formed an elixir that had a universe within and the 5 elements fused together. Moreover, this formation also gradually underwent changes that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not realize. It slowly isolated Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, turning this elixir into a pure elixir. Zhang Xiaohua had practiced refining elixirs before. She had even refined the representative elixirs of Rejuvenation Valley using the immortal Dao technique. However, she had never seen such a distinct process in the refining process of other elixirs. It was this process that made Zhang Xiaohua feel that refining this kind of elixir was the real deal. Her so-called refining elixirs in the past was merely a warm-up process. If a low-level elixir already had such an effect, then what would a mid-level and high-level elixir be like? Zhang Xiaohua still had a trace of anticipation in her heart as she began to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra after inserting the last formula. It was another night of cultivation. The starlight was still penetrating into the crimson flame elixir that was about to take shape. During the 10 days of the elixir's gestation, Zhang Xiaohua would stand guard in front of the elixir furnace every night to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. The starlight had shrouded the elixir in starlight for 10 days. Previously, it was still unreachable. Now, the entire elixir could already see bits of starlight embedded in the elixir. It was just that the addition of this starlight was a disaster or a blessing. The accumulation of starlight was also a matter of accumulation. Zhang Xiaohua did not notice it previously. She only knew that on the morning of the 13th day, she casually scanned the elixir liquid with her divine sense and suddenly discovered that at the end of the gestation, her divine sense could no longer casually scan the elixir. The changes within the elixir were basically invisible. However, this starlight was different from other essences. It was scattered in a very strange arrangement within the elixir. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this starlight, her entire body could not help but stiffen. This thing was not mentioned in the formula for the Meridian Soothing Elixir. It was also not mentioned in the formula for the Crimson Flame Elixir. Was there a deviation in her refining? Was that why this strange thing appeared? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a long time. From the time she put in the elixir until today's gestation, every spell, every step, she recalled in detail. However, she could not think of anything wrong. Could it be that when she turned the elixir liquid from a sphere into a pancake, and then from a pancake into a sphere, these starlight dots would appear? Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was perplexed. How could this be possible? She had only casually used the spell. If that spell could create something out of nothing, that would be great. Could it be because the formula for the Meridian Soothing Elixir was incomplete? Only the herbs for the Crimson Flame Elixir were used? Zhang Xiaohua was just thinking when she suddenly frowned. She seemed to hear the sound of a string instrument by her ear. Chapter 495. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the music, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He had lived in Rejuvenation Valley for several months, and the valley had always been very secluded. He had never heard such noise before, and the sound had actually traveled from the outer valley to the inner valley. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately rejoiced. Could it be that the people from the fragrant religion had arrived? At that moment, he didn't have time to examine the abnormality of the medicinal pill. He immediately released his divine sense and rushed out of the valley. He saw that the Rejuvenation Valley Manor was dressed up. Although it wasn't decorated with lanterns like it was the new year, it seemed that a lot of effort had been put into it. At the manor's entrance, a group of people were holding musical instruments and playing with all their might. The music was coming from there. Valley Master Nia had changed into a new set of clothes. Behind him were Nie Qinyu, Fei He, Mu Qingxian, and the others. Even Nie Qinrong, Yu Zhonglin, Nie Qianxiu, and Chang Sheng were slightly behind, waiting in front of the manor's entrance. When he looked at the small path again, he saw a caravan of about 10 carriages coming along the small path towards Rejuvenation Valley. When he looked carefully, there were about 20 youths dressed in martial attire on the left and right sides of the caravan. All of them had long swords hanging from their waists. They were in high spirits as they rode on horseback to guard the sides. In particular, there was a slightly larger carriage in the middle of the caravan. There were even more people guarding it with a professional appearance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The curtain of the carriage was covered. If he wanted to see, he would have to look into the carriage. However, rashly releasing his divine sense into someone else's carriage didn't seem like a gentleman's act. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly saw an abnormally white hand stretch out from the carriage and gently lift the curtain. A graceful woman wearing a veil on her face walked out. She raised her head to look at the distant Rejuvenation Valley and seemed to ask the person next to her. At this time, a short and fat man also immediately came down from a carriage behind the caravan. He was dressed in an official's robe. He jumped onto a horse and rushed to the front. With a face full of smiles, he explained something to the woman. This woman seemed to be the messenger of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense hovered in front of the pure white veil for a long time, but it was unable to penetrate it. Not long after, she withdrew her spiritual sense. She would be able to see it in a short while. Now, the most important thing for Zhang Xiaohua was the pill in front of her. Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua had already seen the people from the cult of fragrance through her divine sense, Valley Master Nia, who was at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley Manor, had an anxious expression on his face. Earlier, he had received a tip-off that the cult of fragrance's emissary would be arriving at Rejuvenation Valley today. Early in the morning, he had tidied up and prepared a welcoming ceremony according to past practice. However, looking at the time, it was already late. Why had the emissary not arrived yet? Just then, a rider galloped over. It was a guard from Rejuvenation Valley. When he arrived, he shouted, "Valley Head, the envoy from the incense order has arrived on the small path. He will arrive in approximately the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn." Valley Master Nia nodded and shouted to the side, "Prepare the ceremony and welcome the envoy." Next to them, the sound of a string instrument became louder than before. Then, Valley Master Nia said, "Everyone, follow this old man to welcome the envoy." After speaking, he led everyone from Rejuvenation Valley to the small path to welcome the envoy. When they arrived at the small path, the cult of fragrance's carriage was also in sight. Valley Master Nia no longer went forward to welcome them. He only left an empty space in front of the small path and quietly waited. When the cult of fragrance's carriage arrived, it stopped. The short and fat man wearing the official's robes rode up from behind. When he saw Valley Master Nia, he laughed and said, "Old Nia, we haven't seen each other for a few years. How is your health?" When Valley Master Nia saw the fat man, a smile appeared on his face. He quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Manager Yang, how are you? This old man heard the cries of magpies early in the morning and thought that you had come. See, you really did come." Valley Master Nia stepped forward and reached out to grab the reins of his horse. Manager Yang jumped down and reached out to grab Valley Master Nia's hand as if they were old friends who had been separated for a long time. Valley Master Nia looked at the familiar face and said, "This old man can't be compared to old brother Yang. You live in an immortal realm and live the life of an immortal. These past few years can be considered to be thanks to old brother's blessings. Everything has been fine." When Manager Yang heard this, he laughed loudly and said, "Immortals are also made by humans. Moreover, I am not an immortal. My entire life is a life of toil. How can it compare to old brother who monopolizes this valley that is like spring all year round and is free and unfettered?" Then, he said in a low voice, "Old brother Nia, I heard that Rejuvenation Valley had some difficult times before the new year. Why didn't you think to inform old brother Nia? We've known each other for decades. Although we only meet once every few years, it's only right for us to reach out when we can." Valley Master Nia raised his head and looked at the carriages that were gradually stopping. He also said in a low voice, "I also know that it is not easy for old brother to come out. Our Rejuvenation Valley should take care of things that we can take care of ourselves. If we have to find old brother just because of a little commotion, then wouldn't old brother lose face?" When Manager Yang heard this, his expression changed. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Old brother Nia is indeed a good man. No wonder our hall master thinks highly of you. With this kind of bearing, old brother Nia can't catch up." Valley Master Nia laughed mischievously and said, I wouldn't dare." Then, he looked at the carriages that had stopped and said, "However, old brother Yang, this time there really is a difficult matter that needs your help." Manager Yang was greatly surprised and said, this seems to be the first time old brother has asked me for help. If it wasn't an extremely difficult matter, you wouldn't have asked. At the same time, he also looked at the carriages that had stopped and said in a low voice, "We'll talk about this later." Then, he said in a clear voice, "Let's go, Valley Master Nya. I'll take you to meet the envoy of the fragrant sect." Valley Master Nya also nodded and said, "I have the same intention." As he spoke, a Rejuvenation Valley disciple caught Manager Yang's horse. Valley Master Nya followed Manager Yang and walked straight to the carriage in the middle of the carriages. Before he could even reach the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness saw the masked woman open the carriage's curtain and walk out, standing high above the carriage. Manager Yang and Valley Master Nya quickly walked forward. Manager Yang introduced, "Valley Master Nya, this is the envoy this time. I am the inner disciple of the fragrant sect, Lord Peacock Kong." Valley Master Nya didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed deeply and said, "This old man, Rejuvenation Valley Master Nya Shui, greets Lord Kong." The masked Lord Kong slightly raised his hand and said softly, "Valley Master Nya is too polite. I've heard Yang Yao talk about Valley Master Nya on the way here. Rejuvenation Valley is flourishing with each passing day under Valley Master Nya's leadership. There is a new atmosphere that has opened this lord's eyes. Furthermore, Rejuvenation Valley has been providing assistance to the fragrant sect for thousands of years and has benefited the fragrant sect greatly. Before we came, my master instructed us to express our gratitude to Rejuvenation Valley." Lord Kong's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. It was as if he was speaking next to their ears. Moreover, his words revealed an incomparable majesty and unquestionable authority. Valley Master Nya heard this and immediately bowed. I don't dare. Lord Kong is too polite. Your master is also too polite. It is my Rejuvenation Valley's honor to have the opportunity to work for the fragrant sect." Although Lord Kong expressed his gratitude, he didn't seem to be grateful at all. When he heard Valley Master Nya's reply, he was very satisfied and nodded. He didn't say anything else and returned to the carriage. When Manager Yang saw this, he smiled and said, "All right, Valley Master Nya, Lord Kong must be tired from the journey. Would Lord Kong please enter the manor and rest early? After we settle the matters of Rejuvenation Valley in the afternoon, we still have to depart early tomorrow morning." Valley Master Nya also nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged. Lord Kong, Manager Yang, please rest in the valley." When he finished speaking, the welcoming ceremony dispersed and a large road was opened in the middle. Lord Kong's carriage didn't stand on ceremony and sped through first. Manager Yang and Valley Master Nya both walked and followed at the side. The other carriages also followed. One after another, they entered the manor. Nya Qianyu and the others didn't even see the face of the fragrant sect's envoy. They carefully followed the carriage and returned to the manor. Rejuvenation Valley had received the envoys of the fragrant sect for hundreds of thousands of years. They had long been familiar with all kinds of rules. They had even received Manager Yang for dozens of years. There was no need to explain everything in detail. Manager Yang and Valley Master Nya carefully waited on Lord Kong. After arranging for him to enter the loft where Rejuvenation Valley received the envoys of the fragrant sect, the two walked hand in hand to Rejuvenation Hall. Valley Master Nya didn't dare to sit and insisted on inviting Manager Yang to sit. Manager Yang repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Nya, since Lord Kong isn't here, I won't be courteous with you. We've been friends for dozens of years. You're the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. You should act as a host. You haven't even let me taste this 100-flower wine. How can you give this seat to me? Brother, you should sit at the head." Seeing Manager Yang refuse, Valley Master Nya muttered to himself and simply placed the two chairs together. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang, how about this?" Manager Yang clapped his hands and said, "Since it's like this every year, Brother Nya, next time I come, I'll just place two chairs." "No problem. Brother Yang can be considered half the master of Rejuvenation Valley. There's nothing to say." Valley Master Nya laughed brightly. The two sat down and drank the fragrant tea. Manager Yang smiled and said, Valley Master Nya, although we're friends, I have official duties to attend to. It's better for us to talk about official matters first. It won't be too late for us to chat after this year's medicine boy handover. AI, Rejuvenation Valley's 100-flower wine is really good. I don't know if I'll be able to drink it again in the future. Valley Master Nya was a bit absent-minded and said in a low voice, Brother Yang, what do you mean? Didn't I already teach you the recipe for the 100-flower wine 10 years ago? Could it be that it hasn't been brewed yet? Manager Yang curled his lips and said, I've already obtained your recipe and had my subordinates brew it according to the recipe. However, the wine that was brewed just doesn't taste as good as the one from Rejuvenation Valley. Don't you think that's strange? Valley Master Nya smiled and said, then tonight, Brother Yang should drink a few more cups. Also, I've prepared quite a bit. Brother can take it away when you leave. Manager Yang was overjoyed when he heard this and said, if that's the case, then thank you, brother. Oh, right, brother said that there was something difficult. Should I say it now? Or wait until after the medicine boy handover? There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 496. When Valley Master Nya saw this, he looked around and said in a low voice, I remember when Brother Yang came here 10 years ago, you seem to have said that you liked divine weapons very much. Manager Yang was stunned and then his eyes lit up. Brother Nya has a good memory. That year it was just a drunken nonsense, but you still remember it clearly. Valley Master Nya smiled and took out a short sword from his chest. It was about 3 inches long and had a simple scabbard with green spots. He handed it in front of Manager Yang and said, Brother Yang, can you help me appraise it? Manager Yang's eyes had never left the scabbard since the short sword appeared. Seeing Valley Master Nya hand it over, he didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. First, he carefully looked at its appearance. Then, he held the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. His hands slightly exerted force and with a light sound, the bright short sword was pulled out of the scabbard. It was like a flash of lightning on the ground. Manager Yang's eyes first squinted and then widened. After looking at it for a while, 2 words came out of his mouth, good sword. Then he reluctantly handed it to Valley Master Nya and said, Brother Nya, where did you get this sword? What's its name? Valley Master Nya didn't take the sword and only smiled. This sword was accidentally found by weapon forging sect's boss C in the ruins of their sect. It doesn't have a name. How rare. There's actually such a sharp nameless short sword in this world. It's comparable to the 4 famous swords of Jianghu. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Valley Master Nya said, unfortunately you can't play with it for a long time. TSK. Manager Yang smacked his lips but didn't admit it. Valley Master Nya used his hand to push the dagger back to Manager Yang and said, ever since I heard you say that you like divine weapons, I've been paying attention to it. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to do so until last year when I heard that Boss C had obtained this nameless dagger. I immediately thought of little brother, so I specially went to weapon forging sect to ask Boss C for it. I want to give it to little brother today, so you don't have to be polite. This. Manager Yang was a little unnatural. He handed the dagger back and said, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward for nothing. Although we brothers have a good relationship, it is really not good for a brother to accept such a valuable item. Valley Master Nya said with a straight face, little brother Yang is really treating me as an outsider. I just said that you are half the master of Rejuvenation Valley. Let's not even talk about the nameless sword, even if it is one of the 4 great swords, it can't compare to our friendship. You can rest assured and accept it. Seeing Valley Head Nya's angry expression, Manager Yang went with the flow and said, since Brother Nya says so, then as a brother, I won't hold back. However, Brother Nya, don't treat me as an outsider. If there's anything that's troubling you, just tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Valley Master Nya had given away this precious short sword just for this sentence. Now that he heard it, how could he not be happy? He only said, this matter is difficult, but it is also not difficult. It depends on whether little brother Yang is willing to do it or not. Of course, if little brother Yang feels that it is not appropriate, just tell this old man. As a brother, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Finishing speaking, he walked to the entrance of Rejuvenation Hall and waved his hand. Not long after, 9, 11 or 12-year-old boys walked in a row from outside the hall. They all had red lips and white teeth and had a dignified appearance. The 9 boys entered the door and lined up in a row, bowing together. Looking at the 9 boys, Manager Yang had a puzzled expression. He looked at Valley Head Nya, who was walking back, and said in a low voice, "What is it? Little brother Nya, are there few people this year? There are only 9 of them. Is this what's troubling you, brother?" Valley Head Nya shook his head. "Little brother Yang, take a closer look. What do you think of these 9 boys?" "All right." Since this was official business of the cult of incense, Manager Yang didn't dare to be careless. He first walked closer and carefully looked at them one by one. He even reached out to pinch their bones and nodded frequently. Then, he asked about the knowledge of medicinal herbs and alchemy one by one. The 9 boys all answered fluently without any awkwardness. After the inspection, Valley Head Nya waved his hand and dismissed the 9 boys. Manager Yang then smiled. "Little brother Nya, I really envy your Rejuvenation Valley. Every time you have such talented boys, no wonder my cult of incense had to look for boys from your place." Valley Head Nya said, "Are you satisfied with these 9 boys?" "Yes, I am very satisfied." "Little brother Nya, if this is your problem, I can answer you. I can definitely help you with this." Valley Head Nya smiled bitterly. "Boss Yang is considerate. This old man thanks you. However, the matter is not that simple. Listen to me first." Then, he invited Manager Yang to drink a mouthful of tea and said, "Little brother Yang just mentioned the difficulties my Rejuvenation Valley encountered last year. I presume you already know the reason." "That's right," Manager Yang said with a smile. "Although my fragrant school doesn't pay much attention to worldly affairs, we're still somewhat aware of the matter concerning Rejuvenation Valley. However, the mastermind behind this is truly well hidden. Even the people in Carefree City haven't been able to find any clues. Of course, if old brother Nya is interested, I can return to the fragrant school and report to the hallmaster. Perhaps he'll have a better method to uncover the enemy." Valley Head Nya shook his head and said, "Since it is the enemy, they will eventually show themselves. There is no need to disturb the hallmaster's meditation over such a small matter." Manager Yang also nodded and praised, "Little brother Nya is very scheming. The martial arts competition for a spouse is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. First, it draws the attention of all the forces in Jianghu to Rejuvenation Valley so that the enemy won't dare to make a move against Rejuvenation Valley openly. Second, it has also found a good husband for little you. As a younger brother, I have no choice but to admire you." At this point, Manager Yang suddenly thought, "That's right, why hasn't little you come? No matter what, I have watched this girl grow up. Every time she comes, she calls me uncle, and is very enthusiastic. How come I don't see her this time? I, as her uncle, have already come to the inner hall. Why hasn't she come to pay her respects?" Valley Head Nya sighed deeply and said, "Little you is happy to know that you are coming. However, I said that this difficult matter is related to her. It won't be too late to have her come to pay her respects after this old man has explained the matter clearly." Manager Yang was even more surprised. Several months have passed since the martial arts competition for a spouse. "Are little you also?" "Oh, that's not right. I heard from our spies that little you's husband seems to be quite young and hasn't married yet. That must be it. I haven't heard the news of Rejuvenation Valley holding a wedding. However, what matter is there that requires me to take action?" Manager Yang was a bit confused. Valley Head Nya muttered to himself for a moment and then said the words that he had agreed on with Yu Yan and Zhang Xiaohua. After listening to Valley Head Nya's words, although Manager Yang's expression didn't change, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Old brother Nya, we have been friends for decades and you have never asked me for anything. To be honest, how would I dare to agree to your request? You also know why my school of fragrance has been looking for people from you for so many years. First, it is because your Rejuvenation Valley's medicine boys have good qualifications. They are hardworking and can easily be used. It saves time and effort compared to us looking for them ourselves. Second, your Rejuvenation Valley knows everything about you and the people you send are trustworthy. Your son-in-law is still an outsider. He only used the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn on the arena to win the competition. This only proves that his martial arts are good, but it doesn't prove that he is a stable and reliable person." Valley Head Nya's expression didn't change, as if he had already expected this. He smiled apologetically and said, "Old brother Yang, you are right. Reliable and trustworthy are the only criteria for us to choose medicine boys. I understand this very well. So when I wanted to recommend Xiao Yao to your sect, my Rejuvenation Valley had already investigated his background clearly. Xiao Yao came from Beta School, far in the north." Hearing this, Manager Yang frowned. "Beta School? How come I have never heard of it?" However, he immediately smiled and said, "There are too many small sects in the Jianghu. You kill me and I destroy you. Who knows how many sects are born and destroyed every day?" Valley Head Nya nodded and said, "I have indeed never heard of this Beta School. However, although this Ren Xiaoyao is still young, he is indeed a good and chivalrous child." Manager Yang was stunned again. "How do you explain this?" Thus, Valley Head Nya explained the matter of Zhang Xiaohua escorting Nye Qinyu back in full detail. When Manager Yang heard this, his face was filled with joy and he said with a smile, "I was wondering why old brother was so assured to let an outsider become your son-in-law so easily. So there is this layer of responsibility involved. If what you said is true, Ren Xiaoyao escorting Xiao Yu back to the valley for thousands of miles, this righteousness and this kindness is indeed not easy." Then, he laughed coldly, "Even if the Big Dipper sect is a nameless sect, as long as my fragrant cult pays attention to them, it won't be a problem. As long as they leave their names in my fragrant cult, when they return to Jianghu, their Big Dipper sect will also become famous." When Valley Head Nya heard this, his heart was filled with joy. "I knew old brother would understand my thoughts. If it is not a person who can be trusted, how would I dare to casually invite him to marry into my family? And then casually recommend him to your sect?" Manager Yang was not in a hurry to agree and said, "Where is Xiao Yu? Let Xiao Yu come over. I have not seen this niece for a long time." Valley Head Nya smiled. "Xiao Yu is already waiting at the door. Wait here." When he finished speaking, he walked to the door and replaced Nye Qinyu, who had been waiting at the door, with Hui Chunhul. When Nye Qinyu saw the smile on her father's face, she knew that the matter was settled. She was half happy and half worried. She forced a smile on her face and quickly walked to the front of the hall to pay her respects. When Manager Yang saw Nye Qinyu walk into the hall, he was obviously stunned. It was only when Nye Qinyu paid her respects that he woke up from a dream. He quickly got up and helped her up. He looked at her from head to toe and sighed, "Xiao Yu, your father told me about your situation a few years ago. It is my fault as your uncle that I did not take it to heart. I only thought that your father was overly worried and overly concerned about his children. Now it seems that it is true. This year, you," Manager Yang frowned and started counting. Nye Qinyu smiled, "Uncle Yang, I am already 16 years old this year." Manager Yang slapped his forehead and said, "Of course, you are already a 16-year-old lady." Then, he looked regretfully at Nye Qinyu's body that was still developing and said, "But compared to a few years ago, there is not much change." Chapter 497. Manager Yang's words made Nye Qinyu a little sad, but Manager Yang had watched her grow up and was also a member of the fragrant religion. Nye Qinyu treated him as an elder, so she could only force a smile and said, "Maybe the next time Uncle Yang comes, I will have grown up." Manager Yang smiled bitterly and said, "If there is a next time, I will definitely help little you see if there are any good pills when I return to the fragrant religion." Unfortunately, This is the last time I go down the mountain. You may not see me in the future. Ah. Not only Nie Qinyu, but Valley Master Nie was also shocked. Brother Yang, why is that? Manager Yang forced himself to be spirited. There is no special reason. It is just that I am old and some things are beyond my ability. It is also time for the younger generation to come out and gain experience. Brother Nie, I have been hinting again and again just now, but you didn't understand. It seems that you are really absent-minded. Valley Master Nie said awkwardly, brother is right. This is the first time, also the last time I ask you to do something. I am very nervous. Nie Qinyu was also at the side and pleaded, this is also my wish. Uncle Yang, please fulfill my wish. Manager Yang looked at Nie Qinyu and said with a smile, little you, don't forget. If your ideal husband doesn't go to the fragrant religion, after 2 or 3 years, even if I can't get you elixirs, you can still have your wedding night and live a happy life. But if I take him away, in these 2 or 3 years, you won't be able to see your husband. Can you bear to do that? Moreover, there are many female disciples in the fragrant religion. Aren't you afraid? Nie Qinyu's face was crimson and her eyes were full of hesitation. All of this was seen by Manager Yang. Nie Qinyu bowed and said, Uncle Yang, please fulfill my wish. Although I am very reluctant to let my husband leave, he is still young. If he is blindly greedy for love, even if the foundation of Rejuvenation Valley is given to him, he may not be able to develop it. Only by putting him in the fragrant religion can he really learn the essence of alchemy. When he comes back, he will be able to take over father's mantle. As for the female disciples of the fragrant religion, since Uncle Yang is in the fragrant religion, why should I worry so much? Manager Yang heard and laughed, little you is still so good at talking. Uncle Yang is happy. Uncle, you agree to this matter? Nie Qinyu said happily. Manager Yang shook his head, this is not a small matter. I still have to discuss it with your father carefully. Manager Yang asked Nie Qinyu to come in. Firstly, he wanted to see her. Most importantly, he wanted to see Nie Qinyu's reaction and see if Valley Master Nie was telling the truth. Since he had already verified his thoughts, he naturally had to discuss it with Valley Master Nie. Seeing this, Nie Qinyu looked at her father, bowed and left. After Nie Qinyu left, Manager Yang shook his head and said, I understand brother's painstaking efforts. Little you looks 12 or 13 years old. It is indeed not easy to get married immediately. If Ren Xiaoyao. Oh, that's right. Just saying that Ren Xiaoyao is young, how old is he? 15 years old. Valley Master Nie replied. Oh, 15 years old. He is a good match for little you. But as a medicine boy, he is much older. That's why Brother Yang still needs to deal with them. Valley Master Nie took out a jade box from his sleeve and handed it over. Manager Yang did not understand and asked curiously, what is this? Valley Master Nie smiled, this is the carefree grass that grows in Rejuvenation Valley. Ah! Manager Yang exclaimed, is it that 300-year-old carefree grass? But you are willing to pick it? Valley Master Nie said, herbs are meant to be picked. If you don't pick it now, you will have to pick it sooner or later. This carefree grass is 300 years old this year. It is easy to use. Bring it to the hall master and say that it is a gift from me. I hope he can make an exception. Ah, Brother Nie, I don't want to criticize you. There are thousands of paths to success in the world. Why do you insist on the incense cult? Haven't you seen how many medicine boys that were sent to the incense cult have returned to Jianghu? As far as I know, it is only the genius from 100 years ago that was recorded in the ancient records. In the past few decades, the only one who was able to become an outer disciple was Lu Lihong. You have to know that there is still a long way to go from an outer disciple to Jianghu. Even if it is time to Jianghu, you still have to break through the array. Break through the array? Valley Master Nie asked curiously, how come I have never heard of it? Manager Yang smiled bitterly, this is the internal affairs of the incense cult. How would you know? Don't think that it is easy to travel Jianghu just because I come out every few years. The disciples of the Pill Repository Hall are different from other disciples. We have missions to go out and collect herbs and medicine boys. This mission is only temporary. If your son-in-law is able to reach the stage of Jianghu, his martial arts must be much higher than mine. Only by passing the array of the incense cult can he pass the assessment and obtain the qualifications to travel Jianghu. Then, he sighed and said, usually, at this point, an outer disciple's martial arts are already very high. They are allowed to roam Jianghu and also have the qualifications to be promoted to an inner disciple. But in Xuanxiang cult, the difference in treatment and martial arts between an inner disciple and an outer disciple is too great. Every outer disciple strives to become an inner disciple as their goal. I cannot guarantee that your son-in-law will pass the assessment when he arrives at the incense cult. If he does not pass the assessment, he will have to stay in the incense cult for the rest of his life. Even if he passes the assessment, I cannot guarantee that your son-in-law will still be thinking about your position in Rejuvenation Valley or our family's little you. After all, you are not in the incense cult and do not know how great the temptation of being an inner disciple is. Valley Master Nie's face was full of astonishment as he said, I naturally know the difference between your sect's inner and outer sect disciples. Lady Peacock Kong is an inner sect disciple. She is much younger than you, but you still follow her lead and let her be the official envoy. Of course her position is higher than the inner sect disciples. But this is the first time I have heard of this. Let me think about it. In fact, there was no need to think about this. Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to enter the incense cult and everything else had nothing to do with Rejuvenation Valley. Even if Zhang Xiaohua would not come to Rejuvenation Valley, it was still uncertain. But since Manager Yang had said this, if Valley Master Nie did not pretend to think about it, it would seem too fake. Valley Master Nie walked out for a while and returned not long after. His expression was dignified as he said, Brother Yang, I have already told Little Yu about the key points. Little Yu insists on sending Xiao Yao to the incense cult. I think this matter is settled. Brother Yang, please take good care of Xiao Yao. Also, when you return to the sect, please take good care of Xiao Yao. During his final assessment, please help him if you can and let him return as soon as possible. Manager Yang smiled bitterly, Brother Nie, what kind of role do you think I have in the sect? Coming out is just a fox borrowing the tiger's mite. I have no say in the sect. Valley Master Nie cupped his hands and said, this old man knows that this matter is very difficult. Brother, please deliver these words to the Hall Master. Rejuvenation Valley will definitely not forget the Hall Master's grace. Manager Yang gritted his teeth and said, fine. Since this is the first time Brother Nie has asked me, I cannot refuse you. In any case, this is the last time I will come to Rejuvenation Valley. The matters of Jianghu will have no fate with me in the future. Then, I might as well give brother face and agree to this matter. After speaking for a long time, Manager Yang finally nodded. Valley Master Nie was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. He turned his head and shouted, Little Yu, why haven't you come and thank Uncle Yang? Nie Qianyu, who was outside the door, heard this and ran in with a face full of joy. She bowed deeply again and repeatedly said, Thank you Uncle Yang, thank you Uncle Yang. Manager Yang seemed to like Nie Qianyu very much. He chuckled and helped her up, saying, This girl, what are you thanking me for? Uncle doesn't have anything to help you with. It's just that I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. Little Yu, if anything happens to your husband in the future, don't blame me. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Niece can't thank uncle enough. How can I blame you? To be able to cultivate in the aroma cult and become an outer disciple is Big Brother Ren's glory. I thank Uncle Yang on behalf of Big Brother Ren. Hearing this, Manager Yang's heart moved and he asked, That's right. Little Yu, I've been here for half a day and this matter has been settled. Why hasn't your Big Brother Ren come out and let me take a look? As your uncle, should I help you check this? Nie Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Big Brother Ren is temporarily not in Rejuvenation Valley. Manager Yang frowned and looked at Valley Head Nie. the emissary will be leaving Rejuvenation Valley early in the morning tomorrow. If Ren Xiaoyao is not in Rejuvenation Valley, how will he depart with us? Valley head Nye smiled apologetically again. This is also a difficult matter. However, nephew Ren will be returning tomorrow night. If it were any other day, we would treat this as a difficult matter. However, this is Brother Yang's last visit to Rejuvenation Valley. If we delay for one more day and allow this old man to perform the duties of a host, I'm sure Lord Kong won't blame us too much. Manager Yang had a bitter smile on his face. Old Brother Nye, this isn't just one difficult task, it's two. It's really one more difficult than the other. The previous task was just to make an exception for my hall master, but this time, you're directly looking for Lord Kong. Sigh, if it were any other emissary in the past, it would be extremely difficult to change the time. However, I've followed Lord Kong all the way here and feel that Lord Kong is somewhat different from the other inner disciples. He's very approachable. Anyway, this is also my last trip. Let me talk to Lord Kong tonight. Perhaps there will be some turning point. When Nye Qianyu and Valley head Nye heard this, they were both overjoyed. Valley head Nye was beaming with joy. He was about to obtain 5 years' worth of cultivation. How could he not be excited? At this time, Manager Yang spoke again. However, I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. If Lord Kong insists on leaving tomorrow morning, Brother Nye, what you said to me just now would have been in vain. Valley head Nye nodded and said, it should be so. Thus, Nye Qianyu retreated. Manager Yang picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. Unfortunately, before he could swallow the tea, he heard Valley head Nye say, Brother Yang, there's still one more thing. Pooh! Manager Yang immediately spat out the tea in his mouth and his expression changed greatly. Chapter 498. Manager Yang's expression changed greatly. He slammed the teacup on the table and frowned. Valley Master Nye, you and I have known each other for many years. You must know that I am responsible for these two matters. If the hall master or the emissary is unhappy, there is no need to report it to a higher level. Just them alone can consign me to eternal damnation. What you said just now, I only reluctantly agreed because we have known each other for many years and this was the last time I saw you. Don't make things difficult for me again and again. Valley Master Nye heard this and his face became lonely. He said helplessly, Brother Yang, I am not trying to make things difficult for you. Every family has their own problems. Listen to me. Then, he told him about the powerful matter and asked, Qian Xiu's nephew is the first on the left. Does Brother Yang remember him? Manager Yang thought for a moment and said, yes, I remember him a little. He is above average. Then, he narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before asking, Brother Nye, are you confident? Valley Master Nye heard Manager Yang call him Brother Nye, and his heart was filled with guilt. He said, I have seen this child since he was young. I know him well. Manager Yang sighed and said, Brother Nye, you didn't have to tell me about this matter. My fragrant religion has never tested the medicine boys you send here. We only trust in Rejuvenation Valley's reputation. Since you said it today, it can be seen that you treat me and the fragrant religion with sincerity. I will pretend you didn't say anything. How about it? Valley Master Nye shook his head and said, this is not appropriate. If I could do this, I wouldn't have said this to you. I would have done it behind your back. But this way, I am setting a trap for you and making you take the risk for no reason. If something happens in the future, you will also be guilty of negligence. My idea is that when you arrive at the fragrant religion, you should quietly tell the hall master about this matter and let the hall master decide how to deal with it. I am doing this for my daughter. The hearts of parents in the world are pitiful. Manager Yang sighed, Brother Nye, you have to take out the best 100-flower wine from Rejuvenation Valley tonight. Ha 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 ha. Valley Master Nye also laughed loudly. The matter that he had been worried about for months until last night had finally been resolved. How could he not be happy? He then added, like I said before, I've already prepared your portion. However, I don't know if this is the last time you're here. Later, I'll tell them to bring you more of the best 100-flower wine. Good, good, good. Manager Yang smiled and said, this is very good. As he spoke, he took the jade box that Valley Master Nya had just placed on the table and carefully put it into his bosom. He mocked, Hall Master has been thinking about your daylily for more than 10 years and now he finally got what he wanted. If he knew that you gave him a job, I don't know if he should be happy or angry. Valley Master Nya chuckled but didn't say anything. The two drank tea for a while. Valley Master Nya suddenly moved closer to Manager Yang's ear and asked softly, Brother Yang, I've always had a question in my heart that I wanted to ask you. However, I didn't know if I should open my mouth. I've been holding it in for more than 10 years. If I don't ask today, I reckon that I won't have the chance to ask. Manager Yang was surprised and asked curiously, if you have something to ask, just say it. If you feel that it's inappropriate, then it's better not to ask. I reckon that I won't be able to answer you. Valley Master Nya chuckled again, but, if I don't ask, I'll always feel that there's something and my heart won't be at ease. Manager Yang was annoyed, then asked. I'll see if I can answer you. Valley Master Nya raised his eyes and looked around. He whispered, I want to ask, every time your spreading fragrance cult comes to Rejuvenation Valley, why do you always stay in Worry City for a day? Can't you just come directly to my valley? Hearing this, Manager Yang's expression changed. He whispered, Brother Nya, it seems that your curiosity isn't small. Your patience is also very strong. This has been a rule for more than 10 years and you're only asking now. However, I'll pretend that you didn't ask this question. AI, forget it. Actually, I'm also staying in Worry City with the emissary. I don't know anything. The matters in Worry City are all handled by the inner sect disciples. What they do, I don't know at all. So, whether you ask this question or not is the same. Then he whispered, these matters are related to my cult. When the new manager comes, Brother Nya, don't mention it. You'll get yourself into trouble. Valley Master Nya smiled, thank you for the reminder, Brother Yang. I'm only asking because of our decades of friendship. AI, it's my fault for talking too much. If I didn't tell you so much, you wouldn't have caused so much trouble for me. Valley Master Nya shook his head, even if you didn't say it, you're the most familiar with the spreading fragrance cult. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Manager Yang laughed, good. Just based on brother's words, I'm worthy of our many years of friendship. Good. It's getting late and the banquet is ready. Brother, when do you think we'll start? Manager Yang thought for a moment and said, Master Kong doesn't like too many people. I don't think she'll attend this banquet. Then he waved his hand and said, forget it. I'll do it to the end. Brother Nya, you wait here. I'll go ask Master Kong and explain this matter to her. That way, you and I can have a drink to our heart's content. Valley Master Nya was overjoyed when he heard this. However, he whispered, Brother Yang, this is the first time I've seen Master Kong. What hobbies does she have? My Rejuvenation Valley can prepare some gifts? Manager Yang waved his hand and said, that won't be necessary. Master Kong is an inner sect disciple. She has always been noble and unsullied. She doesn't care about worldly affairs. If you give her something, she'll be disgusted. You just need to pick up some fruits and vegetables from Rejuvenation Valley and give them to her. Valley Master Nya smiled and said, then I'll do as Brother Yang says. I'll first have the servants prepare the banquet and then give the fresh and precious fruits and vegetables to Master Kong. Manager Yang nodded and walked out of Rejuvenation Hall. He had someone take him to see Master Kong. Seeing Manager Yang leave, Nya Qianyu couldn't wait to run into Rejuvenation Hall and asked, Father, has everything been arranged? Valley Master Nya wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long breath. He said as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, 10 stops had become 9 stops. Nya Qianyu asked curiously, what's the remaining 1 stop? Valley Master Nya didn't answer directly, sigh, at that time I was thinking too lightly. I thought that with my friendship with your Uncle Yang, would definitely be able to help nephew Ren. Now it seems that it's not that simple. If it wasn't for the fact that this was your Uncle Yang's last time in Jianghu, I don't think he would have agreed. Nie Qianyu also had a lingering fear. Yes, father. We didn't think that it would be so difficult to be an outer sect disciple and spreading fragrance cult. If you're not an outer sect disciple, you can't even take half a step out of spreading fragrance cult. We were so naive to think that the hall master of spreading pill hall would let go of him. We almost couldn't justify ourselves. It's also nephew Ren's good fortune that allowed him to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. I reckon that nephew Ren would definitely complain that we left him in this valley for many days. Nie Qianyu shook her head. He won't. Brother Ren is the most considerate. If he knew of our difficulties, he would definitely understand. Yes, you're right. However, what we need to consider now is whether Lady Kong will agree to stay in our Rejuvenation Valley for one more day tomorrow. If she can't. Nie Qianyu was resolute and decisive. If she can't, let Brother Ren leave with Uncle Yang tomorrow. Although the Crimson Flame Pill is important, Brother Ren's matter is even more important. We can't delay other people's matters because of our selfish desires. Valley Master Nie smiled and said, that's what I think too. Nie Qianyu blinked her eyes. Brother Ren still has a set of ingredients for the Crimson Flame Pill. If he can't make it this time, he will definitely send father a set of completed pills next time. Don't you think so? You little girl, don't say these words. It makes it seem like your father is scheming against others. That's right. This is an open conspiracy. Why can't I say it? Okay. An open conspiracy is an open conspiracy. You should quickly take a look at the fruits and vegetables for Lady Kong. Serve her well. It's better than any open conspiracy. Nie Qianyu smiled in response and ran out cheerfully, leaving behind Valley Head Nie's loving gaze. Just as Nie Qianyu walked out, the anxious Nie Qianxiu and Changxing walked in, at the same time, at Lord Kong's place. In a clean and simple hall, Lord Kong did not sit on a chair. Instead, he laid out a huge white blanket in the hall and placed a low tea table on top of the blanket. Lord Kong simply sat on the blanket and from time to time, he would pick up the fruits on the tea table to taste. Manager Yang stood respectfully at one side and told him in detail about how Valley Master Nie wanted his son-in-law to act as a medicine boy. However, Lady Kong said lazily, this is your pill expansion hall's matter. It has nothing to do with me. Whether you did the right thing or not will be decided by your hall master. Why do you need to report it to me? Soon after, he seemed to have realized something. According to the tip-off, his son-in-law is only 14 or 15 years old. However, his body is as tall as an adult. You're afraid that I will find out something and question you. Manager Yang smiled and said, you are the emissary of our sect. These matters must be reported to you. Lady Kong waved his hand, I don't have that kind of interest. Just do what you need to do. Oh, that's right. This young man actually had the ability to defeat Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa's Sword Prince. His martial arts are also quite good. Call him over and let me see. Manager Yang secretly complained, I'll let Lady Kong know that the martial arts of the people of Jianghu are just three-legged cats. Their fame is all exaggerated. They can't even compare to our outer sect disciples. Think about it. A 14 or 15-year-old youth can defeat the famous Sword Prince of Jianghu. How much true martial arts do you think this Sword Prince has? This Ren Xiaoyao also comes from a nameless small sect. How can his martial arts be compared to Lady Kong's discerning eyes? Hearing this, Lady Kong frowned. Chapter 499. Hearing this, Lord Kong frowned and laughed. Hee, I forgot that the outer disciples of the cult of fragrance are all powerful in the pugilistic world. What's there to see about a minor disciple from a nameless sect? Alright, I'm not going. Manager Yang secretly let out a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically. However, I did come here to discuss something with Lord Kong. Speak. Manager Yang couldn't see Lord Kong's face hidden behind the veil, nor did he know her emotions. He only probed, "This is Lord Kong's first time out, but it's my last time out. I have been friends with the Valley Lord of Rejuvenation Valley for nearly 40 years. When he heard that I wouldn't be coming to Rejuvenation Valley in the future, he was very sad and insisted on making me stay here for one more day. I couldn't reject his good intentions, so I came to discuss with Lord Kong. I hope that you can empathize with Valley Lord Nia and my feelings. Moreover, this is your first time out. The scenery of Rejuvenation Valley is beautiful, and it's like spring all year round." Lord Kong didn't wait for him to finish and waved her hand. No need to say more. No matter how beautiful the scenery of Rejuvenation Valley is, how can it compare to the cult of fragrance? Although it's like spring all year round, how can it compare to our cult of fragrance? Hearing this, Manager Yang's heart shrank and he thought to himself, "Marshal Nia, oh Marshal Nia, it's not that I don't want to help you. Looking at the situation, I can only let you down." Manager Yang was about to speak when he heard, "Although this is my first time, it doesn't mean there won't be a second time. It doesn't matter if I don't see Rejuvenation Valley. However, you won't have a next time. Moreover, 40 years, ah. How many 40 years does a person have? Seeing that you have a close relationship with Valley Lord Nia, it's a happy thing in your life to have such an old friend. If I were to stop you for no reason, wouldn't I be too inconsiderate? Let your hall master say I'm petty? Go, go. You'll be leaving early in the morning the day after tomorrow. Don't forget." Manager Yang was overjoyed when he heard this and bowed, "Thank you, Lord Kong." Lord Kong waved her hand, indicating for him to leave. Seeing Manager Yang leave excitedly, Lord Kong murmured, 40 years, it's enough to have one confidant." Her tone was incomparably lonely. Inside the Rejuvenation Hall, Valley Master Nia looked at Wuxia Xianxia and Changsheng, who rushed in with a cold expression. Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia didn't care. She walked forward and asked, "Father, has nephew Changsheng's matter been settled?" Valley Master Nia coldly looked at them and didn't hide anything. "It's already done. Your uncle Yang agreed to take him in as a medicine boy." Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. "Thank you, Father, for your help." Valley Master Nia nodded. "Qianxiu, Changsheng, this is the first and last time. Remember this. Remember, Father. Something like this will never happen again." Valley Master Nia continued, "Although I have seen their strength since I was young, it was not raised by Rejuvenation Valley. I have already told your Uncle Yang that if he finds anything strange, he will immediately deal with it according to the sect rules of the fragrant religion. There is no need to consider Rejuvenation Valley's reaction." When Changsheng heard this, his expression changed slightly. "Father-in-law, please rest assured. Chang is the boy's nephew. How could the boy push him into the fire pit? I'm sure nothing will happen." "That's good. From now on, Chang is a medicine boy of the fragrant religion. You can't casually see him anymore." "Yes, Father. Daughter understands." The husband and wife looked at each other and left Rejuvenation Hall together. Valley Master Nia's expression was somewhat cold. Looking at the two of them leaving, his eyes flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking about. When the two of them disappeared, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He put down the teacup in his hand and got up to leave quickly. But halfway there, he patted his forehead and turned to sit back in his chair. His expression was relaxed. Valley Master Nia made a hesitant appearance in Rejuvenation Hall. In Rejuvenation Valley's inner pill room, Zhang Xiaohua was still leisurely. When he saw the messenger of the fragrant religion arrive, he knew that his time in Rejuvenation Valley was limited. Whether or not Valley Master Nia could persuade the fragrant religion to take him in as a medicine boy, he would have to leave Rejuvenation Valley with them. And the only thing he had promised Rejuvenation Valley was the Crimson Flame pill in front of him. Therefore, he became more diligent and wanted to refine the pill as soon as possible. After all, according to Valley Master Nia's words, the fragrant religion would set off tomorrow morning as usual. Unfortunately, the way of alchemy was to progress step by step. Any shortcuts would not work. The jade slip recorded that the crimson flame pill needed 13 days to gestate. That was not even half a day less. At least, in Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, he could vaguely see the primordial qi brewing in the pill that was gradually taking shape. There was also a little bit of bright starlight. All of this showed that the crimson flame pill had not been successfully gestated. Zhang Xiaohua was still scratching his head about this starlight. He thought hard for a long time but still could not figure out the reason. However, the slight movement and arrangement of the starlight faintly matched with the star atlas of the heavenly Tao that he had come into contact with. This was something he had discovered by chance when he was comprehending the heavenly Tao. Therefore, he faintly felt that this starlight only had benefits and no harm. Zhang Xiaohua was about to comprehend the incantation when he felt a movement in his heart. He released his consciousness and saw Nie Qinyu running towards the inner valley with a mixed expression on her face. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sigh and stood up. Nie Qinyu ran very quickly and anxiously. When she reached the alchemy chamber, she was already out of breath. When she saw the door of the alchemy chamber, she couldn't help but stagger and fall forward. Nie Qinyu couldn't help but cry out. But at this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door of the alchemy chamber. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who she didn't care about. Therefore, at this moment, Nie Qinyu's heart was at peace. Because, she knew that her big brother Ren would definitely not let her come to any harm as long as she was in front of him. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that Nie Qinyu would fall. The moment she flashed out of the pill room, she immediately sped up and floated towards Nie Qinyu like a floating cloud. At the last moment when Nie Qinyu fell to the ground, she stretched out her hands to support Nie Qinyu. Feeling the warmth of her hands, Nie Qinyu could not help but close her eyes. How she wished that this moment could last forever. However, when Zhang Xiaohua helped her stand steadily, the hands immediately left her. A gentle voice was heard. "Little fishy, are you frightened? Don't be so anxious next time. I'm in the pill room. Where can I go?" "Yes, big brother Ren. You're in the pill room now, but what about in the future? Where will you be in the future? Where can I see you?" Nie Qinyu closed her eyes and let out a silent cry in her heart. Seeing that Nie Qinyu's eyes were still closed and her eyelashes were trembling slightly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, she immediately said softly, little fishy, is there anything you need from me?" Nie Qinyu opened her eyes reluctantly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. She forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, big brother Ren. Father has already told Uncle Yang of the incense cult about you. He has agreed to recommend you to be a medicine boy in the incense cult." Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. She nodded and said, "Then I have to thank Uncle Nia and you, little fishy." "Just that, when can I leave?" Then, she looked at the pill room behind her and said regretfully, "If I leave tomorrow, this batch of crimson flame pills that were about to be refined will all be wasted." Nie Qinyu lowered her head and said, "Then can big brother Ren not go to the incense cult for the sake of pills?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said apologetically, if it's something else, maybe it's still negotiable. But for this, I really can't." Nie Qinyu said again, "Just that. I don't know what will happen in the future." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the azure sky above Rejuvenation Valley and said with disappointment, "Everything is fleeting. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need." After hearing this, Nie Qinyu could no longer hold back. She burst into tears and ran out while covering her face. Seeing that she was far away, she slipped again. This time, Zhang Xiaohua could not help her in time. Nie Qinyu, who had fallen to the ground, got up from the ground. She did not even have time to pat the dirt off her body. She only turned around to look at the lonely figure in front of the pill room. Wiping her tears, she walked away quickly again. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense followed Nie Qinyu for a long time. Along the way, many disciples of Rejuvenation Valley looked at Nie Qinyu in astonishment and made way for her. However, Nie Qinyu did not notice and walked numbly and blankly towards the peach forest. It was only when Little Orange saw that his miss was acting strangely and ran out of the Peach Blossom Nunnery that Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. Looking at the fleeting clouds indifferently, Zhang Xiaohua himself could not explain the feelings in his heart. If he said that he only treated Nie Qinyu as a little girl and did not have any other thoughts in his heart, even Zhang Xiaohua himself would not believe it. However, if he had to promise this little girl something, say some ambiguous words, or paint a beautiful picture, Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling. He really did not know what he should do. After leaving for so many years, he did not know when he could return to Rejuvenation Valley again. Instead of giving her some hope, he might as well give her some despair. Was this the legendary fate? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose. He really wanted to ask himself and figure out the answer. Unfortunately, he was only a boy in the spring and the rainy season. How could he tell the difference between the two? Perhaps after a long time, when he looked back and recalled the dreamlike memories, he would be able to realize the true feelings within. However, at that time, how many feelings were still waiting? How many feelings were there to look forward to? Nie Qinyu was brought back to the Peach Blossom Nunnery by Little Orange. Without waiting for Little Orange to say anything, Nie Qinyu threw herself onto the bed and buried her head in the blankets. She cried out without hesitation, as if she wanted to vent all the feelings that she had suppressed for such a long time. No matter how Little Orange tried to persuade or comfort her, it was of no use. For a moment, Little Orange panicked. He warned the others and went straight to Rejuvenation Hall. Vote for me. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 500. Inside Rejuvenation Hall, Valley Head Nya, who had already made up his mind, was leisurely sipping his tea. From time to time, he would instruct his disciples to arrange a banquet for the evening. Not long after, Manager Yang returned with a joyful expression. With just one glance, Valley Head Nya's heart bloomed with joy. Of course, the word joy was clearly written on his face. Valley Head Nya didn't stand on ceremony. He went forward and cupped his hands. Brother Yang is truly a blessed general. Everything that falls into your hands is easily solved. Many thanks, many thanks. Manager Yang smiled. It's all because Master Kong sympathizes with the elderly. He knew that us old brothers wouldn't have a chance to meet again in the future, so he agreed without hesitation. If it was that cold-faced fiend from last time, no matter how much I begged, it would be impossible. Valley Head Nya was surprised. Is it Master Yu who came last time? That is true. This old man wanted to pay his respects, but he didn't pay any attention to me. I only hurriedly stayed here for a few minutes. I couldn't even spend the night here, so I left the valley in the dark. This old man was in a hurry that time and only allowed you to bring a few jars of 100-flower wine. It didn't even satisfy your craving. Manager Yang was in a great mood. Let's not talk about him. Let's go. Old brother Nya, has your banquet been set up? The accompanying brothers have all come because of your reputation. No problem. Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have much to flatter the fragrant cult. This wine is enough to satisfy them. It's been a long time since I've heard old brother Nya say such vulgar words. I thought you had changed after becoming a valley head. Just as they were talking, they heard hurried footsteps outside. When they raised their heads, they saw Little Orange running over in a hurry. Seeing Manager Yang and Valley Head Nya, he immediately bowed and looked like he wanted to say something. Valley Head Nya frowned and said, Little Orange, is something the matter? Little Orange looked at Valley Master Nya and then glanced at Manager Yang. He said in a low voice, Valley Master, young miss just returned to Peach Blossom Temple crying. Her body was covered in mud and she seemed to have fallen. When she returned to her room, she threw herself onto the bed. No matter what I said, she wouldn't listen. Hearing this, Manager Yang no longer had any doubts about the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qinyu. Most of his doubts about Zhang Xiaohua entering the fragrant cult had been eliminated. Wasn't Nie Qinyu's reaction a typical example of a lover going on a long journey and being reluctant to leave? When he asked her in Huichun Hall just now, he was already hesitant. Now that he thought about it carefully, how could he not be heartbroken when the person in his heart would not come back for many years? Manager Yang looked at Valley Head Nia and patted his shoulder. Old brother, it's better if you go comfort your darling. Tell your niece that Uncle Yang promised her that he would take care of her lover after entering the fragrant cult. Let that Ren Xiaoyao enter the outer sect as soon as possible and step into Jianghu. Valley Head Nia frowned. He already had a plan in his heart. He gave Little Orange a look and shook his head. Forget it, Brother Yang. We're all experienced people. This young man's matter should be handled by the young man. If an old man like me goes, how can I persuade him? It's better to let the girl calm down and think about Xiao Yao's future. When Ren Xiaoyao returns to the valley tomorrow, let him persuade her. Little Orange listened to Manager Yang and Valley Head Nia's words and understood a lot. She knew why her young miss was crying and the stone in her heart was finally put down. However, she was only a servant girl of Huichun Valley. Even though she was as close as sisters with Nie Qinyu, this was the first time she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going to pass on the fragrant cult. Unknowingly, the back of a deity wielding a sword that was hidden somewhere in her heart suddenly became incomparably large. Could it be that she would never see it again? When Manager Yang heard this, he smiled and said, Brother Nia is quite open-minded. You're right. Children have their own blessings. If you meddle too much, it may not be a good thing. These words had a double meaning and were precisely what Manager Yang wanted to knock Valley Head Nia down. Valley Head Nia chuckled, that's right. When it's time to let go, one should let go. This old man also needs to slowly let go. Let's go, Brother Yang. Today, us old brothers must not rest until we're drunk. Good, 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 Manager Yang laughed loudly. As they spoke, the two were about to walk out of Huichun Hall. Valley Head Nia saw that Little Orange was still standing there with a somewhat dazed expression. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Little Orange, is there anything else? Little Orange seemed to wake up from a dream. No, nothing, Master. Oh, that's good. Go back and talk to Little You. It's only a few years. Her Uncle Yang has already agreed to help her Dage Ren come back earlier. Also, when you see Ren Xiaoyao tomorrow, tell him to quickly come and greet Uncle Yang. Yes, Master. Little Orange bowed and quickly left. Manager Yang waved his hand and said, Love is important. When that good son-in-law of yours comes back, you should go and see Little You first. Huh, Valley Head Nia laughed and pulled on Manager Yang's sleeve, quickly walking out of Huichun Hall. Valley Head Nia seemed to have laughed too much today. That was because anyone who achieved their wish of many days, their wish of many years, would not be able to keep their mouth shut. Especially, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow, his power would increase by 5 years. The night in Huichun Valley was very beautiful. The crescent moon hung lightly in the sky and the comfortable breeze occasionally brought the fragrance of the plants. The banquet for the fragrance cult was placed on the lawn in front of Huichun Hall. All the tables were arranged in a large circle and there were several bonfires burning in the middle of the circle. There were also some roasted meat emitting a rich aroma on the bonfires. This strange atmosphere made the people of the fragrance cult feel very novel. Unconsciously, they began to exchange toasts with the disciples of Huichun Valley and put their arms around each other's shoulders. At the two tables at the head of the table were Valley Head Nia and Manager Yang. The two of them were already tipsy. Manager Yang raised the wine cup in his hand and said, Elder Brother Nia, I didn't expect that every time I came here, you would have novel things. It really makes me admire and envious. If I could be as free and unfettered as you, I would rather. Valley Head Nia immediately raised his wine cup and clinked it with Manager Yang's, saying, Younger Brother Yang, you can drink more wine, but you can't speak carelessly. This situation is just what the northern nomads are used to, is nothing. Compared to the immortal-like life of your sect, it's too far. Come, cheers. Manager Yang disagreed. The life of an immortal is the life of an inner sect disciple. Seeing this, Valley Head Nya picked up the wine jug again and said with a smile, "Younger brother Yang, come, I'll fill your cup again. Actually, there's an old saying that goes well. Life is like a city. The people who live outside think of ways to get out, and the people who live outside also think of ways to get in. Look at my son-in-law and my daughter's nephew. They think of ways to go to your fragrance cult and become medicine boys. And you envy the freedom of my Huichun Valley. Who do you think is right and who is wrong?" Ha ha ha. Manager Yang couldn't stand it anymore and laughed loudly. "Older brother Nya, your analogy is too vivid. Who can you blame? People's desires are endless. After getting what's in front of you, you still think about the future. You're always chasing after it. That's all, that's right. Today there's wine and today we're drunk. Who cares about tomorrow's worries? Come, younger brother Yang, drink, drink." Not far from their seats, Nye Qinyu sat alone with Little Orange beside her. Hearing her father's words, Nye Qinyu looked at the laughing crowd and the burning bonfire. She couldn't help but be dazed. That's right. Since you envy the life in the city, then you have to think of ways to get into the city. If you can't get into the city, then you'll never know the hustle and bustle of the city. Maybe, Little Orange didn't know what her young miss was thinking and watched with worry. The divine sense circling around Nye Qinyu also didn't know what she was thinking and observed for a long time. It wasn't until the night gradually darkened that the divine sense retracted. In the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her divine sense and frowned slightly. She seemed to be deep in thought. In the afternoon, Nye Qinyu came over to report. She only briefly mentioned that he could spread the news of the incense order. She didn't explain anything else in detail. Zhang Xiaohua thought that Valley Head Nya would come over to take a look at the refining of the Crimson Flame pill. She would also tell him about the problem of setting off tomorrow or the day after. But even when night fell and bonfires were lit in the outer valley, there was still no sign of anyone. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but release her divine sense early and quietly observe everything in the valley. She didn't know if it was because she wanted to find out about the incense cult's movements or because she was worried about Nye Qinyu. She couldn't hear the conversation between Valley Head Nya and Manager Yang. However, looking at Valley Head Nya's happy expression, he must have solved the problem of the Crimson Flame pill being one day later than the incense cult. The incense cult wouldn't set off immediately tomorrow morning. However, seeing Nye Qinyu's absent-minded appearance, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her heart. Thinking back to the past when Nye Qinyu was like a happy skylark jumping around her, it was such a good feeling. Could it be that she already had this little girl boy's figure in her heart? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard footsteps. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What was going on tonight? Previously, as long as someone came near, she would feel it. Now that this person had obviously walked to the door, she only heard the footsteps. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to hide the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace and stood up to greet the person. The person who walked briskly into the pill room was none other than the other person who was very concerned about the Crimson Flame pill, Elder Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming out to greet him, Elder Zhang was a little embarrassed. Ren Xiaoxia, this old man had a lot of things to do and didn't have the time to come and take a look. How is the refining of the Crimson Flame pill? Zhang Xiaohua snickered in her heart. It wouldn't be good if you came. I can't wait for you to have more things to do. Hence, she smiled, everything is normal. Elder Zhang, don't worry. Wait until noon tomorrow. If there are no accidents, you will be able to see the Crimson Flame pill. Hee, Elder Zhang, you must remember to leave 3 pills for me first. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Am I a stingy person? How can I go back on my word when I've already promised you? Furthermore, aren't the pills still in your hands? Oh, right, let me take a look at the refining situation. I haven't seen it for the past few days, so I don't know if there are any changes. Finishing his words, he walked towards the pill furnace. P.S. Thank you for everyone's opinions. I have seen them all. I am very grateful for everyone's tolerance. Also, I will update normally during the spring festival. However, there are times when I can't go online. I will write in advance and set it to auto-update. The time is usually set at 9 o'clock and 2000 hours. This way, there won't be any book review reward for automatically updating chapters. Finger mentioned this last time. Of course, if I can go online, I will update in advance. Maybe I will upload 2 chapters at a time. I wish everyone a happy spring festival in advance. Chapter 501. Inside the cauldron, the spherical medicinal liquid was quietly suspended in midair. The essence inside was slightly rotating, and the starlight that was almost visible to the naked eye clearly showed that this was no ordinary alchemy technique. Seeing that Elder Zhang was about to walk to the cauldron, how could Zhang Xiaohua let him see all this? She immediately called out to him, "Elder Zhang, please wait." When Elder Zhang heard this, he turned his head in puzzlement and asked curiously, "Ren Xiaoxia, is there something wrong?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the cauldron. "Elder Zhang, don't get too close to the cauldron. This is the crucial time for the pill to be incubated. The temperature inside the cauldron needs to be stable. If you get too close, it may affect the surrounding temperature. If you affect the surrounding temperature, it may affect the temperature inside the cauldron." If, after saying a few ifs, Elder Zhang immediately took a few steps back. When he was in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he asked cautiously, "Is this distance enough?" Seeing Elder Zhang's cautious manner, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed in her heart. She only nodded solemnly, "And, this is for the best. Don't come too close. If Elder has any questions, feel free to ask me." Elder Zhang was depressed and thought, "I didn't see anything. From the time you put in the medicine until now, I only saw the medicinal soup at the bottom of the cauldron. What questions can I have?" After racking his brain for a while, Elder Zhang hesitated and said, "This Crimson Flame Pill, how many years can it increase one's cultivation?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She really didn't think about this question. In her jade scroll, she only talked about the effects of the meridian soothing pill, which was to nourish the meridians. How could it increase one's cultivation? Even the scroll that Elder Zhang gave her didn't explain it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Elder Zhang, I really can't answer this question. The scroll that you gave didn't mention it. Where do you want me to find it for you?" "Heh, don't worry about it. As long as it can increase one's cultivation, it's fine. Our Rejuvenation Valley has spread word of mouth that it can increase one's cultivation by 5 years. Furthermore, it's good for the meridians. In the future, cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said inwardly, "I don't know if my internal energy can increase, but if it is beneficial to my meridians, then it is true." Then he said, "Elder Zhang, although I don't know how many years of cultivation it can increase, but if you compare it with other medicinal pills that you know the effects of, wouldn't you have a better idea?" "Other medicinal pills?" Elder Zhang smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, it's easy for you to say that. You're still talking about other medicinal pills that can increase one's power. This old man doesn't dare to boast. Other than my Rejuvenation Valley's Crimson Flame Pill, the medicinal pills that can increase one's power in this world are really..." Zhang Xiaohua thought he was going to say, "No," but Elder Zhang changed the topic and said, "It's really very little." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and said, "After all, they do exist. Since Rejuvenation Valley is famous for its medicinal pills, they must know about it. Won't we know if we compare them horizontally?" Elder Zhang still shook his head. The pill recipe is also incomplete. Those things are in the hands of the Daoist Temple, Fragrance Cult, and the former Misty School. How could my Rejuvenation Valley know about it? Besides, even if we have the pill recipe, what can we do? As the saying goes, a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Without medicinal herbs of sufficient age, it's also difficult to successfully refine this medicinal pill. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. If Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have crimson pearl grass and scarlet flame grass, it's indeed impossible to refine this crimson flame pill. At this moment, Elder Zhang's face was full of yearning as he said, according to Rejuvenation Valley's early records, several hundred years ago, a medicinal pill called Qi-generating pill appeared in Jianghu. It's a spiritual medicine that can increase one's power. A single Qi-generating pill can increase one's power by 30 years. It's said that at that time, a reign of terror was set off in the entire Jianghu. Many famous Jianghu experts died because of this. Qi-generating pill? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but call out. This name seemed extremely familiar. Which jade slip did she see it in? When Elder Zhang heard Zhang Xiaohua call it out, he wasn't surprised. That's right, it's the Qi-generating pill. Presumably, you've also heard of this legendary miraculous medicinal pill. However, not only has the medicinal pill already disappeared, even the pill recipe has long been lost. I've only heard that it contains dragon beheading grass, peacock grass, and other main ingredients. However, this old man has only heard of the name of these main ingredients. I've never seen a picture of them. In the ancient records passed down from Rejuvenation Valley, it's only mentioned slightly and simply didn't go into detail. Presumably, only in the super large sects that have been passed down for 10,000 years like the aroma spreading sect can we find some clues. Dragon beheading grass? Peacock grass? Zhang Xiaohua didn't wrinkle her brows. She didn't seem to see these two medicinal herbs in the jade slip. However, shortly after, Zhang Xiaohua also felt at ease. The number of medicinal herbs recorded in the 100 Herb Compendium was innumerable. How could she remember them all? In the future, when she had time to carefully look at them, perhaps they would be useful. Seeing Elder Zhang speak for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, although scarlet flame grass and crimson pearl grass aren't as rare as dragon beheading grass and peacock grass, they are still considered spiritual herbs. Moreover, they also have a medicinal age of 100 years. They aren't necessarily inferior to the Qi-generating pill. If we can successfully refine them tomorrow, after you and Valley Head Nya take them, you'll naturally know their effects. Right now, it's also useless to make wild guesses. Elder Zhang reluctantly looked at the pill furnace above the earth fire and said with a bitter smile, actually, these 5 years of cultivation might not have had much of an effect on me. However, to be able to personally see and personally take the spiritual herbs described in the jade slip, this old man, can die in peace. As he finished speaking, Elder Zhang somewhat didn't choose his words carefully. Zhang Xiaohua actually understood these words. As the ancients said, hearing about it in the morning and dying in the evening, it was nothing more than this. To be able to personally experience the feeling of yearning for even in one's dreams was much more important than gaining a few years of cultivation for no reason. The two people spoke for a while more before Elder Zhang was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua warned, Elder Zhang, before noon tomorrow, I will be in this pill room watching over the medicinal pills. I need absolute silence and don't let anyone disturb me. It's best that you and Valley Head don't wait in front of the pill room. Right now, there are many people from the incense cult in our Rejuvenation Valley. If we pay too much attention, it's hard to avoid attracting their attention. Elder Zhang wouldn't want them to also know that Rejuvenation Valley has the Crimson Flame pill, right? Elder Zhang nodded and said, Ren Xiaoxia is right. We definitely won't come before noon tomorrow. Valley Head and I will wait in my pill room. If you succeed in refining, then come directly to the pill room to find us. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's how it should be. Thus, Elder Zhang left with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaohua set up a restriction on the pill room and sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. She carefully inserted the necessary spells and carefully observed the changes in the medicinal pill. Deep into the night, she finally inserted the spells. Zhang Xiaohua held the Vitality Stone in her hand and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Before she closed her eyes, she still looked worriedly at the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace that was gradually slowing down. This was already the last night, she hoped that nothing would go wrong. Very quickly, starlight shone into the pill. The specks of starlight within the pill became even more resplendent in this dense cluster of starlight. From time to time, it would absorb even more starlight. However, in the end, the medicinal liquid gradually stopped spinning. The outer layer of the crimson flame pill's array was formed and the starlight could no longer penetrate it. In the scorching hot pill furnace, under the invisible starlight, the huge medicinal pill quietly floated there, motionless. After a long time, the sky gradually brightened. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes and hurriedly looked at the medicinal pill in the pill furnace. Seeing that the medicinal pill was motionless, she was shocked. When she released her divine sense, she could only see that the vitality emitted by the medicinal pill was already weak and was gradually decreasing. Only then did she relax. It seemed that the pill was about to be successfully nurtured. Nothing strange happened last night. Zhang Xiaohua was too worried about the crimson flame pill in the pill furnace. After removing the restrictions in the pill room, she only practiced the Fist of the North Star 12 times at the entrance of the pill room before immediately returning to the pill furnace. She didn't even take a single step away from it. She didn't even comprehend the heavenly Tao or the mantra. She only released her divine sense and observed carefully, afraid that something would go wrong at the last step. Time passed very quickly, but also very slowly. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua lost the patience that a chi practitioner should have as an immortal cultivator. She actually began to quietly pace in front of the pill furnace. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to lose her composure, a series of footsteps rang out from outside the pill room. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She had already warned Elder Zhang not to disturb her today. Why was there someone outside the pill room? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and released her divine sense. However, she was rather surprised when she saw the scene outside the pill room. The person outside the pill room wasn't Valley Head Nya, nor was it Elder Zhang, nor was it anyone from Rejuvenation Valley. Instead, it was a woman with a veil on her head. Beside her was a short and stout man. Behind them were several men and women dressed in martial attire. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the short and stout man last night. He was the one who had accompanied Valley Head Nya at the banquet. The woman was also the one who had given orders in the Cult of Fragrances caravan last night. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this woman should be the emissary of the Cult of Fragrance, and this short and stout man should be the manager Yang that Nye Qinyu had mentioned. Sure enough, Manager Yang smiled obsequiously and pointed at the pill room where Zhang Xiaohua was. He said something to the woman, and the woman nodded from time to time. Her expression couldn't be seen under the veil. Then, without waiting for Manager Yang to finish speaking, she raised her head to look ahead and walked away. She didn't seem to be too interested in Manager Yang's introduction. Manager Yang was surprised and immediately followed her eagerly. He pointed at the herb garden in front of them and explained something. Once they were far away, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her divine sense. She was rather worried about how she would deal with the emissary and Manager Yang if they barged into the pill room. When she turned her attention to the pill furnace, she suddenly realized that she had been thinking too much. She had long lost the calmness and composure that a pill master should have. If it wasn't for the disturbance of the people from the Cult of Fragrance, she might have destroyed this cauldron of pills. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. Not long after, her eyes, nose, and heart were empty. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 502. Not long after, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out of the cauldron and then disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the 13-day pill incubation was complete. She immediately stood up from the futon and used her divine sense to enter the cauldron. She replayed the method of pulling out the pills in her mind. Then, she stretched out both hands and moved her 10 fingers, slowly and rhythmically forming hand seals. In a short while, the hand seals were formed. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua sent the hand seals into the cauldron. Then, her hands did not stop and continued to send out the remaining hand seals. Thus, the number of pills in the cauldron increased from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, until 8 pills were pulled out of the cauldron. Looking at the remaining medicinal liquid, Zhang Xiaohua knew that although there was a lot of medicinal liquid left, she could only pull out one more pill. It was impossible to pull out another crimson flame pill. However, when he cast the last spell, the 9th crimson flame elixir was pulled out smoothly. However, the remaining medicinal liquid did not disappear mysteriously like when he refined elixirs in the past. Instead, it floated quietly in the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua let out a cry of surprise. Could it be that refining the crimson flame pill could break the limit of 9 pills? Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua sent the last hand seal into the liquid. In an instant, an unbelievable scene happened. When Zhang Xiaohua sent the hand seal into the last liquid, the liquid did not move at all at first. Then, it swelled and flickered as if it was invisible. Just when Zhang Xiaohua thought that it was going to disappear, there was a sudden light crisp sound. It was like a burnt soybean exploding. Suddenly, 6 thumb-sized pills appeared out of thin air and fell to the bottom of the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened. Those 6 pills were maroon in color. Weren't they the crimson flame pills mentioned in the Rejuvenation Valley's book? Faint Zhang Xiaohua was completely dizzy. Wasn't she refining the meridian soothing pill? How did 6 crimson flame pills pop out in the end? However, this was not the time for him to hesitate. When he came to his senses, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly took out the jade bottle from the money bag and carefully collected the 9 meridian nourishing pills with the elixir receiving technique. Then, he cast an enchantment and put it on the shelf in his money bag space. Just when his divine sense was about to withdraw from the space, he inadvertently swept past the bottom of the shelf and saw a few jade bottles casually thrown under the shelf. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have been struck by lightning. Qi-generating pill. He finally remembered. This was the qi-generating pill. It wasn't what he saw from the jade slips, but rather the qi-generating pills that were actually in his money pouch. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out a bottle of qi-generating pills from his money pouch and carefully examined it in his hand. There were 3 small characters on the jade bottle, qi-generating pill. It was written very carelessly and also very casually. It looked like it was not valued at all. However, this was the legendary panacea that could increase one's power that Elder Zhang had mentioned yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua tightly knitted his brows and felt that it was inconceivable. However, when his gaze saw the 6 brownish-red crimson flame pills that were quietly lying at the bottom of the pill furnace, he unconsciously had a flash of insight. Previously, he had used yellow essence to refine the fasting pill, gastrodia flax to refine the blood-replenishing pill, and other medicinal herbs to refine medicinal pills. He had used the immortal Dao technique. The number of pills that were formed were all less than 9. As long as there were more than 9 pills, no matter how many medicinal herbs there were, they would all mysteriously disappear without a trace. However, those were all basic medicinal pills. The crimson flame pill was the first type of low-level medicinal pill that Zhang Xiaohua had refined. It also seemed to be unable to escape the shackles of 9 pills. However, the medicinal strength of the crimson pearl grass and the bright sun grass was very strong. After forming 9 pills, there was still an excess of essence remaining. And this essence formed the crimson flame pill that Rejuvenation Valley had mentioned. This crimson flame pill was a byproduct of refining the meridian nourishing pill. Compared to the meridian nourishing pill, this crimson flame pill was naturally the role of a leftover. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nia had repeatedly placed great importance on it, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely have treated it as an ordinary medicinal pill and casually collected it. Using this analogy, the qi-generating pill that Elder Zhang had mentioned, which was the item in Zhang Xiaohua's hand at this moment, was presumably a byproduct of some higher-level medicinal pill. Although it was a panacea to martial artists, it was certainly dispensable to immortals who refined medicinal pills. Therefore, it was so casually named and so casually thrown into a corner of the shelf. After thinking it through, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but slightly shake her head. She picked up the jade bottle and gently shook it by her ear, but there wasn't any movement. Could it be that it was empty? Zhang Xiaohua immediately released her divine sense. Fortunately, the restriction on the jade bottle was still there, and the 3 qi-generating pills were still inside the jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips into a smile, and the jade bottle in her hand disappeared into thin air. Soon after, her gaze landed on the 6 crimson flame pills at the bottom of the pill furnace. Originally, she had been thinking about how to explain the difference between the meridian nourishing pill and the crimson flame pill to Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang. Now, the crimson flame pill was actually a byproduct of refining the meridian nourishing pill. Did she still need to explain? Even better, the meridian nourishing pill was naturally kept by Zhang Xiaohua herself. She wouldn't leave it for Rejuvenation Valley. This thing was too mysterious. Giving it to them might not be a good thing. She would only give the crimson flame pill to Rejuvenation Valley. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Picking up the porcelain bottle that Rejuvenation Valley had prepared earlier, Zhang Xiaohua was just about to put the crimson flame pills inside, but she suddenly remembered that the qi-generating pills were also stored inside the jade bottle. Presumably, this porcelain bottle wasn't good. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the jade box that originally stored the medicinal herbs on the table. Forming an incantation seal, the 6 crimson flame pills were all stored inside the jade box. Only at this time did Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. In the end, she didn't disappoint everyone and didn't waste 14 days of hard work. This crimson flame pill, the meridian nourishing pill, was successfully refined. Putting the jade box into her bosom, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the pill room. At this time, it was already past noon. Presumably, Valley Master Nia and Elder Zhang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Sure enough, seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk into the pill room with a gloomy expression, Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia, who had been waiting impatiently, felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked at each other and quickly walked up to greet her. Elder Zhang immediately asked, "Ren Xiaoxia, how is the refinement of the crimson flame pill?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "Ai, this little nephew's learning isn't proficient." Valley Master Nia was also full of curiosity. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, there must have been a mistake. As a result, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to finish speaking and said, "Virtuous nephew Ren, if there was a mistake, don't mind it. Even if the refinement failed, didn't you still gain experience? Don't we still have another portion of medicinal herbs? Although there isn't enough time, you can still refine it in Chuanxiang cult. Next time, you will definitely succeed. We will just wait at Rejuvenation Valley for virtuous nephew to bring back the crimson flame pill." Hearing this, Elder Zhang's expression also became gloomy. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, Ren Xiaoxia, if it didn't work this time, there will be a next time." Hearing the two talking to themselves to comfort her, Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "Ai, this little nephew's learning isn't proficient. The amount of crimson flame pill I refined is a little too little. It's all right. It's fine if it's less." The two comforted. But suddenly, the two came to their senses and were pleasantly surprised. What? Less? That means the refinement was a success? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Yes, this little nephew didn't disappoint you. Although the amount refined was small, it was still a success." Elder Zhang smiled. "It's all right, it's all right. As long as the refinement is successful, it's fine. I'll just take a look and don't need to consume it. Let Valley Master consume this pill." This? Valley Master Nia was a little hesitant. If he said he didn't want to consume it, it would definitely be a lie. But, then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Zhang should consume it. You're old, you may not. I'll wait for virtuous nephew Ren to refine the pill next time." Valley Master. Elder Zhang still wanted to persuade Valley Master Nia. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. She was also touched. These two valued the crimson flame pill too much and were worried about their gains and losses. They couldn't wait for her to finish speaking and take her words out of context. Coughing, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Seniors, don't push back and forth. This time, I refined a total of 6 crimson flame pills. It's enough for both of you to consume." "What?" Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia exclaimed again, 6 pills. "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. These two were too surprised today. Elder Zhang's eyes were brimming with tears. He walked forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Ren Xiaoxia, you're really a god. Word of mouth in the valley says that the crimson flame pill isn't easy to refine. In the early years, I heard that only 2 pills could be refined in one furnace. You're good, refining 6 pills at once. It's really miraculous." Valley Master Nia also couldn't hide his excitement. "Yes, it's really miraculous." Elder Zhang was also beaming with joy and said, "According to the previous agreement, Ren Xiaoxia will take 3 pills. Our Rejuvenation Valley still has 3 pills. Valley Master and I will each consume 1. The last one is difficult to handle, so Valley Master will have to make the decision." Valley Master Nia also frowned a little. "Yes, it's fine if we don't have 1. But it's difficult to handle with only 1 pill. I don't know who to give it to." Elder Zhang thought for a moment. "How about I don't consume it either? We don't need any of the older ones. Let's leave it to the younger ones. Let's see who has the best aptitude and has the potential to be nurtured. It's better for them to consume it." Valley Master Nia shook his head. "It's only 5 years worth of power. Young people should sharpen themselves more. If they gain some power out of nowhere, it won't be good for their future cultivation." Elder Zhang, seeing the two talking among themselves again, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Calm down, calm down. Isn't it just 5 years worth of power? I have a pill with 30 years worth of power in my hands, but I'm not wild with joy. Why are you guys so agitated?" Seeing the two discussing, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but cough and say, "Seniors, it's not 3 crimson flame pills, it's 5. The two were stunned and asked curiously, "Why 5? Then, Valley Master Nia came to his senses and said, "Don't. We've already agreed that nephew will leave behind 3 crimson flame pills. How can we go back on our words?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Uncle Nia's words are too serious. I'm only one person. 1 pill is enough. Moreover, I still have other medicinal herbs. I can refine them later." Chapter 503. Zhang Xiaohua's words made Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang see her in a new light. Valley Head Nia even probed, "Nephew Ren, you're spreading the incense cult, aren't you looking for your brother? If he's spreading the incense cult, won't you leave him a crimson flame pill?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Didn't I make it clear to Uncle Nia just now? I've only used half of the herbs you gave me. I'll keep the other half. If I need it, I can refine more. Actually, if I didn't need a crimson flame pill as a reference, I would have left all 6 crimson flame pills for Rejuvenation Valley." Finishing her words, she took out the jade box from her bosom. Seeing the jade box, Valley Head Nia was startled and asked, "Nephew Ren, why don't you use a porcelain bottle to store the pills?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since the herbs need to be stored in a jade box, the formed pills need to be stored in a jade box as well. Of course, it's even better that Rejuvenation Valley has a jade bottle." "Oh, I see." Valley Head Nia suddenly understood. He had always used a porcelain bottle to store the pills for the sake of saving costs. Now that the crimson flame pill was for his own use, of course he would use the best container. Hearing this, Elder Zhang quickly took 2 jade bottles from the side. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and took one of them and poured a crimson flame pill into it. Then, she handed the jade box and the remaining 5 crimson flame pills into Valley Head Nia's hands. She then plugged the jade bottle and casually put it in her bosom. Valley Head Nia had been talking the whole time, but his eyes never left Zhang Xiaohua. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua hand over the crimson flame pill, he was overjoyed. His decades of hope had finally come true today. Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang both carefully took out a pill from the jade box and carefully examined it in front of their eyes. As they looked, they clicked their tongues in praise. This crimson flame pill was exactly as described in the scrolls. Suddenly, Elder Zhang called out, What's going on? There seems to be a bit of light inside the crimson flame pill." Hearing this, Valley Head Nia also carefully examined it. Sure enough, he nodded and said, "Yes, nephew Ren, there really seems to be a bit of light inside, but it's only seen inadvertently. If you look closely, you won't see it." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of the starlight he had seen in the medicinal liquid. He thought to himself, "No way, I can still be seen." So, Shizzazazazazaz still couldn't, but it was a formed pill after all, it was still a formed pill. Zhangzazazazaz still couldn't penetrate it. Zhangzazazaz, still a formed pills, still a formed pill for it. When Zhang Xiaohua widened her eyes to take a closer look, it was indeed as Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nia had said, there were traces of light coming out from inside. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua had a realization. The crimson flame pill had the protection of its outers, so hers, the divine sense, couldn't penetrate it. But this light was not restricted by the crimson flame pill's formation, and could freely penetrate it. But thinking about it, it was normal. Light was a naturally born thing, and shouldn't be part of the 5 elements. All formations, at least the ones that Zhang Xiaohua came into contact with, shouldn't be able to stop it. But even if Zhang Xiaohua knew this, what was the use? How was she going to explain it to the two of them? What kind of person was Zhang Xiaohua? What she knew the most was that she didn't know anything. She immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. I don't know. I've followed the steps of refining the crimson flame pill completely without any mistakes. Seniors, just look at the shape of this pill and you should know. As for the light inside, is it from the outside? Or is there no specific record in the scroll? Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang looked at each other helplessly. That's right, the scroll only described the appearance, color and effects of the pill, and didn't say anything else. Maybe the predecessors didn't read it carefully? Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Seniors, it's best that you keep the 5 crimson flame pills quickly. If they're exposed for too long, they may lose their medicinal effects." Once she said this, the two of them didn't pursue the matter of the light or the shape. They hurriedly poured the crimson flame pills into the jade bottle, capped it, and carefully hid it in their clothes. After keeping the crimson flame pills, Valley Head Nia asked again, "Nephew Ren, I've already discussed the effects of this crimson flame pill with Elder Zhang, but we didn't have a clue. We can only know after consuming it. But, I still want to ask, is there any special way to consume it, or is there anything to take note of?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, "Uncle Nia, this question is very strange. I've never seen the crimson flame pill before, so how would I know how to consume it?" Elder Zhang smiled. "To be honest with you, Xiaoxia, since you can refine this crimson flame pill, we all feel that you must know how to consume this pill." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right, the Rejuvenation Valley's legendary pill. Even the Rejuvenation Valley themselves don't know how to refine it. You, a person without any reason, can so easily refine it. If you've never refined it before or seen this pill before, even if people think with their feet, they may not believe it. Zhang Xiaohua understood and could only helplessly say, "I won't hide it from you two seniors. This is indeed my first time refining this crimson flame pill, and I don't know how to consume it." At this point, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The Jade Scroll casually mentioned the consumption of the Soothing Meridians pill. Because the Soothing Meridians pill was used to nourish and repair the meridians, the medicinal power needed to be sent into the meridians. After consuming the Soothing Meridians pill, one must immediately circulate the mental cultivation method and allow the medicinal power to circulate throughout the meridians in the entire body for the best effect to be achieved. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to think and said, "Actually, you two seniors are thinking too much. Since it's a pill that increases one's power, it must be related to one's inner strength. As long as you consume it while circulating your inner strength and circulate it a few times, for example, 36 or 72 circulations, it will definitely work. Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang nodded thoughtfully. They definitely knew this point, but they wanted to know if the creator of the pill had a more pertinent suggestion. Thinking of this, Valley Head Nia couldn't help but touch the jade bottle in his arms. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Uncle Nia isn't going to consume it right now, is he? Valley Head Nia smiled bitterly and said, this crimson flame pill is like a ball of fire in my hands. It burns my heart and I only want to consume it to see its effects. However, the messenger of the fragrant order is currently in Rejuvenation Valley. How can I cultivate in seclusion at this time? Only after I send all of you away will I be able to consume it with peace of mind. Speaking of this, Valley Head Nia suddenly remembered something and said, Virtuous nephew Ren, I have a matter to entrust to you. I hope that virtuous nephew will agree for the sake of Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face became bitter. This accusation was so heavy that it probably wasn't a simple matter. However, he had no other choice and could only brace himself and say, Please instruct me, Uncle Nia. This nephew will do his best to accomplish it. Valley Head Nia nodded and turned to look at Elder Zhang. He smiled and said, Elder Zhang, please leave for a moment. Elder Zhang looked at the two strangely and said, Okay, I'll leave now and won't delay your conversation. After saying this, he stood up and left. However, just as Valley Head Nia was about to speak, he heard Elder Zhang say loudly from outside, Io, Manager Yang, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a long time. Is this the messenger of your esteemed sect this year? When Valley Head Nia heard this, how could he still be bothered to instruct Zhang Xiaohua about matters? He walked out in quick steps. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and also followed him out. Outside the alchemy room, the masked messenger was passing by under the guidance of Manager Yang. He just happened to bump into Elder Zhang walking out of the alchemy room and heard Manager Yang introduce him, Lord Kong, this is the previous generation elder of Rejuvenation Valley. His surname is Zhang, Elder Zhang. Lord Kong nodded slightly, Greetings, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang seemed to be overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly said, Greetings, Lord Kong. Lord Kong is in such a good mood to come to the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley to admire the scenery. As they spoke, Valley Head Nia also walked out and saluted, Lord Kong, I have some worldly affairs to attend to in the valley and am unable to accompany Lord into the valley. I'm really sorry for that. How does Lord feel about the scenery of Rejuvenation Valley? Lord Kong raised his head to look at the various medicinal gardens and casually said, Rejuvenation Valley is indeed unique. Although the space in the valley is small, it can be said to be small. It has all the essentials and the types of medicinal herbs are also extremely complete. It's really not bad. Although her words were directed at Valley Head Nia, her eyes were glancing at the scenery to the side. However, under the veil, how could others know? Valley Head Nia lowered his head and said, Thank you for your praise, Lord. Compared to your esteemed sect, it's as different as the clouds and mud. As they spoke, Manager Yang's gaze looked behind Valley Head Nia and he said loudly, Io, Valley Head Nia, is this your little Yu's husband? He's indeed a talented person, just like the rumors outside. Of course, it was Zhang Xiaohua who slowly walked out of the pill room. When Valley Head Nia heard this, he immediately said, Yes, it's my Rejuvenation Valley's future son-in-law. He just came from. At this point, he paused and glanced at Manager Yang before continuing, He just came from my place to ask Elder Zhang some questions. Come, Xiaoyao, greet Lord Kong, the envoy of the fragrant religion. This is Manager Yang that I mentioned to you before. You weren't feeling well yesterday, so I didn't let you greet them. Today, you can make up for it together. Damn, she was suddenly a generation younger. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless and could only go forward. Manager Yang was quite close and Zhang Xiaohua could only greet him first, Greetings, Manager Yang. Manager Yang looked at him with a smile and really wanted to admire a junior. He said, Good. This child, if it weren't for his tender skin, his body would be like that of an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Immediately, he pulled his hand and pointed at Lord Kong. Come, let's first thank Lord Kong. If it weren't for her nod, it wouldn't have been easy for you to go to the fragrant religion. Lord Kong's eyes weren't looking at them. When he heard this, he unconsciously frowned and said, Manager Yang, this is your pill expansion hall's matter, but it's related to. When he said this, he turned his head and saw Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. He couldn't say the rest of his words and stared straight at her without moving for a long time. Qidian. Chapter 504. Peacock retracted her gaze from the herb garden and turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua as she spoke. The moment Peacock laid eyes on Zhang Xiaohua, she suddenly felt as if everything in the world had disappeared. The only thing left in this world was this man, this ordinary man. Her gaze was deeply attracted to him, like a moth drawn to a flame, all her attention was firmly drawn to him. Thump, thump, thump. Peacock's heart pounded violently, as if she was facing something that she had yearned for day and night, or something that she had been chasing for her entire life. Involuntarily, an unimaginable thought flashed across her mind. I must have it, I must have it. Then, she involuntarily raised her right hand, as if she wanted to grab hold of Zhang Xiaohua. When Valley Master Nia, Elder Zhang, and the others saw this, their expressions changed drastically. This was because the countless envoys from the spreading fragrance cult were extremely cold. They did not even bother with the Valley Master and elders of the Rejuvenation Valley and would not waste their time on the medicine boy that they were going to choose. Although Zhang Xiaohua's identity was the future son-in-law of the Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master, he was still only a little medicine boy in the spreading fragrance cult. Peacock's action was extremely strange. When Manager Yang heard Peacock's words, he immediately said respectfully, Master Kong, you are too kind. You are the envoy this time. If I don't listen to you, who else should I listen to? Come, Ren Xiaoyao, come and thank Master Kong for his grace. He lowered his head humbly and then pulled Zhang Xiaohua forward. Only then did he notice Peacock's strange behavior and he was stunned. He reminded, Master Kong? Master Kong? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua understood the heavenly Tao, his senses had become sharper. When Peacock saw his strange behavior, he immediately felt it. He immediately released his consciousness and looked through the thin veil. Cough, cough. That's right. What kind of time was it? Why would he still care about being polite? Behind the veil was a delicate and fair face. She had almond-shaped eyes, dark eyebrows, cherry lips, and a jade-like nose. There was also a dignified look in her eyes. Her temperament was incomparably graceful and luxurious, making people not dare to approach her. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The emissary of the fragrant religion was actually a young woman in her 20s who was more beautiful than Lu Qian and O Yen. However, at this moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her mouth was slightly agape. Her eyes flickered with incomparable astonishment and incomparable, desire. If this gaze was that of a man looking at a beautiful woman, Zhang Xiaohua might not have cared. However, this gaze was fixed on Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be alarmed. Bad vegetable, did you see something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained in her heart. Next, the peacock reached out to grab him. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly retracted his divine sense. With a thought, he used the incomplete God's traction mantra to conceal his divine sense and immortal Tao cultivation. At this moment, Peacock was also awakened by Manager Yang's words. Only then did she realize that she had lost her composure. She immediately covered it up and pointed at Manager Yang. She said, "This is the Ren Xiaoyao you mentioned yesterday?" Manager Yang did not dare to make any more guesses. He bowed and smiled apologetically. That's him. He is the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nia personally selected. Come, Ren Xiaoyao, quickly come and thank Master Kong. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her aura and took 2 quick steps forward. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Kong. I hope that Master Kong will continue to support me in the future. When Peacock looked at Zhang Xiaohua again, she realized that she was no longer as attractive as before. Peacock was puzzled. What happened just now? Was it an illusion? Suddenly, a sense of embarrassment rose in her heart. Could this be the legendary, seeing, immediately, her heart was in a mess. How can this be? I have never seen him before. He is just a little medicine boy. What's more hateful is that this Ren Xiaoyao is the future son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Also, the most hateful thing was that although Zhang Xiaohua bowed respectfully with a proper attitude, Peacock could feel that she had no respect at all. Yes, not even the slightest bit. It must be said that a woman's heart was like a needle in the ocean. Peacock was the same as a goddess. For no reason, Peacock felt a tinge of displeasure. She did not retract her outstretched hand. Instead, she pointed and said, "You are the Ren Xiaoyao who defeated the sword master of Longting Villa and defeated the combined attack of 4 people in the arena?" Zhang Xiaohua replied gently, "I wouldn't dare." "That's me." When the word meat entered her ears, Peacock was even more displeased. She moved her hand and struck out with her palm. "Let me see how good you are at martial arts." Seeing Master Kong's sudden attack, Steward Yang and Valley Master Nia were shocked. They cried out, "Master, please have mercy." But neither of them dared to take a step forward, let alone lend a helping hand. Zhang Xiaohua retracted his spiritual sense. He did not expect Peacock to be in trouble. When he noticed, the white palm was already in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Although he could not use his spiritual sense, he could tell that the palm contained an infinite amount of inner energy just by listening to the sound of the wind. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "I didn't offend this Lord Kong. Why is he staring at me the moment we meet? Although I am handsome, you are a woman. You don't have to resort to underhanded means. Besides, you covered your face first and didn't let me see your beautiful face. I didn't even look at you blasphemously. How could you do that?" However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the same as before. Even if he hastily faced the enemy, he was not afraid. His body did not move, but he raised his left arm, and his palm also straightened, and directly faced the attack. However, just as the true qi entered his palm, he thought in his heart, "This Lord Kong only said that I defeated Longting Villa's sword prince, but I can't reveal my true strength. Oh, right, could it be that this woman actually wants to test my martial arts? What did she see?" So, he immediately simulated the vital energy into inner energy and adjusted the amount of inner energy to be slightly higher than Master Long's. As he spoke, the 2 palms collided. A powerful wave of inner energy crashed into Zhang Xiaohua's palm. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use any more vital energy. He only felt the force of the collision. Zhang Xiaohua's body was sent flying back into the alchemy room behind him. When the 2 palms collided, Peacock felt the normal amount of inner energy in Zhang Xiaohua's palm. She even felt the warmth in his palm. Her heart was in a mess. She could not control the energy in her palm. The inner energy rushed out like a tidal wave. When Zhang Xiaohua was sent flying, she was startled. She immediately retracted her inner energy. She could not help but cry out, "Ouch!" After the cry of "ouch," not only did her veil ripple, her feet also moved half a step forward. She had lost her composure once again. But at this time, everyone was looking at the flying Zhang Xiaohua. No one noticed the high and mighty messenger's second loss of composure. Zhang Xiaohua was sent flying in the air. He circulated the vital energy in his meridians and stabilized his body. However, he did not stop immediately. Instead, he used the momentum to fly backwards. The door of Elder Zhang's alchemy room was half closed. Zhang Xiaohua said in his heart, "I'm sorry, Elder Zhang. Tonight, your room is going to leak in." A loud bang was heard. The fragile bamboo door of the alchemy room was shattered into pieces. Zhang Xiaohua did not slow down. He only stopped when a loud bang was heard. "Ren Xiaoxia, Elder Zhang was shocked. He rushed into the alchemy room. Valley Master Nya also took a step forward. But he looked at Peacock, who was standing there quietly. She had regained her composure. Then he looked at Steward Yang, who was also confused. He finally stopped. Bad luck, really bad luck. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the alchemy room, was very depressed. I didn't go out for a walk this morning. I didn't hear any crows in the valley. How did I encounter such a thing? That Master Kong looked so beautiful. Why did he hit me so hard? The strength of his palm, how was he trying to test my power? It was more like he wanted me to be injured. He did not know Peacock's emotions. He only thought that Peacock did not hold back. But when he thought of the word injured, his eyes turned and he quickly bit his tongue. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Elder Zhang also rushed into the alchemy room. Seeing the blood at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth, he said in shock, "Ren Xiaoxia, you're injured?" Zhang Xiaohua looked weak and said, "Sigh, my internal organs were injured by Master Kong." Elder Zhang was also helpless. What could he say? He was just a has-been elder of Rejuvenation Valley. Coming to see Zhang Xiaohua without permission was already his limit. He helped Zhang Xiaohua out of the alchemy room. Everyone present saw the blood at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. The people of the fragrant cult were naturally used to seeing this. They did not feel any sympathy. Valley Master Nya asked with concern, "Xiao Yao, how are your injuries?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, "It's nothing, just some minor internal injuries." Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua so weak and seemed to be relieved. But there was another emotion that was worse than relief. That was heartache. Peacock asked coldly, "Ren Xiaoyao, your inner energy is not bad. What kind of martial arts do you practice?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Frenzied bull's strength." Frenzied bull's strength? Peacock was also surprised. What kind of inner energy is that? Manager Yang immediately explained, "Master Kong, frenzied bull's strength is a common type of inner energy in Jianghu. It is the easiest to learn and will not cause any deviation. Our fragrant cult does not have such a crude inner energy heart technique." "Oh, frenzied bull's strength cannot be a heart technique either." "Oh, I see." Peacock seemed to have come to a realization, but after listening to the explanation, she felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. She waved her hand and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I was just curious just now. I knew you were the champion of the arena competition, so I wanted to test your martial arts skills. But I was a little reckless and caused you to be injured." She thought for a while and did not say the words of apology. She then took out a small jade bottle and threw it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "This is the Yuandan pill that we use to heal injuries. Take it and heal yourself." Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang heard this and their faces turned pale with fright. Chapter 505. Not only were Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang shocked, even Manager Yang and the rest of the people from the Cult of Incense had looks of envy on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked in his heart. He had seen the name of this jade rejuvenation pill in the jade slip, but he had not paid much attention to its effects. However, as long as it was a pill recorded in the jade slip, how bad could it be? Zhang Xiaohua reached out to receive it and bowed, "Thank you for the medicine, Master Kong. I am fine." Peacock saw that Zhang Xiaohua was neither servile nor overbearing and felt much better. She said, "We will be leaving tomorrow morning. Rest well and don't miss tomorrow's journey." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Manager Yang followed closely behind in astonishment. During this time, he even turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua in bewilderment. He thought to himself, "This guy isn't the gigolo type. Why did he catch Lord Kong's eye the moment he saw him? Could it be that they have met before?" But Master Kong is an outstanding disciple of the inner sect and has never left the Cult of Incense. How could he know this kid from the mountains? "Io, little you, if my guess is right, your fiancé is going to fly away. After the people from the cult of incense left, Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang turned around. Valley Head Nya was especially concerned. Nephew Ren, how are your injuries? Elder Zhang was also indignant. Master Kong is too much. He was just testing the level of his martial arts. He did not have to be so ruthless. Valley Head Nya shook his head and said, who knows? The previous envoys of the fragrant religion were all from the inner sect. All of them were highly skilled in martial arts and their actions were unreasonable. This Master Kong is considered good. Alas, maybe yesterday Manager Yang made a decision on his own and made some decisions which made Master Kong unhappy. Elder Zhang nodded. That's right. Although the matter of letting Renbachian enter the incense cult is managed by the Pill Expanding Hall, Master Kong is the envoy this time after all. Manager Yang's report was a little late. Sigh, forget it. As long as Nephew Ren can go, Rejuvenation Valley will have fulfilled our promise to you. Valley Head Nya smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what was going on. She thought it made sense. She did not know Master Kong and had no reason to find trouble with her. It must be because of the issue of entering the cult of incense. However, Master Kong had no reason to be so surprised to see her. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Valley Head Nya looked at Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and asked again, Nephew Ren, how are your injuries? Do you want to rest in the pill refining room? Soon after, one of them fervently looked at the jade bottle in his hand. Hurry up and take a jade restoration pill. This is a legendary panacea for treating internal injuries. I heard that no matter how serious the injury is, just one pill can completely cure it. You can try it now. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. She had seen everyone's gaze just now and knew that the Yuhuandan pill was not simple. But she did not expect it to be so miraculous. Of course, this is a healing elixir specially used by the inner disciples of the fragrant cult. In the past, I only heard about it from Manager Yang. Even he, the manager of the Pill Repository Hall, has only heard about it and has never obtained it. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and opened the pill of incense. She poured out 2 pills and threw them to Valley Head Nya. Valley Head Nya, please accept them. Treat it as a gift from a junior. Valley Head Nya was caught off guard and caught it in a panic. He was both happy and uneasy. Nephew Ren, this is from Master Kong. Moreover, your injuries. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and wiped the blood from her mouth. She said faintly, it's nothing. I just accidentally bit my lips. Dang dang, dang dang. With 2 crisp sounds, Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang both fell to the ground. When the 2 got up from the ground, rubbing their heads, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, Uncle Nya, didn't you have something to tell me? Valley Head Nya thought for a moment and said, Nephew Ren, let's go to your pill refining room. The 2 bid farewell to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang looked at the crimson flame pill in Valley Head Nya's arms with resentment. Yes, there was also the Yuhuandan pill. They came to the pill refining room where Zhang Xiaohua was temporarily staying. After listening carefully and making sure that there was no one outside, Valley Head Nya said, Nephew Ren, little you must have already informed you yesterday. The trip to the cult of incense has been confirmed. Today, Master Kong has also given his approval. You should pack up today. Tomorrow, you will follow the 9 medicine apprentices of Rejuvenation Valley to the cult of incense. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, thank you, Uncle Nya, for your help. Valley Head Nya waved his hand, you don't have to be so polite. However, although the medicine apprentices of Rejuvenation Valley have nothing to do with Rejuvenation Valley once they leave Rejuvenation Valley, they are still people of Rejuvenation Valley. The reliability of these medicine apprentices and their future actions in the cult of incense will affect Rejuvenation Valley's reputation. Moreover, to be honest, Nephew Ren, I thought of it too simply. I didn't think that it would be as simple as being a medicine apprentice in the cult of incense. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua bowed again, Uncle Nya, don't worry. I will definitely remember your kindness in helping me. Moreover, I know my own weight. When I arrive at the cult of incense, I will not cause trouble and drag Rejuvenation Valley into trouble. Valley Head Nye smiled and said, "It's best that Nephew Ren thinks this way. Actually, I'm not worried about Nephew Ren. Although Nephew Ren has only stayed in Rejuvenation Valley for half a year, the impact of this half a year on Rejuvenation Valley can be said to be," Valley Head Nye seemed to be unable to find the right words, "it can be said that the impact is far-reaching. It can't be said that it has become a brand new Rejuvenation Valley, but it's almost there. Moreover, Nephew Ren is kind-hearted and has a calm personality. She will definitely not bring trouble to Rejuvenation Valley. I am very relieved about this." However, among the 10 medicine apprentices who are going to the cult of incense this time, other than Nephew Ren, there is another person who is just there to make up the numbers. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, "What do you mean, Uncle Nye?" Thus, Valley Head Nye explained the matter in full detail. After Valley Head Nye finished, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She suddenly felt that this seemingly normal nepotism was extremely abnormal. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua probed, "Uncle Nye, what do you mean?" A trace of cold light flashed through Valley Head Nye's eyes. "Honorable Nephew Ren, this old man will entrust you with a task. If you discover that this domineering fellow has any other intentions, please don't let this fellow do anything harmful to Rejuvenation Valley on account of this old man recommending you to spread the incense order." With a frown, Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. This matter didn't sound difficult, but if she seriously thought about it, it would be troublesome. She was only going to inquire about second brother's news. Although she had the title of Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law, he was only a prospective son-in-law. Everything about the cult of incense was still unknown. If she agreed to Valley Head Nye's request, she would have no choice but to place some of her thoughts on this Nephew Ren who had no relationship with her at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat difficult expression, Valley Head Nye gritted his teeth and said, "Nephew Ren, this old man knows that this matter is somewhat difficult for you. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the cult of incense, and I don't know how many experts there are. However, you should also think about it. If Nephew Ren were to do something outrageous, wouldn't it implicate hundreds and thousands of innocent people in Rejuvenation Valley? Even little you would find it difficult to escape. Furthermore, Nephew Ren, since you were not injured by Lord Kong's palm, I believe that your martial arts skills are not inferior to Manager Yang's. I have already instructed Manager Yang to take care of this matter. If it is inconvenient for him, I would like you to take action on his behalf. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "If that is the case, Uncle Nye, this nephew will agree to your request. However, I have to say the ugly words first. If I were to act, then Nephew Ren," Valley Head Nye understood and nodded, "this old man understands. I want you to act to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. There is no need to leave any leeway." Zhang Xiaohua also nodded, "Since it is like this nephew will agree to Uncle Nye's request." Valley Head Nye cupped his hands. If Nephew Ren were to act, then this old man would have no worries. Subsequently, Valley Head Nye told Zhang Xiaohua about the situation that Manager Yang had told him yesterday. After listening, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. It is peaceful to be a medicine boy. However, to be an outer disciple, what kind of tests do you have to pass to be able to roam the Jianghu? This is somewhat difficult. Not to mention the difficulties of roaming the Jianghu. As long as you become an outer disciple, you will have to join the fragrant religion. If you were to make things difficult for the fragrant religion in the future, wouldn't you be acting without justification? This seems to have deviated from your original plan. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Valley Head Nye was somewhat embarrassed. Nephew Ren, this old man did not understand these things before. I thought that I would just be a medicine boy. I did not expect. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle Nye, what are you thinking?" This nephew is just a bit surprised. There are too many rules in this fragrant religion. I have no complaints about other things. Being able to enter the fragrant religion is all thanks to Uncle Nye's matchmaking. This nephew is very grateful. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already thought it through. Of course, taking the normal route would not be easy. However, aren't we practitioners of the way of immortals? We have countless methods to confuse martial artists. Since the normal route is not possible, then we will take the abnormal route. We will pretend to be dead and escape underground. Oh, if that does not work, we will escape using fire. Could it be that we can't sneak out? In any case, she could not first be a medicine boy, then an outer disciple, and then pass some tests. How tiring would that be? On the other side, Valley Head Nya asked, what does nephew Ren plan to do? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin, the situation is stronger than the person. Uncle Nya, since we are in other people's territory, what is there for this nephew to be calculative about? It is only the arrangements of others. In any case, this nephew is only here to inquire about the news of my brothers. If I can learn some of the fragrant religion's martial arts, TSK, this nephew would naturally be more than happy to do so. Valley Head Nya nodded and repeated Manager Yang's words. Zhang Xiaohua was naturally endlessly grateful. After chatting for a while and explaining some of the fragrant religion's rules and taboos, Valley Head Nya finally walked out unhurriedly. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the pill room and looked at the rejuvenation valley that she had lived in for half a year. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 506. To Zhang Xiaohua, coming to Rejuvenation Valley was definitely a coincidence. He never thought that he would be able to stay here for half a year. Furthermore, thinking about the rewards he had gained here, it could be said that it was fruitful. It was more pleasing to the eye than the fruits of autumn. Thinking about it, the art of alchemy, the art of making weapons, the art of alchemy, the heavenly Tao of the human body, the meridian nourishing pill, the jade water sword. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua want to cover his mouth and laugh. However, was this all that he had gained? Looking at the clouds in the azure sky, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel disappointed. Faintly, he felt that he had not included the most important thing in his calculations. But, how could he include her in his calculations? He almost could not grasp his own thoughts. It was more difficult than comprehending the heavenly Tao. Perhaps, he would have an explanation today. After all, he was leaving early in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Unexpectedly, Nye Qinyu, who usually came to Zhang Xiaohua's place when she had nothing to do, did not show up for the entire afternoon. It was as if she did not realize that Zhang Xiaohua was leaving the next day. Zhang Xiaohua did not have much to pack. After staying outside the alchemy room for a while, he returned. He sat cross-legged and pondered over the mantra to conceal his cultivation. This was too important. The scene of him encountering the incense order's emissary, Lord Kong, was still fresh in his mind. He did not think that this seemingly cold Lord Kong was simply testing his martial arts. If not for the fact that his actual strength was far beyond what he had shown, that simple palm strike would have seriously injured him. But to be able to trick the Yuhuandan pill out of a simple bite of the tongue was really out of his expectations. This Lord Kong, cough cough, was really rich and imposing. Zhang Xiaohua did not know that Peacock, who was sitting cross-legged on the white blanket, was also deep in thought. She could not suppress the irritation in her heart. Peacock really did not know why she had lost her composure. This Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary disciple of the pugilistic world. His looks were average and his figure was thin. No matter where she looked from, there was no reason for her to be attracted to him. The cult of incense never forbade its disciples from having feelings for each other. Peacock was a typical example amongst the inner disciples, and it was unknown how many of the elites in the sect secretly admired her. But the female disciples of the cult of incense were mostly indifferent towards feelings, and Peacock was the same. So, until now, there had not been a formal or suitable disciple who could make her fall in love. But today, on an ordinary afternoon, a sunny afternoon, an ordinary medicine boy, a youth who was said to be only 15 years old, actually made her feel like he was the only one in the world. This was simply impossible, simply inconceivable. That faint smile, that neither servile nor overbearing salute, and that instant of warmth when their palms touched, caused a great wave of emotions to surge through Peacock's heart. The humble way of addressing her as little one, the lowly status of a medicine boy, and the flattering recommendation from Valley Head Nya and the others made Peacock's heart burn with a strong sense of shame and anger. Whether this shame and anger was directed at Zhang Xiaohua or herself, she could not tell. At the same time, the trace of blood at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth caused her to feel a faint pain in her heart, but also a trace of satisfaction. Sigh. Peacock let out a long sigh. She lifted her eyes to look out the window at the setting sun. She thought to herself, entering the world, is this entering the world? I have been practicing martial arts with all my heart, hoping to see the truth of the world. I do not want to be shackled by worldly affairs. But Master forced this mission to leave the valley on me. He wants me to enter the world to train myself, hoping that I will be able to gain something from this short journey. But this simple journey to Rejuvenation Valley has caused me to encounter such an inexplicable dilemma. Could it be that this young man is destined to be? Peacock's face blushed slightly under the veil. She shook her head to herself, that may not be the case. This brat is only 15 years old. He is supposed to be Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law. Why would I want to snatch him for no reason? It's so boring. It must be a coincidence that made me feel this way. I can only say that my worldly fate has yet to be fulfilled and I still have something in my heart. With this explanation in her heart, Peacock's heart calmed down slightly. That must be it. Why else would the feeling I had when I first saw him be different from later on? If there is fate, this feeling should not change. Rejuvenation Valley, Peach Blossom Forest, Peach Blossom Nunnery. Nye Qinyu stared blankly at the peach trees outside the window. The brilliant peach blossoms of spring had long turned into spring mud. Countless peaches had borne fruit. But where was the fruit she wanted? Nye Qinyu's eyes looked at the peach blossom forest. Her mind kept flashing back to the days and nights she spent with Zhang Xiaohua. Many details she thought she had long forgotten were inadvertently recalled at this moment. But the more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt. An unintentional encounter was going to end tomorrow. A fate that had a beautiful beginning but did not have a perfect ending. Was this what it meant to be fated but not meant to be? Picking up the comb on the table, Nye Qinyu unconsciously combed her dark hair. This was usually done by Little Orange, but now it was the best way for Nye Qinyu to sort out her worries. However, it was easy to comb her hair but difficult to untie her feelings. Not to mention the thousands of knots that had been tied in her heart. Perhaps only he could untie these knots with his own hands. Not far away, Little Orange worriedly looked at the young miss who was looking out the window while combing her hair. She did not know how to comfort her. Ever since she came back last night, Nye Qinyu had been so listless. It was as if her entire soul was outside. Last night at the banquet to welcome the incense cult, there was some laughter, but the rest of the time she was like this. Alas, who could understand Nye Qinyu's thoughts better than her? Who could truly understand Nye Qinyu's feelings? In an instant, the back of a young man holding a long sword with boundless momentum appeared in Little Orange's mind. That back was so attractive that her eyes were firmly glued to it. For a long, long time, she was unwilling to look away. While she was lost in thought, the sound of the stairs creaking suddenly came from below. Little Orange turned her head and saw Valley Master Nya walking up the stairs. Little Orange saw him and quickly bowed. She was about to greet Nye Qinyu when Valley Master Nya quickly waved his hand and shook his head gently. Little Orange saw this and worriedly looked at Nye Qinyu before carefully retreating. Valley Master Nya walked lightly to Nye Qinyu's side. Looking at his beloved daughter's empty eyes and frozen expression, his heart ached. He sighed softly, little you. It was not until he called her 3 times that Nye Qinyu came back to her senses. Seeing that it was her father, she quickly said, "When did father come?" After she finished speaking, she was about to stand up and bow. Valley Master Nya held her shoulders and smiled. Father also just came in. You should sit down. As he spoke, Valley Master Nya also sat down on the ground beside Nya Qinyu. Father. Nya Qinyu looked at her father's behavior and her small mouth was a bit flat. In Nya Qinyu's memory, when her mother had just passed away, her father would always casually sit beside her like this and look at her lovingly, whether it was reading medicine books or doing needlework. However, as she grew older and the affairs in the valley became more and more busy, her father had not sat beside her like this for a long time. Valley Master Nya smiled kindly and reached out to stroke his daughter's hair. Little you have grown up. Father is also old. Alas, but there are some things that I can't do for you. Although I really want to, but you still have to rely on yourself. Ren Xiaoyao. I know that what I want to do can only end here. He was extremely unwilling to say the 3 words, Ren Xiaoyao, here for fear that it would affect his daughter's feelings. Fortunately, when Nya Qinyu heard it, her eyes only reddened and she did not have much of a reaction. She also sighed. Father, I understand what you mean. When you asked Big Brother Ren to stay and promised to send him to the fragrant religion, I already knew. He is a person of unknown origin. If you didn't want to give me a chance and give him a favor, how could you recommend him to the fragrant religion? After all, he is brother-in-law's cousin. Back then, Uncle Yu personally looked for you and you didn't agree. This is putting the lifeline of our Rejuvenation Valley on the line. Valley Master Nya smiled bitterly. I originally wanted to repay Ren Xiaoyao's kindness in escorting you back. I also wanted to send him to the fragrant religion and then use our Rejuvenation Valley's elixirs and alchemy skills to create conditions for you. Who knew, alas, this Ren Xiaoyao and this beta school actually returned to our Rejuvenation Valley something that far exceeded what we gave him. In this way, recommending him to the fragrant religion would not be obvious, and Valley Master Nya solemnly took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Nya Qinyu, saying, and this Ren Xiaoyao actually refined the legendary Crimson Flame elixir and only kept 1 for himself. The other 5 were all given to our Rejuvenation Valley. Nya Qinyu was a little surprised and then smiled. I don't find it strange that Big Brother Ren can refine the Crimson Flame elixir. He seems to be a deity and there is nothing he can't do. I didn't go to the pill room at noon for the same reason. However, Big Brother Ren has never suffered losses. Why did he change his mind this time and only keep 1 for himself? Valley Master Nya smiled. Why don't you think about it? Looking at her father's half-smile, Nya Qinyu blushed and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, is it for me? What do you think? Valley Master Nya still asked in return. A trace of spirit appeared in Nya Qinyu's eyes. Then he should have given it to me personally. Why did he have to go through father's hands? Valley Master Nya smiled. How would father know the thoughts of a young man? Perhaps he is thin-skinned. In any case, I advised him to keep the elixir for his brother, but he said to give it to the person who needs it the most. Then his smile became even wider, saying, but in this Rejuvenation Valley, who needs to improve their skills the most? Valley Master Nya had thought that Nya Qinyu would laugh through her tears and even blame him shyly after hearing these words. However, when Nya Qinyu heard these words, her face instantly paled and there was some despair in her eyes. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. Valley Master Nya thought to himself, oh no, I don't know what I said wrong. Chapter 507. Valley Head Nya originally wanted to comfort his daughter by saying that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave the Crimson Flame pill for Nya Qinyu to increase her power. However, Nya Qinyu's expression changed drastically. Valley Head Nya forced a smile and said, what's wrong? Little you, did I say something wrong? After a long while, Nya Qinyu said in a low voice, Brother Ren is right. I am the one who needs to increase my power the most in Rejuvenation Valley. However, father, with my martial arts, even if I take the Crimson Flame pill, I will not be able to catch up to you. How can I accompany Brother Ren to roam the pugilistic world? Valley Head Nya laughed and said, you want to roam the pugilistic world just like that? Nya Qinyu said shyly, why not? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high. If I can't be on par with him, how can I? Ha, if 1 crimson flame pill is not enough, we will take 2. If 2 is not enough, we will take 3. Valley head Nye said generously. Alas. Nye Qianyu sighed. Although her face was still red, she said, Father, you don't have to comfort me. This medicinal pill is only effective for the first time. It's useless to take more. I don't believe that you don't know this. Valley head Nye's face was a little awkward. Cough cough, it is better to take it than not. This is Brother Ren's good intention. You should accept it. After he finished speaking, he was about to put the jade bottle into Nye Qianyu's hands. However, Nye Qianyu shook her head and pushed the jade bottle back. She said in a low voice, Father, don't deceive me. You are the one who planned to take the crimson flame pill. Valley head Nye was stunned but said, No, my crimson flame pill is in the pill room. Then, looking at Nye Qianyu's somewhat reproachful eyes, he shook his head and said, Little you, sometimes being too smart may not be a good thing. Sigh, Nye Qianyu looked out of the window and said, Brother Ren has always been clear about public and private matters. If he wanted to give it to me, he would definitely leave one for me. Since he gave all the pills to Father, it naturally means that he gave them to Rejuvenation Valley. Perhaps everyone in Rejuvenation Valley needs the Crimson Flame pill to increase their power, but only I don't. Because 5 years of power is completely meaningless to a weak girl like me who has yet to achieve martial arts. Don't think so, Father. Valley Master Nye didn't speak. He quietly looked at his daughter who had regained her composure. Nye Qianyu continued, Father's internal strength has been stuck at a bottleneck in recent years and has not been able to improve for a long time. Although the method of circulating internal strength that Big Brother Ren taught is very good, Father's internal strength is still limited and cannot be practiced to perfection. If we can obtain the help of this Crimson Flame pill, success will be achieved naturally and our internal strength will enter a new realm. This method of refining pills will also be successful and our Rejuvenation Valley will be able to refine real pills. And you giving this pill to your daughter is really like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. After Valley Master Nye finished listening to his daughter, his expression was still calm as he softly said, You know, Xiao Yu, ever since your mother passed away, your face has never revealed a true smile. Although sometimes I see you smile very sweetly, Father knows that your heart is not really happy. Although Father knows that going out this time has some risks, on one hand, you want to be strong and have to go. On the other hand, Father also hopes that you can go out and see the outside world so that you can open your heart. During the period when there was no news of you, Father was very distressed and often regretted his decision. I was afraid that something would happen to you. Father has let down your mother who passed away early. But you came back safely. Not only did you fulfill your desire to be strong, you also brought back your laughter. You know, Xiao Yu, Father saw you looking at Ren Xiaoyao with a faint smile. Father was very happy. Although your smile was not as bright as before, Father knew that it came from the bottom of your heart. It was a happy smile. That was how Father felt when I met your mother. So, when Ren Xiaoyao was about to leave the next day, Father agreed to your Uncle Yu's suggestion without hesitation. I know that your Uncle Yu made this suggestion because he was dissatisfied with my rejection back then and wanted to see how I would deal with it. But, Xiao Yu, if Father didn't agree, Ren Xiaoyao would leave immediately. I saw your despair and sadness in your eyes. Father would rather lose Rejuvenation Valley than let you be sad. Father only wants you to be happy and happy. Father also hopes that you can have a good start in these 4 to 5 months. Father is also willing to take this risk just for this beautiful start, but, Father, I don't look like a fairy and my martial arts are also very weak. Although I have been with Brother Ren for such a long time, I know that his heart is not with me. Valley Master Nye smiled and said, Xiao Yu, it is important for a girl to be beautiful and have excellent martial arts. But these are only a few aspects. You also have intelligence that other girls don't have. This is your strength. You can't compare your shortcomings with other people's strengths. Then he asked, Moreover, does your brother Ren already have a girl he likes? This? Nie Qianyu was a little hesitant. It seems that he does, but it also seems that he doesn't. I don't understand. Valley Master Nie nodded and said, since you didn't say it clearly, then you don't have one. Xiaoyu, aren't you always strong? Why are you so weak now? Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts is now something that even father can't understand. If he goes to Chuanxiang religion to study for a few more years, even if he doesn't take the name of Chuanxiang religion, he will still be one of the top in Jianghu. This is a delicious cake. It's rare for you to have the opportunity to be close to him. You must not give up. Father, who is the delicious cake? Who wants to snatch it? Nie Qianyu's face turned red again, full of a little girl's attitude. Seeing his daughter's active mind, Valley Master Nie knew that his words had an effect. So he didn't dare to say more. He took out a jade bottle and said, Xiaoyu, didn't you always want to see Chuanxiang religion's Yuhuandan pill? Here it is, in this bottle. Really? Nie Qianyu was surprised. Uncle Yang gave it to you? Why didn't he mention it yesterday? Valley Master Nie saw that he had successfully diverted Nie Qianyu's attention and said with a smile, Old Yang, with his appearance, if he had it, he would have taken it out long ago. He is just a steward of the pill opening hall. He always hid it from me, thinking that I don't know. When he came back for the third time, he was drunk and spilled the truth. He just comes out often and his position in the pill opening hall is also ordinary. Steward, it's just a gimmick when he goes out. How could he have the Yuhuandan pill? Huh? Nie Qianyu was even more surprised. Did the messenger give it to him? But it can't be. The previous messengers were extremely indifferent. They didn't say anything and didn't even let us look at their faces. How could they just give us the Rejuvenation Valley such a healing medicine? Valley Master Nie blinked. Little you, why don't you guess how I got the Jade Rejuvenation pill? Nie Qianyu shook her head. I only know that it should have been given by the messenger. As for why, I don't know. Ha ha ha, Valley Master Nie laughed. You don't know, Master Kong went to the inner valley to play today. When he saw Ren Xiaoyao, he thought of the martial arts competition on the arena and reached out to test him. He accidentally injured Ren Xiaoyao, so he took it out. Without waiting for Valley Master Nie to finish speaking, Nie Qianyu stood up and said urgently, Oh, father, why are you still laughing? Brother Ren is injured, right? How is his injury? Did he take the Yuhuandan pill? Will he still be able to preach the incense religion tomorrow? Valley Master Nie secretly shook his head at the series of questions. He pulled Nie Qianyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, sit down. Your brother Ren is not injured at all. Nie Qianyu was stunned and said, Master Kong took out the Yuhuandan pill, how can he be fine? Valley Master Nie smiled and told her what happened at noon. Although she knew that Zhang Xiaohua was fine, Nie Qianyu's face still turned pale. Until she heard Zhang Xiaohua shamelessly say, I'm fine, I just bit my lip. She could not help but spit and said with a smile, this guy can't take any losses. Master Kong only tested his skills and he extorted a bottle of Yuhuandan pill from him. However, she immediately asked with concern, how many pills did Master Kong give Brother Ren? He gave it to Father and Elder Zhang. How many pills does he have? Valley Master Nie waved his hand and said, you said it yourself, this guy can't take any losses. He obviously still has a lot in his bottle, otherwise he would not have given us 2 pills. Alright, I'll give this one to you. You can only protect yourself. If anything happens, you can let Father be at ease. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, no need, Father. I will not leave Rejuvenation Valley. How can I encounter any accidents? You can take it. Valley Master Nie was resolute in not taking it and said, if you don't go out now, you can't guarantee that you won't go out in the future. Don't you still want to roam the Jianghu? Father, Nie Qianyu rebuked and casually took the bottle of Yuhuandan pill. However, Nie Qianyu immediately felt a bit strange and said, Father, think about it. Why would Master Kong of the incense religion want to test Brother Ren's martial arts? Even if it was a test, she must have a sense of propriety and would not harm Brother Ren. Moreover, even if Brother Ren was not injured, how could Master Kong not see it? These questions made Valley Master Nya speechless. Yes, Valley Master Nya had clearly seen Master Kong's loss of self-control. However, he did not dare to make wild guesses. Secondly, he believed that there was no relationship between Master Kong and Zhang Xiaohua. Thirdly, and most importantly, he did not dare to tell Nye Qinyu about Master Kong's loss of self-control. He was afraid that it would cause Nye Qinyu to misunderstand. How could a girl who was in love have a normal intelligence? If there were any unusual actions because of this, it would not be good for anyone. Therefore, Valley Master Nya also took out the weapon that Zhang Xiaohua was accustomed to using and said with a smile, "I don't know about this." However, Nye Qinyu frowned and thought to herself. Valley Master Nya saw this and said, "All right, little you, father will leave now. If you want to know why, you can ask your brother Ren. Perhaps he will know." Nye Qinyu sighed, "Let me think about it again." Valley Master Nya shook his head and turned to go downstairs. A jade bottle was left at the place where Valley Master Nya had been standing. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 508. After thinking for a long time, Nye Qinyu still couldn't make up her mind to see Zhang Xiaohua, whose lips were injured. Although she knew that it was better to see one more time, she couldn't summon the courage to face Zhang Xiaohua's ruthless indifference and her own feelings. After all, she was still in her first bloom of love. While thinking, Nye Qinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She threw the comb far away and shouted, "Xiao Juzi, Xiao Juzi." When Xiao Juzi hurriedly ran upstairs, Nye Qinyu continued to shout, "Go, go, get my needle and thread." Xiao Juzi was puzzled. She didn't know why Miss suddenly wanted to do needlework. But when she saw Nye Qinyu's excited appearance, she prayed to Buddha in her heart and hurriedly went to help find the necessary items. In the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see Nye Qinyu arrive. It was already late. At dusk, dark clouds covered the sky above Rejuvenation Valley. Before long, thunder rumbled and it started to rain. Sitting cross-legged in the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua listened to the familiar sound of thunder outside. She was eager to give it a try. She hadn't attracted thunder for a long time. But when she thought of official Kong, who was nearby in the outer valley, Zhang Xiaohua immediately extinguished the idea. She would leave for the fragrant religion tomorrow. She couldn't give up on finding her second brother just because she was greedy for a moment of cultivation. The loss outweighed the gain. Zhang Xiaohua continued to comprehend the incantation until midnight. Then she laid down a restriction and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. In the rainy night, the raindrops silently moistened everything. But when they hit the windowsills, the roofs, and the trees, countless people in Rejuvenation Valley couldn't sleep. No matter if they were old or young, no matter how profound their skills were, as long as they had worries in their hearts, they were all like this. There were many things to talk about that night, but it was difficult to talk about them. The rain gradually stopped in the early morning, but it was still cloudy. No starlight or morning sun could be seen. Zhang Xiaohua woke up on time. When she opened her eyes, she didn't hear the sound of rain. She couldn't help but smile. The rain has stopped and the sky is clear. It's a good time to travel. It's a good omen. However, when he put away the restriction and walked out, he suddenly discovered that there were two girls standing at the entrance of his pill room. Their clothes were a little wet, and one of the girls was leading an animal that looked like a donkey, a horse, a deer, and a cow. If they weren't Nye Qinyu and Xiao Juzi, who else could it be? It was already July and August and the weather was hot. However, Rejuvenation Valley's climate was different. It was like spring all year round. After a night of rain and gusts of cold wind, the morning after the rainy night was a little chilly. In addition, her clothes were a little wet. Nye Qinyu's lips were trembling slightly from the cold. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a slight pain in his heart for no reason. He quickly walked forward and rebuked, "Little Yuer, why are you here so early? Your clothes are wet. Why didn't you call me? Before Nie Qianyu could say anything, Xiao Juzi behind her said loudly, Miss has been standing here for an hour. The rain didn't stop. It was inevitable that she would get wet on the way here. Moreover, you slept like a log. I shouted until my throat was broken, but you didn't respond at all. If I had known, I would have asked Miss to come later. At this time, Huan, the deer in Xiao Juzi's hands, also cried out happily. It ran over and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face intimately. Since Zhang Xiaohua came to Rejuvenation Valley, she had left Huan to others to raise and didn't take care of it. Now that they hadn't seen each other for half a year, how could she not be happy? However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to pay attention to Huan's situation. She gently patted its horn and said to Nie Qianyu, little fishy, let's go inside to warm up. Seeing you so cold, my heart, Zhang Xiaohua stopped at the right time. Nie Qianyu forced a smile and said, no need, brother Ren. It's already late. The caravan of the incense cult is usually prepared before dawn. When I came over just now, I saw the people in the valley helping to pack up. It should be ready soon. Brother Ren, you should go there early. Don't give people a bad impression. But Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu's face. It's okay, brother Ren. Although it's cold now, it should be warm when we reach the outer valley. Don't delay your journey. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked back to the pill room. She took out a small package that she had packed last night and took out her great wisdom sword. She put these two things on Huan's back and said, let's go. Thus, Little Orange took Huan's hand and left first. Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu slowly followed behind. When they left the inner valley, the east was already a little bright. In the distance, they could see that the caravan of the incense cult had already been packed up. There were only a few people walking around. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release her spiritual sense at first, for fear of being discovered by Master Kong. However, when she saw the caravan, she suddenly remembered that she had used her spiritual sense to observe the caravan the day before yesterday. And yesterday, when she directly used her spiritual sense to see through Master Kong's veil, she did not know. She must have seen that something was wrong with her. It was definitely not a problem with her spiritual sense. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua released her spiritual sense. Sure enough, in the distant attic, Steward Yang and Valley Master Nya, as well as a few disciples of the incense cult, were waiting respectfully downstairs. Master Kong was still coming downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. This time, she noticed that Nie Qianyu, who was beside her, was wearing a light yellow robe. She was dressed very beautifully. Even her face, which usually did not wear any makeup, was slightly dressed. It was the same appearance as when she returned to the Rejuvenation Valley that day. It was just that back then, she had braided her hair. Now, her long hair was loose and she looked more mature. However, there seemed to be something different. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua could not tell. The two of them walked very slowly. Nie Qianyu clutched the corner of her clothes and secretly bit her lips. Zhang Xiaohua also lowered her head and walked quietly. The two of them did not speak. When the figures of Master Kong, Steward Yang and Valley Master Nya appeared in the distance, the two of them had only walked a short distance. When she saw the figures, Nie Qianyu knew that it was time to say goodbye. Her eyes immediately turned red and she said, Big brother Ren, you're leaving soon. I don't know if you've thought about everything about the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, it's just a matter of finding out. I just have to be careful. If I can learn something, I'm willing to do so. Little you, don't worry. That's good. Big brother Ren, you still have to be careful. Don't. As she spoke, Nie Qianyu did not know what to say. As they spoke, Peacock and the others had already walked half the distance, but Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu had not even walked half the distance. Nie Qianyu looked over anxiously and took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. She said, "Big brother Ren, these 2 jade bottles were given to me by father yesterday. One is the Crimson Flame pill and the other is the Yuhuandan pill. I know you have some with you, but these are hard to come by. It's better to keep as many as you can. Take them, I have no use for them anyway." Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. These things had been tossed around, why did it return to her? Zhang Xiaohua quickly declined, "1 Crimson Flame pill is enough. It's useless to have more. I still have a lot of Yuhuandan pill with me. You can keep them for yourself." Nie Qianyu refused. "The Crimson Flame pill is the most important thing for you to improve your skills. It's also useful for you to spread the incense cult. The Yuhuandan pill is even more important. It's extremely effective in treating internal injuries. It's inevitable that you'll encounter danger in the martial arts world. If you can have 1 more Yuhuandan pill, you'll have 1 more layer of protection." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, "Let's not talk about the Yuhuandan pill first. I still have the Crimson Flame pill. Only the first one is effective. The rest are redundant. I have no use for them. You can take them." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua decline, Nie Qianyu's tears almost fell. 1 more pill is always useful. She stubbornly placed her outstretched hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and refused to withdraw it. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely touched. She looked at the 2 sacred pills that everyone in the martial arts world coveted. Nie Qianyu gave them to her without hesitation, just to give her an additional layer of protection. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her slightly sour nose, looked into the distance, and whispered into Nie Qianyu's ear, "Little you, keep it well. I also have a lot of Crimson Flame pills. I'll only tell you one. Don't tell anyone else." Bah! Nie Qianyu couldn't help but spit. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other jade bottle and said, "This is the Yuhuandan pill. That Lord Kong gave me 6 pills. I've been using them. Don't underestimate your big brother Ren. When have I ever suffered internal injuries? And this Yuhuandan pill, to be honest, I really have no use for it. Although it has a great reputation, it can't treat my internal injuries." "What?" Nie Qianyu asked curiously. "The Yuhuandan pill is a sacred pill for healing injuries. How can it not treat your internal injuries? Big brother Ren, don't lie to me." Zhang Xiaohua acted mysterious. "Little you, I'll only tell you. The internal energy I practice is very strange. Ordinary pills are useless for me. You must remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else." These 2 sentences of "don't tell anyone else" made Nie Qianyu feel sweet in her heart. She was skeptical. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled up. "When did your big brother Ren lie to you? Quickly keep it. Don't let the people from the Cult of Fragrance see it. Otherwise, your father won't be able to take it." Nie Qianyu hesitated. Zhang Xiaohua said again, "If you don't keep it, I'll be angry." This sentence was half true and half false. Nie Qianyu treated it as an imperial edict and immediately kept it in her arms. She was afraid to make him unhappy. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "That's a good little you, At this moment, Peacock had already boarded the carriage. She looked up and frowned. Valley head Nie saw this and quickly said, "Lord Kong, please don't blame me. I'll hurry them up." Peacock snorted and waved her hand, indicating that there was no need. Manager Yang smiled at the side. "It's been many years since they left. I don't know when they'll meet again. Let's talk a little more." Nie Qianyu saw that Lord Kong had already boarded the carriage and did not dare to keep Zhang Xiaohua any longer. She hurriedly said, "Big brother Ren, quickly go. I'll send you here." "You," she could not finish the word, "you." Her eyes were red and she was choking with sobs. "Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote." Chapter 509. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu's small face, nodded, and then turned around. Little Orange was holding Huan's hand and was not far away. Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Little Orange and saw that Little Orange was also shedding tears of farewell. She sighed and floated up. Turning back to look at Nie Qinyu, she patted Huan's bald horn and Huan quickly ran towards the carriages. Peacock looked at Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer and said in a low voice, "This David's deer is Ren Xiaoyao's mount?" Valley head Nie smiled apologetically, "Yes, this David's deer is very human-like and is called Huan." Peacock did not comment and waved her hand, "Let's go." Manager Yang shouted loudly, "Official Kong's orders, let's go." Immediately, everyone and the carriages started moving and the carriages were about to set off. Manager Yang turned around and cupped his fists towards Valley head Nie, "Old brother Nie, this brother will be leaving now. If there is a chance in the future, we will meet again." At this time, Manager Yang did not bother to call him Valley head Nie. Valley head Nie looked at the old man he had known for decades and also cupped his fists, "All right, brother. Have a safe journey. If there is a chance in the future, come to Rejuvenation Valley. This old brother will be waiting for you at any time." Haha. The two smiled and parted with tears in their eyes. But at this time, a shout came from afar, Big Brother Ren, Official Kong, who was about to enter the carriage, immediately stopped and raised his head to look into the distance. He saw that Nie Qinyu seemed to have thought of something and took out something from her bosom, shouting, "Big Brother Ren, wait." She chased after him on the muddy grass. Zhang Xiaohua also stopped when she heard the shout. Seeing Nie Qinyu chase after her and Official Kong's carriage, she patted Huan and turned around to hurry over. Perhaps the grass was slippery, or perhaps she tripped in the mud, but in any case, our cute and easily injured Nie Qinyu slipped again and fell straight into the mud. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still far away and could not help her up even if she wanted to. Under everyone's gaze, Nie Qinyu fell to the ground, but her hands were still raised high. Then, she carefully got up, afraid of dirtying the thing in her hands, and continued to run forward. Zhang Xiaohua quickly dismounted. Nie Qinyu rushed in front of her and handed the thing in her hands in front of Zhang Xiaohua, panting, "Brother Ren, I have nothing else to give you. This is a silk bag that I personally made yesterday. Take it as a souvenir, take it as a memento, take it as a souvenir." Zhang Xiaohua and, as she got, Nie rushed in front of her, Nie Qinyu rushed in front and she and Qinyu at her, as she ants, holding the thing in her hand, Looking at Nie Qinyu's muddy body and face, as well as the green silk pouch in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua was once again moved. He carefully took the pouch, but he heard Nie Qinyu's face turn red as if blood was about to drip out. She whispered, "Big Brother Ren, please keep the things inside. You can look at them later." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her fingers slightly and a gap appeared in the silk bag. She did not need to look at it with her eyes, but with her divine sense, she could see that it was actually a bundle of black hair. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why she did not like Nie Qinyu just now. It was because of her hair. Zhang Xiaohua could not hold it in any longer. Her eyes were red and she said softly, "Little you, Nie Qinyu finally burst into tears. She rushed over and fell into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. "Brother Ren," Zhang Xiaohua raised her hands and did not know if she should put them down. Nie Qinyu hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist with both hands, tears gushing out of her eyes like water. At this moment, Peacock, who was in the distance, frowned slightly and shouted in a low voice, "Caravan, set off." She actually used her internal energy and the whole Rejuvenation Valley heard it clearly. Everyone who saw Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qinyu did not dare to delay. They immediately came to their senses and set off. Zhang Xiaohua's heart tightened, but she did not know if she should push Nie Qinyu away. Alas, the cicadas in winter are mournful. Facing the pavilion in the evening, the sudden rain has just stopped. Drinking in the tent at the capital gate is not in the mood. Reluctant to leave, the boat starts. Holding hands and looking at each other with teary eyes, she was speechless, while Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating, she heard official Kong say in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, catch up quickly in a moment. Do not delay the journey." After saying this, Peacock went straight into the carriage and did not say anything else. Everyone was astonished. Only Valley Head Nya looked happy. Looking at the two people in the mud from afar, he led the Rejuvenation Valley people to follow the incense cult's caravan and slowly sent them off. Nye Qianyu, who buried her head in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, did not hear Peacock's first sentence clearly. However, she heard the second sentence very clearly. She could not help blushing and was about to raise her head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She finally put her hand down and stroked Nye Qianyu's black hair. Then, she put her mouth next to Nye Qianyu's ear. Nye Qianyu's body felt hot and dry. She was surprised and happy. This was in front of everyone. How could Brother Ren? However, she heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice next to her ear. Nye Qianyu was stunned at first, then surprised, then confused, and finally grateful. After nearly half an incense stick of time, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and smiled. "Little you, do you remember clearly?" Nye Qianyu's face was red, but she did not let go of her hand. She said, "I remember it clearly, Brother Ren. Is this really the Beidou School's internal strength secret manual? I can cultivate it?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "Yes, but you have to swear that you will not tell anyone about this cultivation method, not even your father." Nye Qianyu nodded resolutely. "Okay, little fishy, you can." Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to say it clearly. Nye Qianyu understood tacitly and quickly let go of her hand. She said shyly, "Brother Ren, please don't blame me. I was a little rude." Looking at Nye Qianyu's shy expression, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but reach out and pinch her nose. She said, "Don't blame me, how can I blame you?" Nye Qianyu revealed a happy smile. She bit the corner of her mouth and did not speak. The two of them were silent for a moment. Nye Qianyu whispered, "Brother Ren, let's go. If we don't leave now, we will delay the journey. If Master Kong blames us, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. She pinched her nose again. "I have to go. Don't cry anymore. There will be a chance to meet again." Nye Qianyu nodded, but her tears flowed out again. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She heard Nye Qianyu call out again, "Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He turned around again, looked at Little Orange who was waiting in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Little fish Nya, there's something I need to tell you, but don't blame me, and don't tell anyone else." Nye Qianyu nodded desperately. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Actually, my name is not Ren Xiaoyao. My real name is Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua? Nye Qianyu opened her mouth in surprise. There were tears in her eyes, but she wanted to laugh out loud. She never expected that the Brother Ren, who was excellent in martial arts and merciless in killing people, would have such a cute name. Seeing Nye Qianyu's surprise, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained, "Little fishy, don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to explain, but I don't have a chance. Oh, don't forget, you lied to me about your age. If it wasn't for the martial arts competition, you wouldn't." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so anxious, Nye Qianyu could not help but laugh out loud. "It's not your fault, Brother Ren. You still call me Brother Ren?" Nye Qianyu glared at Zhang Xiaohua. "Didn't you want to hide it from others? If I don't call you Brother Ren, what should I call you?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Alas, he was coaxed by this girl and revealed all his secrets. In his mind, although the carriage of the fragrance cult was moving slowly, it was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay and said, "Little fishy, I have to go. You have to take care of yourself. Don't be anxious to improve your internal strength." "Okay, I really have to go." Zhang Xiaohua finally reached out his hand and stroked Nye Qianyu's hair. He turned around and floated onto the David's deer. He patted Huan's bald horn. The David's deer screamed and ran after Nye Qianyu. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and stared at Nye Qianyu. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Don't cry, don't cry. Brother Ren told me not to cry. Nie Qianyu murmured in her heart and in a low voice. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that was getting smaller and smaller, tears still came out of her eyes. Alas, since ancient times, sentimental feelings have hurt parting. How can I neglect the autumn festival? Tonight, when I wake up from my drunken stupor, the wind blows and the waning moon on the bank of willow trees. This year's departure should be a good time in name only. Even if there were thousands of amorous feelings, who would he tell? The David's deer went on the path out of the valley. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand and waved goodbye. Nie Qianyu saw this and quickly waved back. However, in less than a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's figure had disappeared. After a while, the tactful little orange walked forward and said, "Miss, Brother Ren has gone far. You should go back and change your clothes. Otherwise, you will get sick." Brother Ren? Hearing this, Nie Qianyu felt warm and happy in her heart. This guy never wants to suffer any loss. I just told him my age, but he remembered it. That's my real name. He didn't tell me until the last moment. Alas, Nie Qianyu and Zhang Xiaohua, aren't they a perfect match? Could it be that he... In an instant, Nie Qianyu was stunned. She couldn't even hear Little Orange calling her from the side. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huanhuan's back and waited until Nie Qianyu was out of sight before turning around. If he used his divine sense, he could still see Nie Qianyu. However, he didn't do so. Parting was always cruel. Wouldn't he torture himself many times? Looking at the dark green silk pouch in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart and carefully put it into his money pouch. In addition to the Prajna heavy sword and his own small bag, there was also a huge bag on Huanhuan's back. Needless to say, Nie Qianyu had prepared it for him. Zhang Xiaohua touched it with his hand and knew that there were many things inside. He sighed again and looked forward. As far as his eyes could see, there was no sign of the carriages. However, there were Rejuvenation Valley disciples waiting not far away. They must have been instructed by Valley Master Nye to wait for Zhang Xiaohua to come closer and quickly bow to him and point him in the direction of the carriages. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile and urged the David's deer to follow closely. After chasing for a while, he finally saw a group of people in the distance. It was Valley Master Nye who led the Rejuvenation Valley disciples to bid farewell to Manager Yang and the other fragrance cult disciples. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming, Manager Yang laughed loudly. "Our infatuated lover is finally here. Old brother Nye, you don't have to send him off. You've been here for so long, aren't you waiting for him?" Valley Master Nye smiled. Yes. Little brother Yang is worthy of me sending him off so far. Forget it. I've never sent him off so far before." Valley Master Nye laughed loudly. Zhang Xiaohua came forward and also dismounted. He bid farewell to Nie Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin, Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng, Mu Qingxian and Fei He, and the others. Finally, he walked in front of Valley Master Nye and bowed deeply. "Uncle Nye, I won't say any superfluous words of thanks. I will remember your words in my heart and will not let you down. Please rest assured." Valley Master Nye nodded and smiled with relief. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the happy departing crowd and said, "In the future, if Rejuvenation Valley needs anything from me, please tell me. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Chapter 5:10. Zhang Xiaohua spoke very softly and Valley Master Nye nodded slightly. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he understood. Manager Yang, who was waiting not far away, looked at them with a sense of farewell. Then, Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanhuan and followed Manager Yang. He turned back and cupped his hands at the people of Rejuvenation Valley who were standing still. Then, he turned back and followed the carriages of the incense cult. They went further and further away and gradually disappeared. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua who had become a black dot, Nie Qianrong rode to Valley Master Nie's side and said, "Father, I always wanted to remind you, but I married early and didn't dare to talk about the affairs of the valley. Now that the emissary of the incense cult has left, I can't hold it in anymore and want to." Valley Master Nie smiled and said, "Are you still worried that Ren Xiaoxia will bring trouble to Rejuvenation Valley?" Nie Qianrong's face was burning and she murmured, "Although Ren Xiaoxia has helped Rejuvenation Valley, after all." Valley Master Nie waved his hand and said, "Qianrong, remember, Ren Xiaoxia's help to Rejuvenation Valley is as heavy as a mountain. You don't need to know the details. We have to pay the price for what we did. Besides, it's already like this. Even if there is a mistake, it's useless to talk about it. Why think about it?" Nie Qianrong nodded, but little Yu, at this time, Yu Zhonglin also stepped forward and said, "Father-in-law, this Ren Xiaoxia is a rare person in Jianghu. If we let him go like this, little Yu will be lovesick." Nie Qianrong spat, "How can you talk about your sister-in-law like this?" Valley Master Nie stroked his beard and said in disappointment, "Ren Xiaoxia is not a fish in a pond. He just hasn't had the opportunity yet. Sooner or later, he will soar to the 9th heaven. But our Rejuvenation Valley. Sigh, it depends on whether our little Yu has such charm." While they were talking, Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng also stepped forward. The three of them looked at each other and shut their mouths. Nie Qianxiu looked curiously at the three of them who kept their mouths shut. She smiled and said, "Father and big sister are also talking about this Ren Xiaoyao, right? This brat is really smart. He managed to coax father into agreeing to let him spread the incense cult." Sigh, "Father, it's not that I want to nag at you, but even if he escorted Xiaoyu back, he was just driving a carriage and sending a person back. Who knows if he has any other motives? My Rejuvenation Valley has such a huge foundation. How could he not know the benefits of a live-in son-in-law?" That day, he had pretended to refuse, but why didn't he take the initiative to leave? In my opinion, he must have investigated clearly and used our Rejuvenation Valley as a springboard to spread the incense cult. Moreover, he also played with little Yu's feelings and took our Rejuvenation Valley into his hands. Changsheng didn't say it directly. He only said, "Father-in-law, this matter is somewhat inappropriate. Ren Xiaoyao is just an outsider. Even if his background is clean, it's best not to." Seeing Valley Master Nie's unfriendly expression, Changsheng didn't dare finish his sentence. He only said, "In any case, father-in-law should be more careful in the future." When Nie Qianxiu saw this, she smiled coldly and said, "Since ancient times, honest advice has always been unpleasant to the ear. Father, I'm only thinking for our Rejuvenation Valley. If you don't appreciate my kindness, we, the younger generation, can't complain. However, I still have to thank father for his forceful actions. Now that the incense cult's emissary has left, we've already instructed our family to prepare a carriage. I'll return to the whale gang and tell father-in-law about this matter. I'm sure father-in-law will come to express his gratitude. I'll return then." When he heard this, Valley Master Nie waved his hand. "No need. Changsheng, go back and tell your father not to mention this matter again in the future. Just pretend it never happened. It won't be good if word gets out." Changsheng nodded. Afterwards, the husband and wife left on their horses. Valley Master Nie looked at everyone and also waved his hand. "Let's go back to the valley." Then, he looked in the direction that the incense cult had gone. They had long since disappeared. He turned his horse around and headed straight back to Rejuvenation Valley. Those who needed to be sent off had already been sent off, and those who needed to leave had already left. Several months had passed like yesterday. Rejuvenation Valley's days would continue as usual. However, with the Crimson Flame pill and a new method of refining pills, could Rejuvenation Valley still be the Rejuvenation Valley of the past? A ray of hope rose in Valley Master Nie's heart. Back to Zhang Xiaohua. She rode her odd beast and caught up to Manager Yang in front of them. Manager Yang was quite a distance away from the carriages. He was slowly moving forward. It was obvious that he was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua approached and cupped her hands. Manager Yang, this little one thanks you for your help. Manager Yang looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. Virtuous nephew Ren, your odd beast is quite good. Rejuvenation Valley must have given it to you as a gift, right? Zhang Xiaohua was startled and didn't explain. She smiled and said, it was Uncle Nie's good intentions. Manager Yang nodded. Old brother Nia and little you are really good to you. They even gave you the valley's rare David's deer as your mount. I'm really envious. However, this is a small matter. For you, they didn't even care about the rules of recommending medicine apprentices and came to me through the back door. Zhang Xiaohua said respectfully, yes, I will never forget Valley Master Nia and little you's great kindness. Manager Yang sneered. What's the use of not forgetting it? In the future, the right way is to know how to repay kindness. Zhang Xiaohua was even more startled. She cupped her hands and said, rest assured, Manager Yang. How could this little one not know? When I leave the incense cult in the future, I will definitely repay Rejuvenation Valley. Manager Yang shook his head and sneered. Ren Xiaoyao, you and Commander Nia both look down on my incense cult. Return to the Jianghu? Easier said than done. Who knows how many medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley have entered the incense cult, and how many have returned? Don't think too far ahead. Zhang Xiaohua cursed inwardly, what does Manager Yang mean? I will never forget it. You said no, so I will repay the kindness. You still won't. What do you want me to do? Zhang Xiaohua was still as respectful as ever. Then please instruct me, Steward Yang. No matter what my identity was yesterday, from now on, I am the Aroma Cult's medicine boy. If there is anything I need, please instruct me. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's humble attitude, Manager Yang nodded in his heart. Yes, since you know your identity, then it will be easy to handle. Let's talk about your previous identity. You are the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Remember, you are little Yu's future husband. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and thought, this huge hat sounds nice on my head. I didn't even touch it, but it was branded. If little Fishy heard this, she might be overjoyed. He couldn't refute and smiled awkwardly. This. I know. It's just that, no buts. Manager Yang waved his hand. He said, I have watched little you grow up. Since Marshal Nia has handed his son-in-law to me, I will definitely watch over him well. Also, you must remember that your future wife is waiting for you in Rejuvenation Valley. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohua complained. What does this have to do with anything? Valley head Nia doesn't even put on the airs of a father-in-law. This unrelated person is. AI, he has good intentions. At least Valley head Nia didn't hand over the wrong person. But. Zhang Xiaohua cried out in his heart, you've given me a warning, but little fish Nia isn't just waiting around. Maybe she'll meet a handsome husband tomorrow and marry him. I'm the only one who's being watched by you. Manager Yang saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak and said, also, your current identity is only a medicine boy in my pill expansion hall. This identity is different from your previous one. To be clear, it is the same as the medicine boy in Rejuvenation Valley. It is even more lowly. You should be mentally prepared. Don't feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Manager Yang, please don't worry. I know. Uncle Nia has also warned me. Manager Yang also nodded and changed the topic. Since you know your current identity, I have to tell you that from top to bottom in the fragrance cult, female disciples are respected. Whenever you meet a female disciple, you must be careful. You must straighten your posture and attitude. Be a good medicine boy with a clear heart and a clear mind. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell from the David's deer. Is there a need to go so far? After talking for so long, you are just warning me not to be a womanizer and let little fishy Nia down? Sure enough, Manager Yang continued, whether it's your previous identity or your current identity, it's not good to provoke the female disciples of the fragrance cult. Not to mention that you've let down Marshal Nia and little you. Even the rules of my pill repository hall won't forgive you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Manager Yang, look at me. Do I look like someone who would provoke a female disciple? Manager Yang looked up and down and shook his head slightly. However, he looked at the carriages in front and whispered, Ren Xiaoyao, tell me. And, don't worry, I will not tell anyone. Do you know our Master Kong? When did you meet her? Manager Yang's gossipy look surprised Zhang Xiaohua. He quickly waved his hand. Master Kong? Don't talk nonsense. I met Master Kong for the first time at Elder Zhang's place. Moreover, she was wearing a veil. I didn't even see her face. I don't even know what she looks like. How could I know her? Not to mention meeting her. You really don't know her? Manager Yang still didn't believe him. But why was she so abnormal when she saw you? Moreover, she treated you so well just now. She didn't even blame you for not setting off on time. Do you think I am a fool? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Isn't it just a little late? Is it that serious? He still shook his head. Think about it. If I knew Master Kong, why would I ask Uncle Nye to find you? Wouldn't it be better to find Master Kong directly? That's true. Manager Yang frowned and continued, however, even if Lord Kong has taken a fancy to you, you must remember not to have any thoughts of climbing up the social ladder. If that's the case, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I will drag you down from your high horse. Hee, don't think that you can be complacent just because you're the champion of the martial arts competition. My fragrance sect is full of experts and any one of my disciples can crush you to death with just a little finger. If you don't listen to me and want to let little you down, this old man can find someone to castrate you so that you can only look but not eat. Looking at Manager Yang's complacent look, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell. This was the first ideological education class of the fragrant cult and the consequences were so serious. Recommend me. Chapter 5:11. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's ashen face, Manager Yang was immensely pleased with himself and laughed. Nephew Ren, don't be afraid. As your uncle, I'm just saying. As long as you follow the rules in the cult of incense and do your part, your future father-in-law and I have already figured out your future path. You just have to follow along. The bright path is right in front of you. In the future, everything in the cult will be taken care of by me as your uncle. Isn't that 100 times better than others who have no backing? All right. Looking at Manager Yang see if you're being reasonable or not expression, Zhang Xiaohua silently cursed. She had just raised a big stick to warn him and now he wanted to give her a carrot. Do you really think I'm a 15-year-old child? But he was still respectful and only had 2 ears. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's respect, Manager Yang was even happier and patted his chest. Although there are very few medicine apprentices who can make a name for themselves, isn't there still your Uncle Yang? I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of the hall master and create the best conditions for you so that you can reach the threshold of an outer disciple as soon as possible. Then I will find a familiar disciple to teach you properly so that you can pass the test earlier. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was about to ask about the meaning of passing the test when Manager Yang changed the topic, but this is under the care of the pill repository hall. Even if you're an inner disciple, if she has any matters to discuss with you, you must ignore her or find a reason to reject her. But you look like a 20-year-old person, but you're still only 15 years old. You're just a medicine apprentice. This Kong, why would he fancy you? I hope I'm just worrying for nothing. The more he spoke, the weaker his tone became, as if there was no better reason. Zhang Xiaohua had long been laughing in her heart. Looking at Manager Yang's respect for Lord Kong, it was needless to say that the difference between their positions in the cult of fragrance was too great. Yet, Manager Yang had forcefully used the pill repository hall as a shield to persuade and educate her, fearing that she would have an affair. In fact, if she really had the intention of climbing up the social ladder, looking at Manager Yang's taboo towards Lord Kong, as long as she could rely on Lord Kong, Even if Manager Yang pulled the pill repository hall's purple ginseng elder, he probably wouldn't touch a single strand of her hair. However, was it necessary for Zhang Xiaohua to do this? He probably didn't even have the slightest bit of such thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua was both angry and amused. She cupped her hands and said, "Uncle Yang, don't worry. I'll remember your words clearly. I won't let you worry." It's easy to say this promise, but no matter what I say now, Uncle Yang may not fully believe it. Why don't you wait and see what I do in the future? Manager Yang nodded with gratification and thought to himself, it's really like this. Even if you say it well now, what can I say when you turn around and look at Lord Kong's embrace? You're not perfunctory. You're a little interesting. You're worthy of little Yu's regard. Manager Yang's face was stiff. Then I'll see what you do in the future. I'll put you in front of me and watch over you carefully. Damn. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She thought, if you keep watching me like this, how am I going to find second brother? However, she still smiled and said, that's the best. If I can follow Uncle Yang, won't it save me a lot of trouble? Manager Yang nodded happily. Just as he was about to urge his horse to move, he reminded her, oh right, you can call me uncle and nephew in private. You must not let others see our friendship. Otherwise, even if you want to make things convenient in the future, others will see through it. I'm dizzy again. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. I still want to rely on you. No matter what, I feel like I'm living off a woman. She could only smile and say, I know this. Manager Yang, please don't worry. Alright, let's go. Ren Xiaoyao, your Rejuvenation Valley's carriage is now at the back of the convoy. There are a total of 6 carriages. 3 of them are items sent to the Fragrant Religion. They have already been merged into the front and handed over to the sect's disciples to watch over. The carriages that the 10 of you are in are at the back. Valley Master Nya took care of you and let you share a carriage with Chang Chang. The other 8 people will squeeze into 2 carriages. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, isn't this all because of Manager Yang's concern? Manager Yang laughed and said, no wonder little Yu has taken a fancy to you. Your mouth is also very sweet. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse forward. He felt very refreshed in his heart. Damn it, the feeling of scolding people is so good. No wonder old man Gu would scold me whenever he's unhappy. Seeing Ren Xiaoyao being stunned by my scolding really makes me feel very good. How could Zhang Xiaohua know what he was thinking? She only shook her head from behind, patted Huan's bald horn, and directly chased after them. Previously, the Fragrant Religion's convoy had more than 10 carriages. In addition to the Rejuvenation Valley's carriages, there were already more than 20 carriages. From the front to the back, the winding path was not short. The Fragrant Religion's previous guard disciples were slightly insufficient. When a disciple walking at the back saw Manager Yang and Zhang Xiaohua chasing after them, he loudly said, Manager Yang, I heard that this brat has some skills. Manager Yang smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao was able to knock that Longting Villa's sword young master out of the arena. Naturally, he has some skill. Brat, you also know this news, don't you? I heard that he was beaten by Master Kong until he vomited blood yesterday. That disciple was somewhat gloating. What level is Master Kong at? No matter how powerful this brat is, he can't be compared to her. Even you, aren't you also several times more powerful than him? That disciple was very pleased and said with a smile, I wonder how your injuries are. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. She cupped her hands and said, I took some medicine and am still in the process of recovery. However, there are no major problems. That's good. However, that Yuandan pill is a good thing. That disciple did not finish speaking. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. She inwardly curled her lips and said with a frown, is that so? So it's like this. Unfortunately, I only took one yesterday and the rest were taken away by Valley Master Nya. If I had known that it was so precious. That disciple sneered, "If you had known that it was so precious, you wouldn't have given it to me?" He. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and did not speak. She then looked as if she had suddenly realized something and raised her hand to take it, saying, I forgot that Valley Master Nya gave me some Rejuvenation Valley's self-made blood replenishing pills before he left. If Senior Marshal Brother is also injured, this little one is willing to give some to you." "Don't." That disciple arrogantly waved his hand, "Don't call me Senior Marshal Brother like this. It makes it seem like I am very familiar with you. I only asked you this because there aren't enough disciples guarding the carriages. I know that you know a bit of martial arts and wanted you to take care of the rear. You saying this makes it seem like I am coveting something from you. Although your Rejuvenation Valley's blood replenishing pill is famous in the Jianghu, it is only an extremely common pill in my eyes. Don't think that you can rely on it to make connections, and don't curse me to be injured for no reason like you." Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she had been lectured and repeatedly said that she did not dare. That disciple then said, "Since your injuries are no longer a problem, I will leave the rear of the carriage to you. However, you don't have to be afraid. I will wait at the front to help you clear the way. You will only be a decoration. If there is anything, just call and we will immediately rush over." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That would be best, Master, but please don't worry, this little one will be strictly on guard. If there is any trouble, I will immediately warn you." That disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua was expressing her loyalty and was even pretending to be serious. He secretly laughed in his heart, this scoundrel actually thinks of herself as someone important. She doesn't even think of her own identity. She is only a medicine boy. Then he waved his hand, held his head high, and urged the horse forward. Seeing that disciple walk far away, Manager Yang smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, don't take it to heart. The people of my sect all have their eyes on the top of their heads and cannot tolerate outsiders. Although this disciple is an outer disciple, he is also like this." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. How could he take this kind of contempt to heart? Soon after, Manager Yang also quietly came up and whispered, "That nephew Ren, the Yuhuandan pill." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "Indeed, I also didn't know that the Yuhuandan pill was so precious. I thought it was only a healing pill. When Uncle Nya asked, I gave it all to him. My injuries were only healed by the blood replenishing pill." Manager Yang's face was full of disappointment. "No wonder your injuries are not completely healed. Just now I was wondering why you were not fully healed even after eating the Yuhuandan pill. So it was because you ate the blood replenishing pill. Marshal Nya, that old bastard, still has this kind of skill. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him for it yesterday." Manager Yang inadvertently revealed a hint. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, "Don't look at me like that. You will naturally know the preciousness of the Yuhuandan pill when you arrive at the School of Fragrance. At that time, you will regret giving it all to your future father-in-law." The more Manager Yang said this, the more Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had made the right choice. If he had flattered the two of them and gave it to them, perhaps all the outer disciples would come over and ask for it. The Yuhuandan pill was not much to begin with, so who was suitable to give it to and who was not? She had not even entered the School of Fragrance and had already offended so many people. Cough cough, it was better for her to keep it. Even if she gave it to her second brother or the people from the Misty School in the future, it would still be better than offending others. After educating Zhang Xiaohua and not getting any benefits, Manager Yang said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you stay behind and guard. If you are tired, you can rest in the carriage. I will go to the front to serve Master Kong. If you need anything, you can come and find me." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks. Manager Yang did not stop and went straight to the middle of the carriages. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and looked forward. In the middle of the carriages, Master Kong was sitting cross-legged in the carriage. She did not know if he was cultivating or meditating. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then rode the David's deer to catch up with the carriages. She did not dare to waste any time. She had not completely understood the incantation of God's guidance. She might be able to hide it from Master Kong for a while, but once she arrived at the School of Fragrance, it would be unknown. If the School of Fragrance's elders or the head of the School of Fragrance noticed a clue, she would be like a lamb sent to the tiger's mouth. She would not be able to find any information about her second brother, and even her own freedom would be in danger. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the back of the carriages, she casually looked at the carriages behind her. Just as she was thinking about which carriage had a powerful person sitting in it, she saw the curtain of the last carriage open. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth stuck his head out and respectfully shouted, "Uncle." Chapter 5:12. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell off the David's deer's back when she heard the young man call her little uncle. "What kind of relatives are you? Valley head Nye even told me to keep an eye on you. If you're not careful, I'll take your life. Who has the patience to claim kinship with you now?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be puzzled. "Are you so domineering? How did you get such a domineering name? Why did you call me little uncle?" That domineering smiled. "Little uncle is confused. I call Valley head Nye's second daughter, Nye Qianxiu, auntie. Naturally, I'll call Nye Qin you little aunt. You and little aunt are a match made in heaven. If I don't call you little uncle, what else can I call you? As for the name, it's just a title. Once we reach Tranquil cult, we may have to change it to something else. It doesn't matter, right? Little uncle?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly when he saw the shrewdness and flattery on his face. "You're right in the beginning. It's just that I haven't had any contact with your aunt until now. You shouldn't call me uncle or anything like that. Moreover, you're right. Once we reach Tranquil cult, we'll have to change our names. It's better if we don't have a relationship like this." Domineering said with a respectful face, "Little uncle is right. Although your relationship with little aunt hasn't become a reality, sooner or later, the rice will be cooked. I'm just calling you little uncle too early. In fact, no matter how you change your name in Tranquil cult, won't you still be my little uncle? I'll always think so in my heart. You." Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. This guy was too good at talking, and he was no match for him. He could only say, if the incense cult hears this name, it's inevitable that they will think of something. It's better to change it. "Then how should I address you?" "Little uncle, please teach me." This? Zhang Xiaohua was also in a difficult position. Who knew how to address people in Tranquil cult? She casually said, "If it doesn't work, just call me by my name. After all, I'll be a medicine boy in the future." With a strong smile, he said, "This medicine boy is not that medicine boy. I can't call my uncle's name directly. Let's just call him Young Master Ren." Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She thought for a moment and said, "Do as you wish. That's all we can do before we enter the fragrant religion. We'll talk about the future later. I will listen to young Master Ren's instructions." Then, he looked at the David's deer that Zhang Xiaohua was riding and laughed. "I have always admired the David's deer of Rejuvenation Valley. My aunt has never brought me to see it. I didn't expect young Master Ren to have such a reputation and actually ride this David's deer out." She then turned to look at the carriage and said softly, "I heard from my aunt that when Tranquil cult recruits medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley, they're not allowed to bring anything with them. They're only allowed to wear clothes. Since you're able to ride the odd beast here, you must be able to bring it into Tranquil cult. This treatment, TSK, is really..." Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought that riding a mount was nothing more than that. He didn't think that there would be such preferential treatment. Then, he naturally linked it to yesterday's meeting with the fragrant religion's emissary, Lord Kong. He was able to ride the odd beast to the fragrant religion, so it must have been Lord Kong's tacit approval. Others may not have seen Lord Kong's true appearance, so they thought that he and Lord Kong were old acquaintances, or at least had some connection. But Lord Kong under the veil, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that although she was beautiful, she had no significant relationship with him. Why would she treat him differently? This was rather strange. However, Zhang Xiaohua only waved his hand and said, "Isn't this all because of Steward Yang's good intentions? It's just that I'm causing trouble for him. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have ridden it." She smiled again and said, "Since you've ridden it, you've ridden it. It's also to show off young uncle's extraordinariness. By the way, young uncle, I vaguely heard the disciples of Chuanxiang cult asking you to guard the carriage? And, what's there to ask? It's just a decoration." "Io, why are you calling me young uncle again?" Only then did Zhang Xiaohua come to a realization. "Young uncle, I'm used to calling you young uncle. I can't change it in such a short time. I promise that I'll only call you young master when there's no one else around." "You." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat angry and thought to himself, this kid is only about 12 years old. How can he worm his way into being so close? Compared to him, this young master was an idiot. That year at Huanxi Mountain Manor, I was actually teased by someone like Ma Jing. If this kid was there, wouldn't he have played Ma Jing in circles? At this time, he said in a strong and mysterious voice, "My aunt and uncle were full of praise for your martial arts." At that time, I didn't think so and thought they were exaggerating. Now it seems that you're actually valued by the disciples of Chuanxiang cult. This nephew really admires young uncle. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he heard the strong voice say, "Young uncle, from now on, this nephew's future will be in your hands. You must not forget about this nephew. By the way, young uncle, this nephew has learned a good massage technique since young. Are you tired? Let's get on the carriage and let this nephew serve you well." His strong and flattering appearance made Zhang Xiaohua have goosebumps all over his body. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not tired, I'm not tired. We've just started our journey." Then he smiled and said, "If young uncle is tired, just tell this nephew. Don't let your fertile water flow into other people's fields. This nephew has nothing to do." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down again. "What do you mean by, don't let your fertile water flow into other people's fields? How can you describe it like this?" Holding Huan's broad back, Zhang Xiaohua felt lucky. If it was an ordinary horse, it would have fallen down again and again. How terrible would that be? Zhang Xiaohua said with a straight face, "Chang, you just sit in the carriage. We've just started the journey and there's still a long way to go. I'll go to the front and take a look." After that, he patted Huan and rushed forward. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was running away, Chang couldn't help but smile brightly. He turned around and got into the spacious carriage. The two carriages in front were filled with children. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua riding the David's deer forward, they looked at the carriage window with envy. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had seen them, some of them were sensible and had already cupped their hands in greeting. There were also a few who quickly lowered their heads, as if to avoid something. A few more carriages were filled with things. There were disciples of the School of Fragrance who were leisurely riding their horses. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they had already been informed by the other disciples that he was also taking care of the carriages. They nodded slightly at him and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, the carriages in front belong to the School of Fragrance. You don't have to care about them. Just take care of your own things. You don't have to go forward." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I'll go back now." As soon as he said, "senior brother," he knew that something was wrong. As expected, the disciple also frowned. Fortunately, this disciple's personality was good. He waved his hand and said, "Go, but don't call me that in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. He thought to himself, are the disciples of the School of Fragrance's external disciples this awesome? I'm only calling him senior brother, but he cares so much. Even the disciples of the Misty School back then didn't seem to be like this. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua might have asked what he should call him if he didn't call him senior brother. However, looking at that person's arrogant appearance, he was too lazy to ask. He cupped his hands and turned to leave. When Zhang Xiaohua was far away, that person snorted coldly and said softly, "You're just a medicine boy. Even if you're the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley, what can you do in front of us? If it weren't for the fact that Rejuvenation Valley treated you well 2 days ago, we would have cut your face long ago." Since he knew that he was just a decoration and that the School of Fragrance's carriages didn't welcome him, Zhang Xiaohua could only stay beside his family's 6 carriages. He still sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend his incantation. The School of Fragrance's carriages didn't go to Wuxia City after they left Rejuvenation Valley. Instead, they turned at a junction and went straight to the west. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never seen a caravan of more than 20 carriages, there were many such caravans on a daily basis. Even when Zhang Xiaohu was an escort, his caravan was no less than this. Therefore, although many people stopped to watch along the way, it didn't attract too much attention. On the contrary, the last person in the caravan looked sleepy and was riding a strange mule. He attracted more attention. Fortunately, the School of Fragrance's disciples were knowledgeable enough and didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as an equal. Therefore, they just wanted to watch the show and focused on their own business. As for Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't care. From Tanha City to Wuxia City, he didn't know how many people looked at him inexplicably. He was already used to it. In this way, 2 days passed. The caravan had traveled a long way according to the School of Fragrance's itinerary. When it came to the School of Fragrance's itinerary, Zhang Xiaohua admired it. It really was the style of a great sect. They didn't choose only the official roads, but also many winding paths. They didn't even avoid the deep mountains and old forests. Thinking back to when she was with Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, they didn't take ordinary paths. At first, Zhang Xiaohua was also very nervous about his habit of sleeping. But in these 2 days, he found that the School of Fragrance's caravan's itinerary was very orderly. Every time it was dark, they would arrive at a place to rest. And this place was often arranged properly. It wasn't some random inn. The food, drink, and accommodation were all ready-made. It seemed to be the place where the School of Fragrance's members lived. Zhang Xiaohua naturally stayed in the same room as Chang Chang. Although Chang Chang tried to get close to Zhang Xiaohua as soon as he entered the room, Zhang Xiaohua ignored him. He only said that he needed to cultivate his internal energy and could not be disturbed too much. After a few times, Chang Chang learned to be obedient and only served him carefully. Yes, served him tea and water, and did not say anything else. As for the night cultivation, it was even simpler. With just a finger wind, wouldn't the strong ones obediently sleep until dawn? Chang Chang was overjoyed for the past 2 days. He thought that his insomnia had finally improved. Every day when he woke up, he would nag for a long time. He was so annoyed that Zhang Xiaohua almost hit his acupoints again. One day, Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking on a rugged path and cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She immediately released her divine sense in front of her as if she had sensed something. There will be a new atmosphere for the Lunar New Year. Everyone will be rich. Hee hee. Please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 513. A few hundred feet in front of the incense cult's convoy, there were dozens of people dressed in bright armor, standing neatly with weapons in their hands. In front of these people were a few refined people. Although they did not have weapons in their hands, their temples were bulging and there were swords hanging from their waists. At first glance, one could tell that they were sword masters. In front of them was an old man dressed in feathered clothes and a star crown. He held a feather fan and waved it unhurriedly, as if waiting for the fish to take the bait. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. How could they be ambushed as soon as they came out of Rejuvenation Valley? However, if it was an ambush, why would they just stand there like that? Wouldn't they find a place to hide and wait for the convoy to pass by? Just as he was wondering, the old man did something that made him even more puzzled. The old man looked up at the sun and frowned slightly. At this time, in the distance, someone was holding a small flag and waving it rapidly. The old man's face lit up and he immediately turned around to give orders. The young men waved their hands. Zhang Xiaohua thought that they were going to ambush, but the dozens of warriors put away their weapons and quickly went to the back of the mountain. Not long after, they came back. Some people were holding bouquets, some people were holding trays, and some people were carrying huge boxes. These people came to the side of the road and lined up respectfully. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the trays and suddenly realized that there were some wine and food in the trays. Oh, so they were the people who flattered the incense cult. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to them and continued to comprehend his chant. Not long after, the incense cult's convoy came to the place where those people were waiting. The disciple leading the way was not nervous and shouted, "Who is in front? How dare you block the path of the incense cult?" The old man didn't panic. He took a step forward and said in a warm voice, "I am Mao Qi of the Firmament Fortress. I have been waiting here for a long time for the emissary of the fragrant religion. Please stay here for a while. We have food and wine for you. If possible, you can walk a few miles and you will arrive at our place. Please stay here for a night." The disciple smiled and said, "Sect leader Mao, you are too kind. I will go and report to the emissary and see if he agrees." After saying that, he patted his horse and left. Not long after, someone came back with a gloomy face. He said, "The envoy has given the order. The Firmament Doc's leader Mao has accepted it. However, we still need to hurry on with our journey, so we won't stop." "Thank you, Leader Mao." Sect leader Mao didn't give way and continued to smile. "Please report to the envoy that the previous envoys are all resting in my sect. My sect has already prepared food and wine, so I hope the envoy will give us some face." The disciple was a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to turn his horse around, he heard a cold snort. "Sect leader Mao, when did you arrange the itinerary of my incense cult? Whether or not I go to the Heaven's Vault Dock is my decision. Although my senior and junior brothers give you face, do I have to be like them?" The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like it was right next to his ear. Mao Qi was shocked and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I wouldn't dare. How could I have such courage? I just feel that the emissary must be tired from the journey, so I want to show my filial piety. I ask for the emissary's understanding." When Master Kong heard this, he became even angrier. "Since you know, why aren't you moving aside? Do you still want us to walk on the road like this?" When Mao Qi heard this, he quickly stepped back and made way for the emissary. Master Kong's voice sounded again. "In the future, if you encounter such situations, you don't need to report to me. Just drive them away." The disciple in front didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around to agree. Then, he scolded Mao Qi, "Sect leader Mao." When Mao Qi saw this, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and said, "I don't dare to disturb you. Please have a safe journey." The incense cult disciple raised his horse whip and left first. The other carriages also formed a line and slowly drove past the people of the Heaven's Vault Dock. Although the disciples of the Heaven's Vault Dock were scolded by Peacock, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. They only bowed respectfully and quietly waited for the carriages to leave. When most of the carriages had left and only the carriages of the Rejuvenation Valley were left, they slightly raised their eyes and stared at the carriages with jealousy in their eyes. It was as if they already knew that these carriages belonged to the Rejuvenation Valley. However, when their eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged beside the carriages and riding the David's deer with her eyes slightly closed, they were all shocked. They all frowned and looked at each other before lowering their heads again. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on the David's deer and had already seen everything. She was also unhappy. Presumably, the Heaven's Vault Dock had failed to flatter the incense cult and might take their anger out on the Rejuvenation Valley, who had a good relationship with the incense cult. She didn't know if she would bring trouble to the Rejuvenation Valley by swaggering in the carriages. Sure enough, when the carriages of the incense cult were far away, Mao Qi, who was watching from afar, turned around and asked, "The last disciple seemed to be riding the David's deer from the Rejuvenation Valley, right?" A young man behind him nodded and said, "Father, you're right. It is the David's deer. Only places like the Rejuvenation Valley have this kind of beast." Another person also disdainfully said, "The Rejuvenation Valley only knows how to flatter the incense cult. They even gave the David's deer to the incense cult. This kind of gift is not something that anyone in Jianghu can afford." Mao Qi also nodded. No wonder the incense cult takes care of the Rejuvenation Valley. Every time they come out, they go to the Rejuvenation Valley. It is difficult for us to even meet the emissaries. At this time, he saw the person behind him frowning as if thinking about something. He asked, "Little Three, you've always been talkative. Why are you so quiet today? Are you scared by the incense cult?" Little Three raised his head and said, "Father, you saw the David's deer just now." Boy saw that the disciple riding the David's deer looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But he couldn't remember where. Mao Qi waved his hand. In the past, the incense cult's emissaries would more or less stop to rest. Some of them even rested at the Heaven's Vault dock. Maybe you saw him at that time. Little Three still shook his head. "No, father. If it was a disciple of the incense cult that I saw before, Boy would be very respectful. How could I forget? Wasn't the one who led the way the last time we went to the Heaven's Vault dock?" Boy still remembers. This last disciple seemed to be someone I met recently. Also, I saw him from afar. I didn't see him clearly, so I couldn't remember. At this point, his eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. "I remember now. It's actually this guy." Mao Qi was stunned and scolded. "Why are you so surprised? Tell me quickly, who is that person?" "He's not a disciple of the incense cult, but he's in the incense cult's caravan." Little Three laughed. "If he's not a disciple of the incense cult, then he's naturally a medicine boy of the Rejuvenation Valley." Mao Qi waved his hand. "The medicine boy is only about 10 years old. He's always hiding in the carriage. How could he dare to ride a horse outside like the guards?" Little Three said, "Father, do you still remember the martial arts competition for a spouse in the Rejuvenation Valley half a year ago? That 14-year-old boy who defeated the sword master of the Longting Villa?" Hearing this, Mao Qi seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "Could it be that this guy is the Ren, something you were talking about half a year ago?" Little Three nodded and said, "I wasn't sure at first, but now the more I think about it, the more I'm sure. Boy was far away that day and didn't see it clearly. This guy later entered the Rejuvenation Valley and didn't even attend the banquet, so Boy's memory isn't very accurate. Didn't old Nya later call him Ren, something? Ren Xiaoyao. Yes, he said that Ren Xiaoyao was still young, just 14 years old. It would be a few years before he could marry his third brother. How could this be? Could it be that he was sent to the incense cult as a medicine boy? But what about his third brother? What about the martial arts competition for a spouse? Mao Qi nodded thoughtfully and said, "I don't know what old Nya's plan is to tie the Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult closer together. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I'd better discuss it with old Sun and the others." Little Three also nodded and said, "Father's idea is the best. Although the Falling Star Alliance is not strong, after all, there are many sects and they are well informed. They are the most suitable to find them. Okay, everyone, let's go home. There are ready-made food and wine here. Others don't want to eat it, but we can enjoy it." Many disciples behind him shouted loudly, instantly sweeping away their previous dejection. The caravan of the incense cult continued to move forward for nearly 20 days. During this time, there were countless sects waiting by the roadside like the Heaven's Dock, wanting to serve the incense cult. However, the disciples leading the way had learned from their previous experience. When they saw the leaders of these sects, they were not polite and directly scolded them. The caravan did not stop at all and directly sped past in front of them. At first, Zhang Xiaohua was wondering if the incense cult's way of doing things was appropriate and whether it would offend them. However, what he saw in front of him showed him the grandeur of the super sects in Jianghu. Those rejected sects were all submissive and apologized loudly. Many of them even bowed deeply. They did not dare to get up even when the caravan was far away. Where was the anger of being rejected? Every time he saw this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking at the back, secretly shook his head. Servility, this is servility. If such a sect only wants to find a solid backer and does not consider its own strength, how can it stand tall in Jianghu? Not to mention 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Alas, this guy is standing, oh, no, sitting on the David's deer. Talking is easy. How would he know the difficulty of establishing a sect? If they did not flatter each other, these sects might not be able to hold on for even 10 years. After traveling for nearly a month, the weather gradually became humid, and the surrounding environment also changed. The number of mountains gradually increased, and the number of forests on the mountains also gradually increased. Moreover, there were many low and bare small stone peaks appearing from time to time, as if the forest was made of stone. Of course, the food also became spicy and sour. However, Zhang Xiaohua usually did not eat much, so he did not care. On this day, after passing through the dense forest, there was another lush forest in front of them. Sitting on Huanhuan's back, Zhang Xiaohua, who had a breakthrough in the incantation of God traction, suddenly released his divine sense and looked forward. A few miles away, there was a ropeway in the air. A man in green stood steadily on the ropeway with his hands clasped behind his back, moving with the wind. Chapter 5:14. This was the gap between the two mountains. The mountains were not very high, but the distance between the two mountains was very far, and the mountain stream was even more frighteningly deep. A rope bridge was placed between the two mountains. It was like a black line that swayed in the wind. The man in black stood leisurely in the middle of the cable bridge, with his hands behind his back, facing the direction of the fragrant religion's convoy, and quietly waiting. From time to time, the mountain wind would blow, causing the man's hair and clothes to flutter, but the man's eyes did not blink as he stared straight ahead. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense shrouded over, but the man did not notice. It was only when Zhang Xiaohua carefully sized him up that he slightly frowned and raised his chin slightly, a little surprised in his heart. But when he used his qi to examine carefully, Zhang Xiaohua had already moved far away from him. Could this be some kind of welcoming gimmick from some sect? Zhang Xiaohua secretly muttered. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to categorize the man blocking their way as a threat, but along the way, the cult of fragrance had been very brazen, and did not hide their itinerary at all. The various sects had also been waiting for them on the road in advance, but they had not seen anything that was disadvantageous to the cult of fragrance. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohua began to understand why the disciples of the cult of fragrance had said that his escort was just for show. That was because, wherever they went, people would welcome them with open arms, so who would have evil intentions? But at this time, the convoy was still very far from the cable bridge, and the man in black did not notice the arrival of the convoy. His body did not reveal any killing intent, so he could not tell whether he was a friend or foe. After the time it took to eat a meal, the cable bridge was close. The man in black suddenly raised the corner of his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. His body moved slightly, and in an instant, an invisible killing intent immediately spread out from his body, and rushed straight towards the fragrant religion's convoy. Zhang Xiaohua was riding the David's deer at the very back of the group. When he saw the blue-robed man move and release an imposing aura, he knew in his heart that this guy was here to cause trouble. He was not angry but happy. To be honest, he had been tired of traveling for a while. If someone wanted to challenge the prestige of the fragrant religion, he would be happy to watch. At this moment, the disciple leading the way had already realized that there was a suspension bridge up ahead. Just as he was about to warn the group, a low harumph suddenly sounded, "Halt the convoy." It was Lord Peacock Kong's order. No one dared to dawdle. They immediately stopped the carriages and Peacock ordered, "Go and see if there's any movement on the suspension bridge." She did not call out his name directly. The disciple who was leading the way immediately obeyed the order and urged his horse forward a few steps to the side of the mountain. When he saw the green-robed man on the rope bridge clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted, "That man who are you? Why are you blocking my path? Why are you blocking my incense cult's advance?" The green-robed man's pale face was filled with contempt. He whispered, "You're just an outer disciple and yet you're so arrogant. What makes you think you have the right to ask for my name? Go and tell your Lord Kong that I don't welcome you. Tell your Lord Kong to come and face her death. After she dies, I'll throw you off this cliff one by one." The disciple of the incense cult had never been humiliated like this before. He was about to jump down from his horse when he heard an angry shout, "Come back, don't you know what you're worth?" After that, a white figure flew out from the middle of the carriage and headed straight for the side of the mountain. Seeing his lord coming down, the disciple did not dare to make a move. He quickly bowed and retreated. Peacock looked at the figure on the suspension bridge and then looked around. She ordered, "Protect the carriages carefully. Do not let this man's accomplice take advantage of the chaos to rob us. The goods in the convoy are worthless, but they care about the reputation of the incense cult." "I understand." After that, he ran back to the carriages and rearranged the guards to protect them. Zhang Xiaohua, the fake bodyguard, was relieved of his duties. A disciple of the incense cult stood not far from him with a long sword in hand. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from his David's deer and sat in the carriage. Forceful poked his head out of the carriage and asked in fear, "Uncle, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned, "Why are you shouting again?" It's nothing. It seems like someone is blocking our way." "Another offering of food and wine?" Forceful shook his head, "We meet them every few days, hide in the carriage and don't talk. It seems like they're looking for trouble." "What? Looking for trouble? How dare someone touch the tail of the incense cult? Oh no, this is bad. They wouldn't dare to go to Liangshan if they weren't confident. Since they dared to come, they must have some confidence. Uncle, we're just medicine apprentices. They won't kill us, right?" "Nonsense, they're going to kill us all. They're going to keep you alive to report to the incense cult." Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with contempt. A child who has never been in the martial arts world is so ignorant. As expected, Forceful's face turned pale and he said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, we're relatives. If you run, don't forget to take me with you." Zhang Xiaohua glared at him, "Even the disciples of the incense cult can't escape. Where can I go?" "You should pray for Master Kong. Only if she wins will we be safe." Forceful nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, I'll pray now." "Uncle, are you not coming?" Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed. "I'm not sincere." "You do it." Then he released his spiritual sense and admired from afar. He no longer cared about Forceful. Peacock came to the end of the suspension bridge and looked at the surrounding terrain. The bridge was very long and connected the two places. It was the only way. Below the bridge was a deep mountain stream. Inside the stream were countless trees. Everything was green as far as the eye could see. With a plan in mind, Peacock asked calmly, the heroes in front, "Why are you so unfamiliar? What's the matter with you stopping my convoy?" Although the voice was faint, it was transmitted directly into the ears of the man in green. Due to the wind, he could not hear it clearly. The man in green laughed coldly, "I'm Liang Xianxia. I'm a nobody. Even if Master Kong knows my name, you won't know where I come from. Since I know you're Master Kong and I'm blocking your only way, what do you think I can do? I'll just take your life and kill everyone in the incense cult." "Hee, you have a good plan. But just you alone? Don't you think that's wishful thinking? Lord Kong, you really live like a prince. Although there are many people in the Aroma sect, the only one who can make me act is Lord Kong. I only need to kill you, and the others will be as easy as squashing ants, won't they? Peacock nodded. You're right. But I'm curious. Who in Jianghu wouldn't flatter the incense cult when they see them? Why do you have to go against the incense cult? Ha ha ha, Liang Xianxia laughed. Master Kong, if you're trying to get information from me, Liang, then you're wrong. Come, let me see what a disciple of the incense cult is capable of. After saying that, he raised his hands, which had been behind his back, in front of him, holding a steel knife in each hand. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua stunned, even Peacock frowned. As the saying goes, 10 days to practice the fist, 100 days to practice the blade, 1,000 days to practice the spear, 10,000 days to practice the sword. In this Jianghu, most of the people who were highly skilled in martial arts used swords. Only by using swords could they display their profound internal energy and superb moves. Of course, there were exceptions. Zhang Xiaohua's fist training was much more strenuous than her sword training. However, since this inexplicable Liang Xianxia dared to stop the inner disciple of the incense cult, Peacock, no one would believe that he did not have some degree of confidence. This meant that his cultivation of the saber was not low, and he must have a unique skill. Moreover, he was wielding a pair of blades rarely seen in Jianghu. Flexible sword, another flexible sword. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She could not help but think of Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect. That person also wielded a flexible sword, but he was used to slashing and killing. Peacock was dressed in a snow-white robe, holding a flexible sword that swayed in the wind from time to time. The sword was slender and the beauty was graceful. It was a picture of beauty. Peacock stepped onto the suspension bridge and walked forward steadily. Even though she was slender, the bridge swayed with every step she took. However, Liang Xianxia was standing very steadily. His body swayed along with the bridge as if he was one with the bridge. When Peacock saw this, she was not surprised. She waited for Liang Xianxia to come closer before she swung her flexible sword. The flexible sword pointed diagonally towards the sky. Peacock laughed coldly and said, Liang Xianxia, I don't care who you are. If you stop now, it's not too late. Turn back now and I'll pretend that nothing happened. But if you wait for me to strike and chop off your head, it'll be too late for regrets. Liang Xianxia crossed his blades and slashed them across the air. He laughed. Until now, you're still thinking of winning without a fight? Are the inner disciples of the incense cult all so fond of using logic to convince others? As he spoke, he stomped his foot and levitated into the air. He shouted, since you're not going to make a move, then I'll teach you what it means to strike first. Before he finished his sentence, the blade in his right hand was raised and slashed towards Peacock's head like a rainbow. Peacock did not back down. She laughed coldly. I see that you don't know any etiquette. You don't look like a useless disciple from any sect. Let me teach you what it means to be a real master. Then, like a flash of lightning, Peacock charged forward. The flexible sword in her hand was aimed at Liang Xianxia's throat. The speed of the flexible sword was faster than the steel blade. If Liang Xianxia did not dodge, the flexible sword would have penetrated his vitals first. However, Liang Xianxia did not pull back his saber to counter the attack. Instead, he made a circle with his left hand and flicked his wrist outwards. The other steel saber blocked the direction of the soft sword. Please vote. 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 Chapter 5:15. Peacock's flexible sword was about to be blocked by Liang Xianxia's steel saber. But just as the two weapons clashed, the upper half of the flexible sword lifted up and dodged the steel saber. Like a snake, the flexible sword continued to stab towards Liang Xianxia's face. This move was surprisingly similar to Zhang Xiaohua's dream-chasing sword. Liang Xianxia dared not slow down. He quickly turned sideways and levitated into the air. His toes stood on the steel chain of the suspension bridge. The steel saber in his left hand continued to lift upwards in an attempt to deflect the flexible sword away. The steel saber in his right hand missed. While the saber in his right hand missed its target, Liang Xianxia tightened his grip and thrust forward. It was a sword move. Peacock was also in midair. Seeing her flexible sword blocked and the other steel saber coming towards her abdomen, she took a deep breath and bent her flexible sword like an arm. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. It was the steel saber. Her body used the momentum to flip upwards. Just like Liang Xianxia, she stood on the other steel chain of the suspension bridge. The exchange of moves between the two happened in the blink of an eye, so it was hard to tell who was better. However, both of them had a general understanding of each other. They held their breaths and secretly adjusted their internal breathing, looking at each other with caution. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe the battle from afar. He saw a chain bridge flying across the sky. The two of them stood on the iron chain that was trembling slightly in the mountain wind. Their bodies were suspended in the air, their clothes were fluttering in the wind, and their black hair was flowing elegantly. They really looked like two immortals riding the wind. Peacock and Liang Xianxia stared at each other, waiting for the moment when the other would reveal an opening. But, after a moment, where would there be an opening to be found? Thus, one of them shouted and the other reprimanded. Both sabers and flexible swords danced in the air. Once again, they were engaged in battle. Liang Xianxia's twin sabers were like two dragons emerging from the sea, stirring up ripples of blue waves. His saber technique was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, airtight and threatening. Peacock's flexible sword was like a snake spitting out its tongue, nimble in its swiftness. It was nimble and flexible to the extreme, and the sword technique was also like lightning that swept across the sky, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Xiaohua observed the moves of martial arts with his divine sense. Generally speaking, he could easily see the flaws and the trajectory of the moves. He could predict the enemy's moves. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that he had the same feeling as the mysterious old man in the underground hall of the nameless villa. That battle was the most dangerous battle that Zhang Xiaohua had ever faced since she became a cultivator. That was why she could still remember it vividly. In that battle, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness could no longer detect the mysterious old man's moves. She lost the advantage of being the first to strike and fell into a difficult situation. And now, in her consciousness, the two saber and saber skills gave Zhang Xiaohua the same feeling. It was as if she could not see through their moves. Even though Peacock was wearing a veil, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had once penetrated the veil and saw her face. She was only a young girl in her early 20s. Liang Xianxia was even more so. He looked like he was about 25 years old, slightly older than Peacock. This meant that they were young men about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua's second brother. Yet their martial arts were so good that they were almost as good as the mysterious old man. If they were in Jianghu, they would be considered to be very powerful. Peacock was easy to deal with. She was an outstanding inner disciple of the super big sect, Aroma Cult. Which sect did Liang Xianxia belong to? The Righteous Alliance? But if he was from the Righteous Alliance, how could he face the incense order without hiding? The Daoist Temple? Liang Xianxia was not a monk. Of course, the people of the Daoist Temple were monks. Not being a monk did not mean that he was not from the Daoist Temple. But then again, if he was not a monk, he could not have received the true teachings of the Daoist Temple. Zhang Xiaohua began to understand. This guy was probably the same as Qin Shiyue. Maybe he was from the Dragon God sect. But even Qin Shiyue, the disciple of Garuda, did not seem to have such skills. Then which heavenly king's disciple was this Liang Xianxia? Zhang Xiaohua did not know who the heavenly kings of the Dragon God sect were, but with such skills, he must be a disciple of someone of high status. Maybe, he was a disciple of the Dragon God sect's leader. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was making wild guesses, the battle became even more intense. But as the battle dragged on, it gradually became clear who had the upper hand. Both of them were using their superior qin gong. Their bodies flew back and forth on the iron chain, and the sound of swords clashing could be heard. Other people might not be able to see anything, except for the two who were fighting with their lives on the line. Perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching with his divine sense at the back of the caravan, could tell what was going on. Peacock's sword moves were often like a stroke of genius. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness struggled to capture them. But of course, she could still see them clearly. On the other hand, Liang Zhangxiu's sword moves were gradually becoming more obvious as time passed. Zhang Xiaohua did not have to spend too much effort to see the trajectory of the two swords. Although his sword skills were also very good, but it was already at a disadvantage. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, if there were no accidents, Peacock should be able to kill Liang Zhangxiu with her flexible sword. Of course, the result of the battle did not necessarily determine this. At least, the depth and endurance of one's internal energy was a key factor. In this aspect, Peacock, as a female, was at a disadvantage. Sure enough, after a while, Peacock's movements slowed down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Peacock fainted and escaped from the battle. She stood at the side and smiled. "You are very skilled. Could it be that you are a master from the Tenryu sect?" Liang Zhangxiu saw this and sheathed his swords. "Master Peacock, you have good taste. If I admit that I am a disciple of the Tenryu sect, I am sure you will not doubt me. But, do you think I am?" Peacock nodded. "Although there are many sects in Jianghu, other than the Tenryu sect, I can't think of any other sections. Even if you don't admit it, what can you do?" Liang Zhangxiu laughed. "If you say I am, then I am. If you say I am not, then I am not." Peacock sneered. "As long as I capture you, who would not know who you are?" She then took out a jade bottle and crushed it. She tilted her head back and poured the contents into her mouth. She then threw the jade bottle into the endless forest below the suspension bridge. Liang Zhangxiu was not surprised by Peacock's actions. He too handed his swords to his left hand and his right hand took out a pill. He popped it into his mouth and held his swords in alert. Other than the Tenryu sect, who else in Jianghu can make the 7 returns pill that replenishes internal energy like the Tenryu sect? If I don't admit it, wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is ignorant? Liang Zhangxiu retorted. When Peacock heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then, she silently channeled her inner energy into the soft sword. Once the inner energy entered the soft sword, it immediately let out a dragon's roar. Then, it trembled a little and the tip of the sword faintly emitted a light. "Sword ray?" Liang Zhangxiu whispered. "I didn't expect Master Peacock's internal energy to reach such a level. The Tenryu sect, you really live up to your name. From your voice, you sound like a girl in her 20s. To have such achievements, you are worthy of respect." When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was also surprised. He had heard Valley Master Nia talk about this sword aura before and knew that it was a legendary thing in Jianghu. This girl who was younger than his second brother actually had this kind of skill. She really could not be underestimated. Of course, although Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, this girl was wielding the jade water sword. She only used a fraction of her internal energy to create a sword ray that was a foot long. On the cable bridge, although Liang Zhangxiu was astonished, the expression on his face was not too obvious. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Liang Zhangxiu slowly raised his twin blades, as a faint red glow appeared on his face. Furthermore, the twin blades that were slanted towards the sky gradually emitted a red glow. The entire blade slowly grew larger, as a red glow flickered on the edges of the blades. "Sword ray!" Peacock couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The sword ray on the soft sword retracted. Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised. Liang Zhangxiu's blades could produce something similar to a sword ray. Could it be a sword ray? But the sword ray came from the tip of the sword and this sword ray came from such a long blade. Was it not more powerful? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't hear Peacock's exclamation, so he didn't know the name of the sword ray. But when he saw the sword ray on Peacock's soft sword retreating, he knew that Peacock was surprised. He was also curious. So, he said to Chang in the carriage, "What's going on in front? Why aren't we leaving? I need to pee." "Forget it, I'm going to relieve myself." Then, he stood up. Chang was scared and quickly pulled on his sleeve. "Uncle, is the situation in front bad? Don't leave me behind. We're really relatives." Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. "How would I know the situation in front?" "Sit carefully. We're just medicine boys. If the situation in front is bad, we'll be the ones kowtowing and begging for mercy." "Uncle, didn't you say that they wanted to kill us?" "Hee, it doesn't matter who we're going to be, we'll be their medicine boy. We're pill refinement professionals. Maybe they're here to rob us." "Alright, I'm going to relieve myself." Then, without waiting for Chang to say anything, he lifted the curtain and poked his head out. Although the School of Fragrance disciples were on guard, their attention was focused in front of them. They wanted to know the outcome of their family's battle. Who would pay attention to Rejuvenation Valley's carriage? Therefore, no one noticed Zhang Xiaohua's appearance. Delighted, Zhang Xiaohua used his consciousness to scan the area. No one was paying attention to him. When he landed, he immediately made a hand seal and used the earth escape technique to reach the other end of the suspension bridge. However, the mountain stream between the two connected mountains was too deep. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get too close. He could only hide at the top of the mountain and sneak his head out to watch the two people on the suspension bridge using their trump cards. Please vote, 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 vote. Chapter 5:16. On the bridge, Peacock asked, "Liang Xianxia, which heavenly king of the Tenryu sect do you belong to?" "To be honest, I have never heard of any heavenly king who is proficient in sword chi. If I say I am the disciple of Sakura, would you believe me? What is there not to believe?" "But, Sakura. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques, mastering all techniques, nothing is impossible. Don't you think so, Master Kong?" Peacock was helpless. She smiled and said, "Since you have said so, I cannot kill you. If Lord Sakura is angered, it is not something a small disciple of the incense cult like me can bear. Then, I will take you and let my master deal with you." After that, the green sword radiance on the flexible sword became even brighter. Like before, she floated over and slashed at Liang Xianxia. This was what Qin Shiyue had done previously. Liang Xianxia did not show any weakness. He swung his two swords and the red sword chi followed along with the swords to meet the attack. Thus, the green sword radiance and the red sword chi clashed together again. At this moment, the entire scene was even more beautiful. Not only were the green-clothed man and the white-clothed fairy flying back and forth above the suspension bridge, even the red blade aura and the green sword aura were radiating brilliance. They would occasionally collide with each other. However, at this moment, there was no longer a ding-dang sound like before. Instead, there was a ci sound. Sword chi. Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding in the valley, nodded his head. The long sword was called Sword Ray, and the steel blade was called Saber Aura. It was a fitting name. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua could tell with his divine sense that the power of the Sword Ray and Saber Aura was stronger than before. Even the sound of air being sliced could be heard. He could easily tell that the martial arts of these two people had reached a level rarely seen in Jianghu. Until now, although Zhang Xiaohua knew that the sword radiance and sword chi were extremely powerful skills, but as to how powerful they were, she was still confused. Although Nie Qianyu and Valley Master Nie had told her before, but it was all hearsay. She did not really understand. So, watching the two fight, she felt that it was much more powerful than before. But why would it become something that people in Jianghu would change their faces when talking about it? She could not figure it out. On the bridge, Peacock and Liang Xianxia were evenly matched. After fighting for almost half a day, there was no clear winner. But, in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, she could see that the sword qi on Liang Xianxiu's steel sword had dimmed. It seemed to be fading away. Maybe it was because of the lack of internal energy. Although Liang Xianxiu had been trying to feign a way to escape from the battle and find an opportunity to consume the pill, Peacock was also scheming. She kept on fighting and did not give him the opportunity to do so. Therefore, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Liang Xianxiu was not paying attention and Peacock's soft sword pierced through his green robes, piercing a large hole in it. When Peacock was about to slash at his waist, Liang Xianxiu hurriedly raised his steel saber in an attempt to block it. At this time, the saber aura on the steel saber was already thin, and when the two weapons clashed, there was a crisp sound, like a piece of paper being torn apart, and the steel saber was actually cut in two. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. In the fight just now, both of their swords had clashed several times and there was no damage. Even when the sword qi and sword qi were at their peak, it was not like this. Now that the sword qi was fading, it was broken by the sword qi. Could it be that the sword qi's power lay in its sharpness? Was it indestructible? Sure enough, Liang Xianxiu saw that the steel sword was destroyed and was shocked. With a wave of his hand, he threw the broken sword at Peacock like a hidden weapon. At the same time, he exerted force on his feet and flew towards the other end of the suspension bridge. Peacock saw the steel sword flying towards her and sneered. With a light wave of her soft sword, the steel sword was cut into two and fell into the empty valley. Then, she too, used the secret qinggong of the cult of incense and chased after him. Seeing the two of them gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He was willing to follow and watch the show, but between the two mountains, there was only a suspension bridge. If he went over, he would be seen by others. If he used the earth burrowing technique, the valley was very deep. If he went from the bottom of the valley to the top, it would take a lot of effort. Whether he should go or not, it was a very difficult question. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua released his consciousness to observe from afar. But when he swept his consciousness over the opposite cliff, he was stunned. It turned out that on the other side of the mountain, there were actually two young men dressed in green robes who were dressed similarly to Liang Xianxiu. They were also holding two sabers in their hands, and there was a faint red saber aura on the surface of the sabers. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua secretly groaned in his heart. Just now, he had only paid attention to the two people fighting on the cable bridge and had not paid attention to the other side. Moreover, looking at Liang Xianxiu's behavior, he had thought that he had come alone. He did not know that Liang Xianxiu had set up an ambush on the other side. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if it was one-on-one, the three of them would not be Peacock's match. If it was two-on-one, Peacock might be able to escape. But if it was three-on-one, Peacock would not even have the chance to escape. It must be said that the three of them were very clear about the strength of the cult of incense. Should he call Peacock back? Seeing that Peacock was about to reach the Northern Ocean, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. It was too late for him to go back and inform the cult of incense's disciples. Besides, how was he going to tell them? Even if he called Peacock back now, they might not listen. After all, he was just an apprentice of the cult of incense. Yes, an apprentice who got in through the back door. Sigh, it can only be me. Oh, it's me, Xiaoxia. No, it's me, the apprentice. Zhang Xiaohua smacked his lips, a little proud. This inner disciple of the cult of incense needs the help of a little apprentice like me. Hee hee. How arrogant. With that thought, he formed a hand seal and burrowed into the depths of the cliff. Peacock and Liang Xianxiu took the shortcut by using a rope bridge. Zhang Xiaohua had to take the longer route to cover his tracks. He first burrowed from the peak to the bottom of the valley, then from one end of the valley to the other, then from the bottom of the valley to the peak. The whole process was to practice burrowing through the earth. Of course, he could also use the levitation technique at the bottom of the valley. But there was the danger of being discovered by the cult of incense's disciples at the peak. It was better to just burrow into the ground. The valley was unusually deep. Zhang Xiaohua took a long time to reach the bottom of the valley. Releasing his consciousness to determine the direction, Zhang Xiaohua continued burrowing towards the opposite side. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach the bottom of the valley, there was a sudden change. Zhang Xiaohua, who was burrowing through the earth, suddenly saw a bright light. He appeared in an extremely narrow cave. The cave was on the path of Zhang Xiaohua's earth burrowing, and Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness did not detect it. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the middle of the cave, was stunned. It was the first time he encountered someone burrowing into another person's cave. Naturally, he looked left and right. This was a small cave that could only fit 4 to 5 people. The cave was illuminated by several fist-sized luminous pearls, allowing him to see clearly. When he took a closer look, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not far from him, there was a skeleton that was twice as tall as him standing there. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He did not go forward. Instead, he used his consciousness to scan the skeleton. This should be a human skeleton. Well, Zhang Xiaohua had never seen a real human skeleton. But, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, it should be a human. There was a faint fluctuation of energy coming from the bare fingers of the arm. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua would have gone forward and taken it for himself without hesitation. But, at this time, he was somewhat hesitant. Because the fluctuation of energy was somewhat obscure. It was not the frequency that he was used to. Moreover, on the skull of the skeleton, there was a black hole that was bigger than a fist. It was as if it was pulled out by a hand. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was such a big hand. Carefully observing the fluctuation in the skeleton's hand, one was a black jade slip and the other was a small red ring. Zhang Xiaohua had seen many jade slips, but it was the first time he saw a black jade slip. Moreover, the jade slip was faintly heart-shaped. Zhang Xiaohua had never seen the small ring. One side of the ring was a bright ring, and the other side was a ball-like thing. Upon closer inspection, it was somewhat in the shape of a flame. To take or not to take? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. But thinking of the anxious peacock above, there was not much time left for Zhang Xiaohua to hesitate. Moreover, if he saved the peacock, he would have to take the long way back to the carriage. He would definitely not have the time to come here to take these 2 items. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth, and with a wave of his hand, the pitch-black jade slip and fiery red ring flew directly into his hand. Just as the 2 items touched the skeleton's finger, the skeleton immediately collapsed and turned into ashes. However, just as the skeleton fell to the ground, a black gas spread out from the skeleton and floated directly into the soil on the top of the cave. The moment the gas touched the soil, it immediately seeped into it. Then, the energy in the cave fluctuated greatly. The luminous pearl around the cave also flashed brilliantly. When Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, he found that he was not standing in the previous cave that could only accommodate 4 or 5 people, but in a magnificent hall. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. First, he thought for a while. Just now, he only held the jade slip and the ring in his hand. He did not feel his body move. It was only the black gas on the skeleton that caused this change. Then he looked at his hands. The jade slip and the ring were both in his hand. Could it be that he had encountered another array? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the 3 auspicious treasures array. He and Qin Shiyue had been trapped in it before and had experienced the changes in the array. They knew that what they saw in the array might not be real. So, Zhang Xiaohua first put the 2 items into his arms and then released his divine sense. As soon as he released his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale and he was shocked. Recommend me. Chapter 5:17. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were looking at a resplendent hall, while his divine sense was located in a space shrouded in pitch-black gas. When his divine sense came into contact with this gas, it was polluted and blocked, unable to extend even half an inch. Therefore, he did not know whether he was still in the original cave or not. The most terrifying thing was that when the pitch-black gas came into contact with his consciousness, it seemed to have a mind of its own. Not only did it pollute his consciousness, it also followed his consciousness and invaded Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. When had Zhang Xiaohua ever encountered such a situation? His face was already pale with fright and his heart was filled with regret. If he was just passing by, why did he have to be so greedy to take other people's things? Great, now he had brought trouble to his doorstep. In just a short moment, that pitch-black gas had already invaded Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace after he retracted his consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and immediately sat down cross-legged, activating the second level of God's guidance to resist the black gas. But, God's guidance was only a cultivation technique used to forge the consciousness and did not have any offensive capabilities. How could it resist an external attack? Zhang Xiaohua's God's guidance had just been activated when the black gas that had entered his Naiwen Palace immediately spread throughout the entire Naiwen Palace. Following that, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the Dan core floating in the middle of his Naiwen Palace. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua was at his wit's end. However, the moment the black gas touched the Dan core, the restriction covering the Dan core flashed with a golden light. It was as bright as the sun and immediately lit up the entire Naiwen Palace. The golden light was like a golden needle that pierced the black gas that had invaded the Naiwen Palace. The black gas that had invaded the Naiwen Palace became much thinner. Then, the 365 talismans in the golden restriction appeared clearly and rotated like flowing lights. Then, one of the talismans projected a huge shadow in the air. It was the image of a huge rooster. The golden rooster raised its head and crowed to the sky. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, actually heard the crisp sound of the rooster's crowing. The black gas that had been thinned by the golden light surged incessantly as if it was afraid of the rooster's crowing. After the golden rooster crowed, it opened its mouth and sucked the black gas in the distance. As if there was a great attraction force, the black gas that had coiled around the Naiwen Palace was immediately sucked into the rooster's mouth. In a breath's time, the black gas that had been thinned by the golden light was swept away. The shadow of the rooster flapped its wings, as if it was not satisfied. Then, with a flash of brilliance, it shrank back into the talisman. At this moment, the talisman that had swallowed the black gas was also flowing with brilliant colors. Not long after, it flashed its original form, which was a small rooster, quietly floating beside the rabbit talisman, motionless. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and she immersed her divine sense into the rooster talisman. She felt that it did not consume as much divine sense as last time, and she could clearly see the 365 incantations that formed the rooster talisman. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Although she had not completely comprehended the rabbit talisman, she had already completed more than half of it. It was just that she had encountered a bottleneck and could not continue. This time, by chance, she was able to profit from a disaster. Not only did she eliminate the black gas that had invaded her Naiwen Palace, but she also activated another rooster talisman, which provided unexpected convenience for her to comprehend the innate divine restriction. However, thinking about the danger just now, Zhang Xiaohua had a lingering fear, and she did not dare to release her divine sense easily again. Yes, although she did not know what kind of destructive power the black gas had on her, and she did not know the consequences of the black gas invading her Dan core, but thinking that the black gas could enter her Dan core through her divine sense, she knew that this thing was definitely not easy to deal with. Standing in the hall, Zhang Xiaohua kept looking left and right, thinking of a way to escape. Her divine sense could not be outside, so she could only rely on her own eyes. However, she did not know whether everything in front of her was real or not, so how could she find the exit? However, based on the information that she had just explored with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that she should still be in the cave just now. However, because she had taken the two items from the skeleton's hand, she had triggered the restriction, which released the unknown black gas and wrapped her in it. Everything in front of her should be the illusion of the restriction. If it was any other time, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua would have gone forward to explore and see what the hall and the illusion looked like. Perhaps she would have used her cultivation in array formations to break through the restriction using the normal method. After all, there were not many restrictions in this world, and every bit of practice was a little bit better. However, now that the peacock on the mountain top was facing an ambush from 3 masters, if Zhang Xiaohua did not go to help, then the entire convoy from the School of Fragrance would be annihilated today. The life and death of the School of Fragrance may have nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua, but in this way, Zhang Xiaohua's plan of staying in the Rejuvenation Valley for half a year to go to the School of Fragrance to inquire about Zhang Xiaohu's whereabouts would be completely destroyed. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her money pouch and took out the chasing dream dagger that she had not used for a long time. With the dagger in her left hand, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal with her right hand, and with a shake of her body, she directly dove downwards. However, just as her figure disappeared into the ground, she felt that her feet were as hard as a metal plate, and she could no longer move forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use her divine sense to investigate. She only swung the chasing dream dagger in her left hand and pierced it directly. Following the piercing of the dagger, a warm current from the nameless part of her left arm flowed along her left arm and into the dagger. She seemed to hear a light "pa" sound, and then a cool current flowed from the dagger. If Zhang Xiaohua dared to release her divine sense at this moment, she would be able to see that following the penetration of the dagger, the black gas that enveloped the area was violently tumbling. Countless dense black gas were sucked in by the dagger, and then flowed along the nameless meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's left arm into that mysterious place. In a moment, a rather large hole had been pierced through the black gas, and Zhang Xiaohua's figure could move again. She passed through the black gas and gradually dove downwards. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure completely disappeared, the tumbling black gas gradually filled up the hole. Not long after, it returned to a complete sphere. Zhang Xiaohua, who had dove underground, was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. She did not dare to stay any longer. She held the chasing dream dagger in her hand and dove downwards for another 100 feet. Only then did she follow her senses and move forward. When she felt that it was safe, she let out a sigh of relief and tried to release her divine sense. Fortunately, she had already left the black gas. At this moment, the cool current from Zhang Xiaohua's left arm had completely flowed into the nameless part, and there were no longer any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua waved the chasing dream dagger a few times in the air and felt that it was normal. Only then did she relax. Then, she carefully released her divine sense upwards, afraid that it would come into contact with the black gas again. This time, it was not a big deal. Unexpectedly, it was an unfamiliar place. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and did not dare to delay. She leaped up and used the earth escape technique to rush out of the ground. But because the earth escape technique was too deep, it took a long time for her head to emerge. Breathing in the fresh air from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to rest. She immediately released her divine sense in all directions to search for Peacock. Not long after, she found the injured Lord Peacock Kong at the right rear. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua was afraid just now and had actually dove a few li forward. At this moment, Peacock's situation was very critical. Fresh blood gushed out from her left arm, staining half of her arm. It seemed that the injury was not light. Her back was also injured by the blade and was dripping with blood. Her hair was disheveled and her forehead was covered in sweat. The light from the flexible sword in her right hand was only a little bit, as if it would disappear at any time. On the other hand, the 3 green-robed men, except for one of them who was wielding dual blades, Liang Zhangshu and the other man were also wielding a single blade. That man's steel blade was obviously cut in half by Peacock. Moreover, the 2 men's chest lapels were also bleeding. They must have been injured by Peacock's flexible sword. However, the steel blades in the 3 men's hands were still very strong. Presumably, the consumption of internal energy was limited. At this moment, the 3 men were in a triangle formation, surrounding Peacock and attacking fiercely. The 4 blades were like minced meat. Peacock stood in the middle, desperately defending against the enemies. She did not care about her back or her left and right. She was exhausted from defending. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she would die under the three men's blades. Unfortunately, she was surrounded in the middle and could not escape even if she wanted to. Even if she wanted to take a healing pill, it would be a pipe dream. However, even in this situation, Peacock's sword skills were swift and fierce, occasionally forcing one of the men to retreat. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had only been trapped for a short while and the battle had turned into such a tragic situation. These three men really did not want to leave him alive. Therefore, he did not stay any longer. He held Chasing Dream in his hand and was about to release it. But at this moment, his heart skipped a beat. These four men, one of them was from the Immortal Daoist sect and the other three were from the Tenryu sect. For the time being, if he revealed the Immortal Daoist sect skills, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Forget about looking for second brother, even he himself would not be able to escape the clutches of the Immortal Daoist sect and the Tenryu sect. But this peacock had to be saved. What should he do? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan. He kept Chasing Dream in his arms and took out 3 small flags from his money pouch. They were the ones he had repaired in Rejuvenation Valley. With a twist of his body, he used Earth Escape. Zhang Xiaohua's Earth Escape was swift. In a short while, he had already reached the vicinity of the battle. At this moment, Peacock's strength was not enough. Her right arm was cut by a blade and the light on her flexible sword immediately disappeared. She no longer dared to use her flexible sword to clash with the 3 men's blades. She could only dodge and look for opportunities to stab. Zhang Xiaohua did not show himself. He hid in the ground and quietly planted the 3 small flags far away in the surroundings of the battle. Then, one by one, he cast spells into the small flags. In his consciousness, the 3 small flags emitted a faint glow. A layer of invisible light gradually rose from the small flags. Slowly but quickly, it formed a large sphere and enveloped the 4 men in it. Peacock and Liang Xianxia were in the midst of their battle. How would they notice Zhang Xiaohua's tricks from afar? Liang Xianxia and the rest were just a few more moves away from injuring Peacock. By then, whether it was to kill, cut, or capture her alive, it would all be up to them. Peacock was also using up her last bit of inner energy. But at this moment, Peacock's inner energy was depleted. She could no longer raise her flexible sword. Her body swayed and fell to the ground. Peacock was shocked. She knew that her time was up. She did not get up. She closed her eyes and waited for the steel blades to reach her. Please give me your monthly vote, recommend me. Chapter 518. Peacock waited for a moment but did not see any steel blades coming at her. She understood and laughed coldly. If you want to capture me alive and interrogate me about the cult, then you are wasting your time. She opened her eyes, intending to look at them with contempt. However, the scene in front of her gave her a huge shock. The 3 men in green were not like what she expected, with steel blades in their hands, looking at her with menacing smiles. Instead, they were far away from her, each holding a different direction and performing different actions. Liang Xianxia held the steel saber in his hand, and the saber aura on the saber flickered. From time to time, he would hack at something in the air with a terrified expression on his face. Then, he would put away the steel saber and spread out his body to perform lightness skill. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only move about 3 to 5 feet around him. The other 2 unknown men in green, although their actions were different, but they were also panicking. Occasionally, they would fight with something in the air, dodging left and right, as if they were real. Peacock, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. Was this a ghost? At this time, Peacock was exhausted, she could only raise her head and look around. But the scorching sun was right above her head, the shadows of the 3 men were cast on the ground, even she could feel the warmth of the sun. However, this warmth could not warm Peacock's cold heart. She still felt a chill run down her spine. But then, Peacock thought of another question. If Liang Xianxia and the rest had encountered something inexplicable, what about her? Why didn't she think like them? Or, what she was seeing now, was not real? Peacock's lips trembled. Peacock touched the ground she was sitting on, then looked at the rope bridge in the distance. All of them were real. What the hell is going on? Did she fall into some kind of legendary formation? But, if it was a legendary immortal formation, why was she fine, but the others encountered it? At that time, he was surrounded by 3 people. Just as Peacock was panicking and did not know what to do, the scene in front of her changed again. Liang Xianxia and the other 2 suddenly ran as fast as they could in 3 different directions. In the beginning, the 3 of them were still running in different directions. But after a while, the 3 of them shot out in 3 different directions at the same time. Then, they stopped. The 3 of them looked shocked and angry, but the anger could not hide the deep fear in their eyes. The 3 of them stood in different directions and exchanged glances with each other. At the same time, they looked at Peacock, who was sitting on the ground. When they saw that Peacock was still in the same condition as before, they understood something, nodded at the same time and leaped up. Peacock was shocked, thinking that they were going to attack again. But, out of her expectations, the 3 of them actually chose a different direction, using their qin gong to fly away, not daring to turn back to look. What is going on? Peacock was even more depressed. While Peacock was depressed, Zhang Xiaohua was even more depressed. In his mind, he never intended to let the 3 of them leave. However, he wanted to hide it from Peacock. He isolated Peacock from the tripartite formation of the flag gate and replaced it with the real world around her. Liang Xianxia and the other 2 used illusions to confuse her. This increased the difficulty by quite a bit. Zhang Xiaohua had only seen the tripartite formation of the auspicious tripartite formation before, but he had never really used it himself. Even after the 3 small flags were repaired, he did not have the chance to use them. Today, he hastily used them, and when he was controlling the formation, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. Furthermore, when the tripartite auspicious treasures was used by the 3 of them to inject vitality stones into the little flags, when Qin Shiyue was trying to break the formation, she had affected the vitality of heaven and earth in the formation, causing one of the vitality stones to be depleted of vitality. This showed how much vitality the formation required. Zhang Xiaohua was all alone. He was relying on the vital energy in his meridians to sustain himself. The vitality of heaven and earth was not available for him to use. Hence, when he started to control the formation, Zhang Xiaohua felt his vital energy depleted, and had no choice but to take out vitality stones to replenish his vitality. He did not know how to inject his vitality directly into the little flags, so he could only absorb the vitality into his body, and then inject it into the little flags. During this process, there were bound to be some difficulties in controlling the formation, and on top of that, it was his first time controlling it, so mistakes were inevitable. Hence, when Liang Xianxia and the rest were trying their best to run in 3 different directions, Zhang Xiaohua finally could not hold on any longer, and the entire formation collapsed. The light screen from the little flags was broken, and in an instant, the 3 of them had rushed far away from their original spot, and saw the true scene at the top of the mountain. Liang Xianxia and the rest, who were scared out of their wits by the tripartite array, thought that this was the secret technique of the incense cult cast by the injured Peacock, and naturally, they did not dare to take another step forward. Who knows if they could escape just now, and if Peacock were to use this technique again, would they be able to escape by luck? Hence, the 3 of them split up and retreated in 3 different directions. Seeing the silhouettes of Liang Xianxia and the rest disappear without a trace, Peacock let out a sigh of relief, and secretly thanked herself for escaping death. But at the same time, the pain from all over her body immediately overwhelmed her. Peacock had been fighting with all her might just now, and did not have time to tend to her injuries. She suddenly came to her senses, and quickly used her fingers to seal the acupuncture points on her arms to stop the bleeding, but when she wanted to get up, she found that she did not have the strength to do so. She sighed, and took out a pill, and put it into her mouth, and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua released his consciousness, and monitored Liang Zangxiu and the rest from afar. Only when they were far away, did he retract his consciousness, and cast a spell, burrowed into the ground, and kept the little flags that were inserted into the ground. He looked at Peacock, who was adjusting her breathing, and did not stop, and went straight to the bottom of the mountain. This time, Zhang Xiaohua was more careful, and kept a distance from the path that they had used to burrow into the ground, and did not release his consciousness. Only when they were far away, did he quietly poke his head out, and luckily, returned safely. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and then released Chasing Dream, and quietly flew to the opposite mountain, and stopped in mid-air to protect Peacock, who was adjusting her breathing. Although this place was not far from where Peacock was adjusting her breathing, but Zhang Xiaohua would have to take a detour, right? It would be better to leave a backup plan, and not let Liang Zangxiu catch her off guard, and he would not be able to save her in time. Looking at the disciples of the Cult of Fragrance, although they were still on guard, but they were already impatient, and stretched their necks to look at the suspension bridge. Even Manager Yang jumped onto the horse carriage, and shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked in that direction. While the disciples were unprepared, Zhang Xiaohua jumped out of the ground, and just as she was about to walk towards the horse carriage, her heart skipped a beat, and she steadily walked forward. When the disciple who was on guard heard the footsteps, he immediately raised his sword and looked back, and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua coming out, and his face was filled with displeasure. "Ren Xiaoyao, why did you get off the carriage? Quickly go back and stay there." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "This ma. Sir, may I ask what happened in front? Why did the horse carriage stop for so long without moving? Did the horse carriage break down? This little one has repaired horse carriages before. If there's a need, this little one can lend a hand." The disciple's face was filled with disdain, and he waved his hand disdainfully. "Don't worry so much, it's none of your business. You should obediently go back and sit down, and that will be helping us." This. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated, and raised her voice, Manager Yang, Manager Yang." When the disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua was shouting, his face was filled with anger, and he scolded, "What are you doing?" When Manager Yang heard Zhang Xiaohua's shout, he turned his head in astonishment, looked at her twice, and frowned. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had no intention of letting her go over, she sighed in her heart, "I want to give you credit, but you're ignoring me? Sigh, forget it, seeing that you've been nagging me earlier, I won't be calculative with you." Thus, she raised both her hands, waved, and pointed to her nose, indicating that she had something to say. Manager Yang was anxious, and when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was ignoring him, he was very unhappy, but Zhang Xiaohua persistently waved her hand, so he could only wave his hand at the disciple, indicating for Zhang Xiaohua to go over. When the disciple saw this, he snorted coldly, and hurriedly rushed to another place. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands at his back, and quickly ran to the front of Manager Yang's carriage, and with a lift of her leg, she got into the carriage. When Manager Yang saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so impetuous, he was even more displeased, and snorted coldly, "Ren Xiaoyao, do you have something to say? If there's nothing important, then stay in the carriage, don't find trouble for yourself." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Manager Yang, this humble one just wants to ask, this carriage has already stopped for almost half a day, why aren't they moving?" Manager Yang sneered, "This is none of your business, quickly go back." After saying that, he ignored Zhang Xiaohua, and raised his head to look around again. Zhang Xiaohua whispered at the side, "Is there someone blocking the way, and not allowing us to move forward?" "Lord Kong has already gone over." Manager Yang glanced at her and said, "How do you know?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "Just now Lord Kong's voice was so loud, this humble one's ears are not deaf, how can I not hear? Since you know that the situation is urgent, you should stay in the carriage, this is not a place you should be." Manager Yang was still dissatisfied. Zhang Xiaohua saw the worry in his eyes, and knew that he was extremely unsure. If Peacock was killed, then they would also die. So she said, "We have been cooped up in the carriage for so long, and we are scared to death. I wonder what happened to Lord Kong. Sigh, who knows, I just hope that she is safe. It has already been almost half a day, there must be a result. Zhang Xiaohua probed. Manager Yang said disdainfully, Lord Kong's martial arts is useless. The person who can hold her back must be a master in the martial arts world. How would we know about their battle? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. If Lord Kong failed, then the other party must have already killed their way here, but they still haven't come. Maybe Lord Kong succeeded, and still hasn't returned. Zhang Xiaohua stopped talking. Manager Yang's eyes lit up. Please vote, recommend. Chapter 519. Manager Yang's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, isn't that so? When experts fight, victory and defeat are usually decided within a few moves. Furthermore, Lord Kong hasn't returned for a long time and his opponent hasn't come either. The biggest possibility is that Lord Kong is injured and is currently recuperating. If I were to head over now, wouldn't I be able to gain some merit in front of Lord Kong? But what if he is still fighting? Manager Yang was a little hesitant. It's not a big deal. My martial arts is weak. Even if I go, the opponent may not pay attention to me. Moreover, if Master Kong is no match for him, we will die anyway. Why should we be afraid of dying sooner or later? After making up his mind, the dissatisfaction in Manager Yang's eyes immediately turned into gratitude. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Ren Xiaoyao, what you said makes sense. However, you are only a medicine boy now. It's best if you hide in the carriage and don't make things difficult for me. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had understood and smiled. I am also bored, so I came out for a walk. I will go back now. After she finished speaking, she jumped off the carriage and slowly walked back. Manager Yang got into the carriage and took out a sword. He used his qin gong to come to the front of the carriage and asked, how is Master Kong? The disciple at the front saw Manager Yang coming over and nodded slightly. I don't know yet. Master Kong has chased across the suspension bridge and there has been no movement for a long time. I wonder how is the situation? Manager Yang said, you all guard here. I will go and take a look. After he finished speaking, he waved his sword and was about to go over when the disciple stopped him. Manager Yang, you should sit back in the carriage. Mingwu Hall will be responsible for the matters of the guards. Manager Yang was stunned and sneered. Although Wuming Hall is responsible for the safety of this journey, they should also listen to the orders of Pill Expansion Hall. I want to go ahead and take a look. Are you going to stop me? Why don't you go ahead and take a look? The disciple sighed and said, Manager Yang, please don't blame me. It is very dangerous ahead. I am following Master Kong's orders to be careful and not to disobey orders. If Manager Yang goes ahead, please be careful. After saying that, he stepped aside. Manager Yang's words were extremely correct. Although they were sent by Lord Kong to Vow City this time, there were also matters regarding the Pill Expanding Hall. Therefore, the Wuming Hall had to listen to some of Manager Yang's orders. Although the matter at Rejuvenation Valley was over, the order within the sect did not say to go to Qingting's Pill Expanding Hall. They did not need to listen to the Pill Expanding Hall on the way back. Anyway, they were only responsible for safety and ensuring that the convoy did not meet with any accidents. If Manager Yang went there without permission, it would be the Pill Expanding Hall's fault if something happened. Seeing that the Wuming Hall's disciple had stepped aside, Manager Yang's spirit was lifted. He lifted his long sword and leaped onto the chain bridge. Seeing that Manager Yang's figure had disappeared at the other end of the chain bridge, the Wuming Hall's disciple sneered. He's just an ordinary disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall. What's so great about him? How dare you meddle in Lord Kong's affairs? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the carriage, she was still afraid. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she immediately said, Uncle, how is the situation outside? Do we have to die? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I'm just going to relieve myself. How would I know? Let's just sit here and wait. After that, she ignored him and sat in the carriage. She released her divine sense and looked around carefully. At this moment, Manager Yang had already rushed across the chain bridge with his sword and was looking around. Following the destroyed flowers and plants by the roadside, Manager Yang effortlessly found Peacock, who was recuperating in the distance. He saw that Peacock was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed and there was no one else around. Naturally, he knew that the battle had ended and Lord Kong had won. It was just that he was injured and could not move. Manager Yang went forward, but he did not dare to speak. He was afraid that he would disturb Peacock's recuperation. He only raised his long sword and made a defensive posture, guarding not far away. Although Peacock was recuperating with her eyes closed, her attention was still on the outside. She was afraid that Liang Xiangxiu and the rest would come back. When she heard that someone was using light body technique, she was first shocked. Then she heard the heavy footsteps and was delighted. It must be someone from her sect. When she saw that it was Manager Yang, she was surprised. Where did the disciples of Wuming Hall go? However, she was in the middle of recuperating. As long as it was her sect's disciples, she was not worried. She closed her eyes and focused on recuperating. After the time to drink a cup of tea, Peacock's recuperation came to an end. She opened her eyes and saw Manager Yang's loyal face. She was very happy and whispered, "Manager Yang." When he heard Lord Kong's words, Manager Yang's face showed a surprised expression. He turned around and bowed, "Lord Kong, how are your injuries?" Peacock smiled, "I'm fine now." "Oh right, where are the disciples of Wuming Hall? Why did you come here alone?" Manager Yang said respectfully, "They are guarding the carriage. They have a mission and dare not leave their post. I am worried about your safety, so I came to take a look." Peacock nodded, "Thank you for your concern. I will remember it." Manager Yang was even more surprised. He bowed deeply, "I don't dare. Lord Kong was injured because of us. It is my duty." Peacock waved her hand and said, "All right, you go over to the suspension bridge and let them come over." Manager Yang came to the other end of the suspension bridge and waved his hand at the disciples who were looking over. The disciple understood and felt relieved. He shouted, "All right, brothers, the danger is over. Lord Kong has let us cross the bridge." When the voice was heard, everyone laughed. The gloomy clouds that shrouded them earlier were gone. Under the arrangement of the disciples of Wuming Hall, a few of them crossed the bridge first. Then, everyone got down from the carriage and covered the eyes of the horses. Following their own carriages, the carriages slowly crossed the suspension bridge one by one. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was at the back. Naturally, she was at the back. When they crossed the suspension bridge, Zhang Xiaohua's clothes fluttered in the wind. Zhang Xiaohua looked down at the mountain stream below her feet. She did not dare to look down with her spiritual perception. She had a different feeling in her heart. No wonder the people of the celestial path like to ride the wind and float in the air. The 5 elements escape technique is really uncomfortable. Elder Hua was right. As long as you can cross the sky, who would want to go underground? Not only is it dark underground, it is also very dangerous. When they crossed the suspension bridge, Zhang Xiaohua kept Zhu Meng back into the money pouch when no one was paying attention. After crossing the suspension bridge, the people who came out of Wuming Hall all got back into their carriages and were ready to leave. When the disciples of Wuming Hall who crossed the bridge and the disciples who came with the carriages heard that Master Kong was seriously injured, they all went up to greet him. However, the greeting now was very different from the greeting from Steward Yang. Master Kong only nodded coldly and let the female disciple help him into the carriage. When the female disciple hurriedly applied medicine on Peacock's wounds and changed his clothes, Peacock pointed at a disciple of Wuming Hall and instructed, "You ride a fast horse and travel through the night. There is no need to stop on the way. Go to Lake Jianqi and inform the other envoys. If there is anyone who arrives first, report our situation to them and ask them to come to our rescue. I am afraid that the Tenryu sect will attack us again." When the disciple heard this, he did not dare to delay. He quickly packed his things, got on his horse and rode away. When the other disciples heard this, their faces changed. Peacock saw this and said with a smile, "This time the Tenryu sect sent 3 people to ambush me. They were all seriously injured by me and fled in panic. They are already scared out of their wits. Why would they come back? Moreover, the Tenryu sect is far away at the border. If they send someone else, they will not be able to make it in time. We are almost at Lake Jinchi now. Why should we be afraid of them? I am only making this arrangement to ensure that we are safe. There is no need to be afraid." When the crowd heard this, they calmed down a little. They set off again. Although it was the same as before, the atmosphere had changed. Zhang Xiaohua no longer had the chance to go on duty. She could only stay in the carriage. This day's journey was delayed. Moreover, Peacock was injured and could not rush. When night fell, they could only travel to a remote place and could only set up camp temporarily. Ever since they left Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua also noticed that there were very few towns in the southwest. It was different from the north. Most of the towns were villages. The people who lived in these villages were the natives. Almost all of them did not welcome outsiders. Therefore, if the Cult of Fragrance's convoy could not make it to the prearranged location, they could only camp out in the wild. This was the first time the Cult of Fragrance had set up camp. However, from the skillful movements of these people, they were all professionally trained. They were much better than the people in Huanxi Manor. The Rejuvenation Valley's medicine boys' tents were of course taken care of by themselves. The others did not care. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was strong. He had done this before. Most importantly, he was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. These 10-year-old medicine boys were very obedient to him. Under his arrangements, the tents were quickly taken care of. This made Manager Yang, who had come over, very surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in a different light. Of course, if not for Zhang Xiaohua's reminder, he wouldn't have thought of taking a step forward to protect Lord Kong. What kind of person was Peacock? She was an outstanding disciple of the inner sect. If she said that she would remember it, then she would really remember it. In the future, his benefits would be endless. This was all thanks to Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, Steward Yang did not think that Zhang Xiaohua knew the situation. She was just smart and had a strong ability to make logical deductions. Therefore, after arranging his own affairs, he specially came over to express his concern for Rejuvenation Valley. At the same time, he also expressed his concern for Zhang Xiaohua. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't admit that he knew anything and could only respond vaguely. Seeing this, Manager Yang didn't say anything and only said worriedly, "I don't know how many times I've been to Rejuvenation Valley, but I've never encountered such a situation. This is my last mission, so I hope there won't be any problems. I hope it's as Lord Kong said, that my future is safe." Zhang Xiaohua comforted him, "Steward Yang, you are overthinking. If the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to hold it up. We are only small pawns. Our lives are worthless. How can they take us seriously?" Steward Yang did not listen. He only shook his head and left worriedly. The next morning, before the incense cult's caravan set off, some people rushed over from the front. It was the place where they were supposed to stay last night. When they did not see the messenger, they received the message from the messenger disciple and hurried over to help. Vote for me. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 520. There were not many people who came, but it was very encouraging. Even Zhang Xiaohua felt that the morale today was much higher than yesterday. Smiling in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua continued to be his medicine boy, hiding in the carriage with his eyes closed, comprehending the heavenly Tao and the incantation. The incantation of God guidance to conceal his cultivation level had reached the final stage. As long as he could achieve a breakthrough, he was confident that he could hide it from the incense cult's fiery golden eyes. If he could not achieve a breakthrough before reaching Lake Dianqi, he might have to think of another way. In the following days, the Dragon God sect, which Lord Peacock suspected, did not send anyone to attack them. The incense cult disciples along the way, in order to ensure the safety of the convoy, escorted them safely out of their area of control. Some of the disciples with high martial arts skills were even specially selected by Peacock to participate in the escort team. With more escorts, Zhang Xiaohua left the carriage less. Occasionally, Manager Yang would come over to take a look, but he did not say much. Seeing the worry on Manager Yang's face gradually disappear, he knew that the convoy was getting safer. However, there was one thing that Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Lord Peacock was severely injured in the last battle. Her internal energy was depleted and her meridians were damaged. Her arms and back were severely injured by the steel knife. The knife not only caused her to lose a lot of blood, it also damaged the meridians in her arms and back. Normally, Peacock would find a quiet place to recuperate. However, every time Zhang Xiaohua used his consciousness to scan Peacock's carriage, he could see her pale cheeks and dispirited expression. She insisted on rushing until she could not take it anymore. She then took out a pill and consumed it. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and wanted to give her the bottle of Yuandan pill. However, he remembered that he had told Manager Yang that he had already given it to Valley Master Nye. If he took it out now, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? This was not the way to flatter someone. Thus, Peacock's injuries did not heal and they continued to travel for almost a month. It was already the end of October, but the weather here did not feel like autumn in the north. There was no autumn wind, no fallen leaves, only green and full of vitality. Moreover, there were many times when they did not see tall mountains, but low and white stone peaks, just like the stone forest they saw before. Of course, this was the Real Stone Forest. Previously, there were only a few stone trees. The change in climate, the change in scenery. Perhaps to others, it was just a touch of nostalgia, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it had a different meaning. Inadvertently, it allowed Zhang Xiaohua to comprehend and understand the heavenly Tao. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua immersed his consciousness into the surrounding environment, wanting to gain a new understanding. The heavenly Tao in his heart seemed to have changed again, with a sliver of vitality. On this day, the caravan continued to travel. The sun was high up in the sky, but it did not feel hot. Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on his face. It was just yesterday that he finally broke through the bottleneck of the chant, completely comprehending the cryptic chant. He was now able to hide his cultivation of the immortal Tao, and even his consciousness at will, without leaving a single trace. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the chant, his heart skipped a beat. He released his consciousness in front of him. A few miles ahead, there were 4 or 5 white horses, galloping towards them. The riders were dressed like Peacock, with veils covering their faces. Needless to say, they must be the fellow apprentices that Peacock mentioned. Sure enough, when the horses came closer, one of the women was already on top of the horse. She called out, "Senior Kong, are you all right?" Her voice came from afar, causing pain in everyone's ears. Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and thought, this woman looks like a straightforward person. She's almost here, won't you be able to see her soon? Moreover, why don't you learn from Lord Kong and lower your voice a little? Hearing her junior's call, Peacock immediately came out of the carriage and stood at the front of the carriage. She had not yet recovered her powers, so she could not use her powers to echo. She could only wave her hand to signal that she heard. When the women saw this, they all cheered. They did not even ride their horses, but leaped from their horses and galloped towards the carriage. It did not take them long to reach Peacock's carriage. It was the female disciple at the front who asked loudly, "Senior Kong, how are your injuries? Why didn't you respond just now?" Peacock laughed, "Junior Chen Chen, why are you still so impatient? Master let you go out to gain experience this time precisely because he wanted to sharpen your temperament. But now it seems that the results are very little. Junior Chen laughed. A leopard cannot change its spots. Master, you know that. I've been like this since I was young, how can I change? Let's not talk about me. How are your injuries? Peacock did not want to go into detail, but when she saw her junior apprentice sister pestering her and the others staring at her, she had no choice but to tell them everything. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They knew Peacock's cultivation base. She was considered to be one of the best among the inner disciples. That was why she was sent to Vow City. Even she was defeated and almost lost her life. If they were to encounter her, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, a petite female disciple who had been listening to the conversation said in a low voice, "Senior Sister Kong, what you said at the end seems to be a legendary illusion formation." I heard that the Righteous Tao Alliance's auspicious three treasures has such an effect. Moreover, the auspicious three treasures were killed by the Heavenly Dragon sect's Qin Shiyue, and the three flags fell into the hands of the Heavenly Dragon sect. But if the Chiman Three Talents formation was used by the Tenryu sect, the one trapped should be Senior Kong, not Liang Xianxia and the others from the Tenryu sect, right? Peacock nodded. Junior Xiaqing is right, I thought so too at the time. But if it was really an illusion array, I should have fallen into it as well. So why was I able to see the real scene outside the array? Xiaqing laughed. That's because you didn't enter the formation. Peacock shook her head and told them about the danger. This time, the juniors were speechless. Peacock was in the middle of the three of them. If the three of them were trapped in the illusion, there was no way Peacock would not be trapped. Peacock laughed lightly. Forget it, as long as we are out of danger. Let's tell Master about this and let her think about it. They are experienced and knowledgeable, they should be able to find some clues. Then, she said, thank you for taking the time to come and pick me up. I am very grateful. Chen waved his hand and said, Senior Kong, you are too kind. We have completed our mission and our teams are approaching Jinchi Lake. No matter how bold the Tenryu sect is, I don't think they would dare to cause trouble under the nose of the Fragrance sect. Let them go slowly. On the other hand, Senior Kong has been seriously injured and it seems that she will not be able to recover. If we don't come and help her, where else can we go? Oh, right, Senior Kong, I don't think I have heard of any heavenly kings in the Tenryu sect who are proficient in the sword. Peacock still shook her head. I tried to sound them out several times, but that Liang Xianxia did not reveal anything. He just followed my tone and did not admit or deny it. I can't be sure. Maybe they are the young masters secretly trained by the Tenryu sect. Chen scratched his head and said, let Master and the others worry about this kind of troublesome matter. We only need to wave our swords and kill the demons. At this time, Xiaqing took out a jade bottle and said, Senior Kong, you must have used up all your pills. This is the Yuhuandan pill that I always carry with me. Senior Kong, please take it. Peacock did not hesitate and reached out to take it. She said, this sword is really powerful. It can even hurt the meridians. Although the Yuhuandan pill of the Fragrance sect has miraculous healing properties, it is still not enough to deal with the power of the sword. It can only maintain its power. I have used up all my pills and that's why I asked you to come. When the Junior Kong sisters heard this, they all took out their pills. Peacock picked a few and put them in her clothes. She smiled and said, I am relieved that you are all here. Even if that Liang Xianxia comes again, he will be defeated by us sisters. That's right, Senior Kong. The Tenryu sect is too despicable. They used one person as bait while the other two lay in ambush. They are so shameless. Sigh, what kind of tricks are there in Jianghu? This is just a simple ambush. You don't know, but this time, we encountered something interesting in Don't Worry City. Peacock then told them about how Valley Master Nya of the Rejuvenation Valley used the joust for marriage as a cover for Nye Qinyu in order to attract the enemy's attention. She also told them about how Zhang Xiaohua escorted Nye Qinyu from thousands of miles away. The few female disciples who had never been through the trials of Jianghu listened to the story as if they were listening to a story. They were all stunned. After a while, they asked, "Senior Kong, are you telling a story? How can a 15-year-old child be so kind? And this old Nia is really despicable. How could he come up with such a terrible idea?" Peacock smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Even if you want me to make it up, how could I? Besides, this Ren Xiaoyao is in our convoy." "What? Right here? Quick, quick, let us see, let us see." Chen Chen could not wait any longer. Xia Qing, on the other hand, was attentive and asked, "This Ren Xiaoyao is not staying at the Rejuvenation Valley to be his son-in-law. Why is he here at the fragrance cult?" Peacock heard this and knew that it was not good. After all, this was against the rules of the fragrance cult, and it was also a matter of the pill repository hall. Although her senior sister was an inner disciple, it was not convenient for her to interfere. Manager Yang had told her to keep it a secret. She was happy to see her junior sister and accidentally revealed everything. This was against the rules of Jianghu. Chen Chen did not know what she was thinking and kept urging her. The others also clapped and cheered. Peacock was helpless and could only say, "You can meet him, but you must swear that this matter is only known to you. You must not tell anyone else, not even Master." Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Please vote, recommend. Chapter 521. Xia Qing smiled and said, "There must be a reason for senior sister Kong to say this. Little sister will naturally agree, but it's not good to hide it from Master, don't you think?" Peacock said, "Of course, I will report this to my master. All you need to do is listen and not say anything." When everyone heard this, they thought that there was no harm in it, and all of them nodded in agreement. Peacock then told Chen Chen about how Zhang Xiaohua had joined the fragrance cult as a medicine boy. Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, "Such a loyal and righteous kid, of course he will join the fragrance cult." "Oh right, Senior Peacock, you must put in a good word for him in front of Master. Let him become an inner disciple and our junior, what do you think?" Before Peacock could say anything, Xia Qing interjected, "Senior Sister Chen is wrong. This Ren Xiaoyao may be brave and loyal, but he is only 15 years old. Our inner sanctum will definitely not accept him. Furthermore, he is only an alchemy boy from the Dan Sprouting Hall. He is far from the standard of an outer sanctum disciple. Why would Master agree? Senior apprentice Sister Kong only said it for Master to hear. Why would Master care about this kind of thing?" Chen Chen couldn't help but pout when he heard this, and he felt extremely regretful that he couldn't have such a little junior brother. She then went on to talk about Nie Qinyu's loss of composure during their parting and made the girls hush. She kept urging Zhang Xiaohua to come over and meet them. Peacock lifted the curtains and ordered the disciples outside to call Zhang Xiaohua over. The few female disciples from the inner sanctum were all giggling as they peeked their heads out to watch. "She really doesn't look like anything at all." Peacock nodded, "That should be it. Even though Valley Master Nye didn't mention it, he looks like it. Senior Sister Kong, this is Rejuvenation Valley's spirit beast. Valley Head Nye is willing to give it away? Also, you shouldn't let it accompany you." Xia Qing was a little puzzled. Other than the people and things involved in this mission that could be brought back to the fragrant religion, other unrelated things could not be brought along. This was the tacit rule of the fragrant religion, and also the reason why the medicine boy of Rejuvenation Valley had nothing on him. But looking at the sword embryo on the back of the David's deer, there were two bags, one big and one small. Yes, there was also the David's deer itself. It seemed to be against the rules. Hearing that, Peacock blushed and thought to herself, "That's right, who knows what's wrong with me? As long as it involves this Ren Xiaoyao, I will always be merciful and let him off the hook." Is it because of the feeling of meeting for the first time? However, her heart skipped a beat. My fellow junior sisters are all here today, and it just so happens that it's their first time meeting Ren Xiaoyao. Let's see if they feel the same way as me. Therefore, she smiled and said, after hearing about this young man, perhaps I'm a little protective of Nie Qinyu. I always feel that as a woman, if I can help that little girl when she was in danger and this young man was able to help her out, it can be considered as helping us women return a point or two to men. Xia Qing said softly, Senior Sister Kong is right. Everyone has the heart to help others. As they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua was led over by the Wuming clan's disciple. Peacock saw her and frowned. It seems that only the first time was clear to me. After that, it became fainter and fainter. Now he looks like a normal person. I don't feel anything at all. She then glanced at the other junior sisters. Although they were all wearing veils, they were used to interacting with each other and could almost ignore them. Peacock did not notice anything strange about them. They did not lose their composure like the first time she met Zhang Xiaohua. Could it be my imagination? Could it be that feeling is the legendary love at first sight? It's gone when we meet again? Peacock was confused. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the horse carriage. Although he had already seen them with his consciousness, he pretended not to know. He bowed to Peacock and said, Master Kong, why have you called for me? Peacock smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao, these are my junior sisters. They heard about your story and were very curious. They wanted to meet you. Zhang Xiaohua heard and his face was full of fear. He said carefully, so it's you masters. Greetings. Chen Chen was impatient when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, What master? I just don't like it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm new here and don't know the rules. A few days ago, I called the guard's disciple my senior brother and was scolded. So I couldn't think of anything to call you, so I just called you masters. Am I right? Master Kong. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly pleased that he had changed the word little one to this humble one without leaving a trace. Then, he complained about someone else. Chen Chen did not wait for Peacock to speak and asked, Let me ask you, Ren Xiaoyao, are you really only 15 years old? How did you grow so tall? Zhang Xiaohua had a fearless look on his face. He rubbed his chin and said, Sir, do I look like I'm 18 years old? Well, this guy pushed the question back. I didn't say I wasn't 18 years old. You insist that I'm 15 years old. I can't do anything about it. Chen Chen smiled and said, Your face looks like a 15-year-old outer disciple. But your body is similar to a 20-year-old disciple. It's hard to tell, hard to tell. Master. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something. Chen Chen waved his hand and said, Don't call me master. I've been out of Dianqi Lake for a few months and I'm sick of being called master. Then he rolled his eyes and smiled. I'm Chen Chen. You can call me Sister Chen. How about that? Chen Chen. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of the round-faced girl he met 4 or 5 years ago at the martial arts hall of Misty Heights. She was Sister Chang'a's little tail. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He didn't know why Peacock lost her composure when she saw him. Was it because she met the people from Misty School? She met his second brother? Was that why she recognized him? However, he immediately dismissed this idea. After all, although Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were biological brothers, the two of them did not look alike. One had a long face, like his mother, Guo Sufei. The other had a round face, like his father, Zhang Kai, and Zhang Xiaohua looked like his elder brother, Zhang Xiaolong, but was quite a bit different from Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not answer, Chen Chen was unhappy and said, What? Am I not worthy? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I don't dare, it's just that. Then he looked at Peacock and said, Master Kong, you see. Peacock also had a headache when it came to this junior of hers. She thought for a moment and said, "You're just a medicine boy from Tuaden Hall. You have nothing to do with us inner disciples. I can't control how you address each other. Moreover, I can control you along the way, but when we get on the boat, it has nothing to do with me. Even if you call me master, I may not respond." Chen Chen heard this and laughed and said, "See, even Master Kong has acquiesced. Why don't you call me master?" Zhang Xiaohua was amused and could only go forward and bow. "Greetings, Sister Chen." "Ha ha ha." Chen Chen laughed again and said, "Finally, there's a boy taller than me who calls me sister, ha ha ha." Looking at Chen Chen's extreme lack of care, Zhang Xiaohua's body swayed a few times, and she barely steadied herself. She thought to herself, "Wow, do you really have to do this? You're a disciple of the inner sect. If you go up and shout, who knows how many male disciples will flatter you and call you sister." Xia Qing saw Chen Chen laughing and quickly said, "Senior, calm down, calm down." Peacock also waved her hand and said, "Junior, you're a lady, a lady." The other three also showed a look of disdain. When Chen Chen was done laughing, she saw that she was up to no good. She winked and said, "Little brother Ren, since you're my brother, you can't hide anything from me. Tell me how you met your Nye Qianyu and how you sent her back to Rejuvenation Valley." "Oh, right, since I'm your sister, this. Chen Chen pointed at Peacock and the rest and said, "Of course, these are your sisters as well. You can't lie to them. Tell us everything that happened along the way. Remember, don't leave out any details, especially if you held the girl's hand or kissed her on the cheek." After that, she fainted. Zhang Xiaohua immediately fell to the ground with a thud. The consequences of calling someone sister were so serious. Peacock and the rest were stunned at first, then they all laughed. When Zhang Xiaohua patted the dust off her body and stood up with a bitter face, Peacock stopped laughing and said, Ren Xiaoyao, please don't blame us. We've been practicing in the sect all this time and rarely go out in the martial arts world. Everything we know about the martial arts world is from hearsay. I've already told them a little about you and Nye Qinyu. Junior Chen saw that you have a chivalrous heart and was very happy, so she asked you to call her sister. This will only be good for you and no harm, so don't feel burdened. Actually, I've always wanted to hear from you personally. If you have time, can you tell me in detail? Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why Chen Chen, whom she had never met, asked her to call her sister. So that was why. Women in this world really needed to be coaxed and pampered. Who knew when it would pay off? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Master Kong. Chen Chen immediately stopped her, Master Kong, call me Sister Kong. After a few days, I won't be a master anymore. Just call me that for now. This. Zhang Xiaohua dared not make the decision without permission. Peacock smiled and said, this title is only used in private. It has nothing to do with seniority in the sect, but it doesn't matter. Yes, Sister Kong. Zhang Xiaohua replied. When Peacock heard this, her heart skipped a beat, but she felt very comfortable. It seemed that only when Zhang Xiaohua was of the same status as her, she felt natural. Even a simple title was the same. After that, naturally, the rest of them also called her sister. However, Zhang Xiaohua clearly felt that although the other four were curious, their tone was indifferent. It was just for show and could not be taken seriously. Please vote, recommend. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 522. Chen Chen urged Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to clear her throat and tell them how she met Nye Qianyu and Little Orange, how she was in danger, how she was sent to Rejuvenation Valley, how she went on the stage to compete in martial arts, and so on. She exaggerated all the things that should be said and made up all the things that should not be said. Hearing this, they were very happy as if they had experienced it themselves, which greatly satisfied their curiosity. In the end, Chen still refused to believe it. Little brother Ren, you really didn't even touch Nie Qinyu's hand? Don't lie to me, really. If you didn't touch it, how could she think of asking you to fight in the arena? It's obvious that she wants to marry you. Silly big sister. Zhang Xiaohua directly defined Chen and laughed in her heart. She can only think of marrying someone after touching someone's hand? She doesn't know as much as I do. It seems that Li Jinfeng should enlighten her. Peacock also laughed out loud and complained, she's just a kid, how can she say this in front of you? You don't know, if it weren't for this, would the girl have fallen into his arms and cried when he left Rejuvenation Valley? Don't you have a brain? I say, no wonder. You're not honest, hiding this from me. If senior sister Kong hadn't told me just now, I would have been kept in the dark. Chen pretended to be angry, and then winked. How does it feel to have a soft fragrance in your arms? Zhang Xiaohua covered her forehead with her hand and almost asked, Big sister, are you 20 or 30 years old? Can you ask someone else about this? When Chen saw Zhang Xiaohua blushing and mumbling without saying anything, he felt even more enlightened. He had hit the nail on the head and his interest was piqued. Peacock stared and waved her hand. Junior sister Chen, what should I say? Although the male disciples in the sect are like mice in front of a cat when they see us, they don't dare to make a sound, and no one dares to talk to you face to face. But you can't just grab hold of this Ren Xiaoyao and interrogate him. If you don't let him have some privacy, how will he dare to see you in the future? Chen smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands. Senior sister Kong really knows me too well. Hee, those little bastards are so boring. They are either trembling in fear or shamelessly trying to get close to you. It's not easy to meet someone with a story. How can I let it go so easily? I'm gonna faint. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down again. She had risked her life to save people and escorted them for thousands of miles, but it turned out to be a relaxing story. Sigh, these girls are really blessed by the heavens. Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained. There were too many unfairness in this world. Xia Qing laughed, many people in the sect have stories, it's just that you don't want to hear them. TSK. What kind of story is there? They were all brought into the sect when they were 4 or 5 years old. What kind of story is there? They're just making up stories behind closed doors. That's all. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to hear that. As the ancient said, if a lie is 70% true and 30% false, it's the most difficult to distinguish. Just now, I was splitting it in half. This cheap sister that I just got to know actually believed me. Then, Chen looked at him like a weasel looking at a chick. Junior brother Ren, what other good stories do you have? How about revealing them together? Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, I'm young and haven't been in the martial arts world for long. I don't have much experience. There's really nothing to say. You're young? Chen looked disdainful and said, look at your body. You can definitely fool the little girl. Well, you even hugged Nie Qinyu. How dare you say you don't have much experience? Then she winked and said, is there any other romance? We'll keep it a secret for you. We won't tell Rejuvenation Valley. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua blushing and not saying anything, she said, forget it. I heard from Sister Kong that Nie Qinyu isn't pretty and she's small. If you tell me all your secrets, I'll find you a peerless beauty in Chuanxiang cult. You don't have to go back. Anyway, you haven't gotten married yet. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed. How could he let down Chen's good intentions? How could he not contribute anything to romance? Zhang Xiaohua was about to say something when a disciple came over and bowed. Master Kong, the carriage has been waiting for a long time. If we don't move now, we won't be able to reach the destination by tonight. Peacock nodded and said, okay, we'll set off now. Go and inform them. Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao, you should go back. If you don't want to stay in the carriage, you can ride your David's deer to get some fresh air. I heard you say that you were the one who drove the carriage to deliver beauties from 1,000 miles away. It's not bad. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Thank you, Lord Kong. After saying that, she cupped her hands to the few older sisters and turned to leave. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, a female disciple scolded, Junior Sister Chen, what are you doing? He was just an alchemy boy from the Pill Tower Hall with an ordinary appearance. Why did she ask him to call her sister? That's too much nonsense. Another person also said angrily, that's right, it's just listening to a story. You even got a cheap brother for no reason. If this guy uses the tiger's skin to carry a banner in the future, I'll see what you're going to do. Xia Qing did not say anything. She listened quietly and did not express her opinion. Chen Chen looked at Peacock alone. Both of them practiced the same skill, but they were much more familiar with it than the others. Seeing that senior sister did not seem to blame him, Chen Chen smiled and said, didn't you see how timid he was? How could he have the guts to do that? Moreover, according to senior sister Kong, he's a rare chivalrous person in the martial arts world. He wouldn't do something like that. Besides, he's just an ant in our hands now that he's in the fragrance cult. If he dares to do anything, we'll crush him with a finger. Hee hee. Hearing this, it was a far cry from her earlier attitude of wanting to hear the gossip. The other disciples also felt the same and did not pursue the matter. At this time, Xia Qing asked, Senior Sister Kong, you went to Macho City and saw Macho Lake, right? Tell us about the scenery there. And that damn frowning tower, it's still in good condition? Peacock smiled. I know you guys are jealous of me. You guys even brought the local specialties of Macho City. When we reach the sect, I'll give it to you guys. After that, Peacock told them everything she saw on her way to Macho City. After she finished, each of them also told them about the places they went and the local customs. They had already put aside the matter of sisters and brothers. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the carriage, Chang Chang was curious and asked about the trip. Zhang Xiaohua did not hide anything and told Chang Chang a little. Chang Chang was envious. He had not even entered the fragrance cult and already had a few inner disciples as his sisters. This was something he had never dreamed of. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was not as handsome as himself, Chang Chang would have thought that the disciples of the fragrance cult judged people by their appearance. Seeing the jealousy in Chang Chang's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua secretly shook his head. This is just a casual title, who would take it seriously? If you took it seriously, you'd be a fool. In any case, Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to call the fragrance cult elder sister. This was different from when Zhang Xiaohua met Qiu Tong and O Yan when she was 11 or 12 years old. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua was young at that time and didn't know anything. Seeing that Qiu Tong and O Yan were amiable, she casually called them sisters. Fortunately, they didn't mind. Secondly, Zhang Xiaohua and Qiu Tong's status was similar. There wasn't much of a conflict of interest. Although O Yan was a little high and mighty, she and Qiu Tong called each other sisters. Moreover, they lived in the small Misty Mountain villa together. The fragrance cult, on the other hand, was very different and could not be called casually. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's indifference, Chang Chang secretly gave her a thumbs up. As expected of an uncle, you're amazing. After a few more days, more people came. Not only were there masked female inner disciples, but there were also many male disciples who were not masked. However, no matter how old these male disciples were, they all called Peacock and the other female disciples senior sister. Seeing a few male disciples with beards on their faces respectfully calling Xia Qing senior sister, Zhang Xiaohua laughed so hard that she almost fell off the carriage. I didn't expect the fragrance cult to be so biased towards women and ignore men. In fact, since Chen Chen and the others came that day, Zhang Xiaohua had not sat on the back of the odd beast. On one hand, he had to cultivate the formula and always sat on Huan Huan's back, which was easy to attract attention. On the other hand, his current role was just a medicine boy. It was better to keep a low profile and calm. If he attracted the attention of people with ulterior motives, it would not be good for anyone. Moreover, after seeing Chen Chen and the others, Manager Yang also received the news that he had been with the inner disciples for a long time. He had come over quietly to ask about it and whispered to him to avoid dealing with the inner disciples, so as not to bring trouble to the pill-expanding hall and rejuvenation valley. Zhang Xiaohua understood this very well. She lowered her head and agreed obediently, so she stayed in the carriage. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so sensible, Manager Yang left with peace of mind and continued to serve the inner disciples who came one after another. However, Chang Chang was very tired of it. He thought that by staying with this uncle, he could get close to him and build a relationship, but he was either riding the odd beast outside or sitting cross-legged in the carriage, ignoring him. Sigh, if he had known this, he would have gone to the front to find other children. At least, they could talk, right? The team moved forward for a long time. On this day, they bypassed a majestic mountain and passed through a narrow plank road, arriving at a huge lake. Seeing the lake in front of them, not only Zhang Xiaohua, but all the children who had just got off the carriage were fascinated by the scene in front of them. This was a place with rippling blue waves and beautiful scenery. There were majestic mountains on all sides and dense forests on the mountains. Right in the middle was the lake. The huge lake was like a piece of emerald gem embedded among the mountains, making people reluctant to leave at a glance. After looking at the lake for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked elsewhere. Needless to say, this was the door to the fragrance cult. However, looking at the surrounding mountains, there was no obvious way to go up the mountain. How was she going to get there? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the lake that was as round as the full moon. Could it be? Chapter 523. Above the moon, above the moon. Zhang Xiaohua mumbled to herself as she looked at Dianqi Lake, which was shaped like a full moon, deep in thought. At this time, many tents had been set up around Dianqi Lake, and many carriages were parked at the foot of the mountain. Many disciples were dressed like the disciples of Wuming Hall. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua's team coming in, many disciples came to greet them. They were all very familiar with each other. Before Zhang Xiaohua and the rest could react, a middle-aged man came over and bowed to Peacock, who had just alighted from the carriage. Master Kong, you're back. Thank you for your hard work. Peacock smiled and bowed slightly as well. Servant Lu, thank you for your hard work. There are so many disciples waiting for you. Deacon Lu waved his hand. It's my honor to be able to serve the hardworking and meritorious inner sect disciples. Master Kong was able to thwart the Tenryu sect's conspiracy, and this has greatly increased the prestige of the incense order. I admire you even more. Peacock knew her own situation and smiled. Servant Lu continued. Thank goodness Master Kong was able to make it back in time. If he wasn't back by tomorrow, we would have to wait for another 2 years. Peacock waved her hand. As long as he's back, it's better than being killed. Don't you think so? Servant Lu shook his head. How could Master Kong be defeated with his martial arts? If it wasn't for the Heavenly Dragon sect fighting 3 against 1, you wouldn't have been injured. Oh, that's right, Abbess Qinglang is waiting for you over there. Lord Kong should go to her first. He turned and pointed in a direction. Peacock nodded. Yang Yao is in the carriage behind us. Please arrange a place for us to rest. Servant Lu said. Master Kong's carriage was the last to arrive. I'll help Yang Yao clean up the place. He cupped his hands and left to look for Butler Yang. Peacock turned around and looked at Chen Chen and Xia Qing. Let's go. Junior sisters, let's go greet Master Fu. Abbess Qinglang's tent was conspicuous. It was right beside Lake Dianqi and it was all alone. There were very few disciples around it. Before Peacock and the rest got close, they heard a slightly aged voice asking, Is that Peacock? Peacock shouted from afar, "Yes, it's your disciple, I'm here to greet you." Before he could finish his words, a white-haired woman in a palace dress with a veil over her face appeared in front of the tent. Peacock did not dare to delay, she quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Disciple greets Uncle Master. I dare not trouble Uncle Master to welcome me." Chen Chen, Xia Qing, and the others also followed suit. Nun Xingling reached out to support Peacock and said kindly, "You were the only one who was attacked when you left the valley this time, and the situation was very serious. You fought against 3 people and didn't lose. As your martial aunt, if I didn't come out to greet you, I would be letting you down. Chen Chen, you should all get up." Peacock said shamefully, "It's not what Uncle Master thinks, I was no match for the 3 men in green." Nun Xingling was stunned for a moment before she understood. "You've improved a lot. This is your first time out of the valley and you already know how to calm people down. You've really lived up to your master's teachings. Come, let's talk inside. I can see that your meridians are badly injured. Why haven't you recovered after such a long time?" With that, she led the disciples into the tent. Everyone sat down and took off their veils, revealing their true faces. Chen Chen mumbled, "Uncle Master, what kind of rules do we have in the incense cult? Even the inner disciples have to wear veils, they're even worse than the outer disciples. Don't you find it tiring to bring them back and forth every day?" Peacock scolded, "Chen Chen, the rules of the cult don't allow you to speak like that." Luckily, Uncle Master Fu has always been nice to us. She wouldn't mention this to Master, otherwise Master would have to punish you again. Chen Chen stuck out his tongue, coupled with his fair oval face. He looked very playful. "It's because I know Uncle Master Fu is nice to us, that's why I mention it. I'm too lazy to mention it in front of others." "Don't you think so, Uncle Master Fu?" The kind-looking Fu Qing laughed coldly. "This rule was set by the founder. Since you've joined the incense cult and become an inner disciple, just accept it. Outer disciples can't wear it even if they want to." Then, Abbess Qinglang looked at Peacock's face and frowned. "Peacock, tell me what happened that day. Your injuries were much more serious than I thought." Peacock cleared her throat and recounted in detail how Yang Xianxiu and the others ambushed her. "Sword energy?" Abbess Qinglang's frown deepened. "It's the sword energy. Other than the incense cult, there aren't many masters in Jianghu who know how to use it, let alone the sword energy. According to the sect's records, only the Shindao sect from thousands of years ago was proficient in this technique. But the Shindao sect was destroyed thousands of years ago, its legacy is long gone. But if it's the Tenryus sect, just as you said, we don't know which heavenly king is proficient in the sword energy." Peacock probed, "The Tenryus sect has dominated Jianghu for thousands of years, there are many masters in the sect. It's hard to say if there isn't someone who is proficient in the sword energy." Abbess Qinglang nodded. "Peacock is right, it's better to report this to the Tenryus sect. The Tenryus sect hasn't harassed our sect for many years. This time, they suddenly attacked us, we don't know what they're plotting." Chen Chen interrupted, "Who cares what they're plotting? After tomorrow, our passage will open again in 2 years, what can they do to us?" Abbess Qinglang laughed, "You little girl, your thinking is so simple. What about 2 years later?" "When the passage opens, the Tenryus sect will come and we won't be prepared. Won't we be at a great disadvantage? Also, haven't you thought about the possibility of our passage opening every month?" "Opening every month?" The other disciples exclaimed, "Master, don't underestimate us. We've only read about it in the ancient records. Thousands of years ago, our door could be opened every month. Later on, the interval between opening became longer and longer. In the last 1,000 years, it's been opening every 2 years. Don't tell me it can be opened every month." Abbess Qinglang said, "Didn't it open every 5 years? Before I came out this time, I heard from the elders that the passage is becoming more and more stable. In another 1,000 years, it might be able to open every month." 1,000 years, the disciples immediately lost interest. Seeing this, Abbess Qinglang said, "This is just a normal deduction. If there's any abnormality, it might be possible to open in 10 years. Sigh, that's still more than 10 years. Chen Chen and the others were still not interested. Seeing the disciples like this, Abbess Qingling was not surprised. Although these girls were talented in martial arts, they were still young girls. 10 years was not within their scope of consideration. Therefore, Abbess Qingling took out a small jade bottle and passed it to Peacock. This is a minor meridian nourishing pill that I've collected. It's very effective in nourishing the meridians. Your meridians were injured by the internal energy of the saber. Normal pills might not be effective. Take this and see the effect. I'll heal you later. Minor meridian nourishing pill? Peacock and the others were surprised. Master, how come we've never heard of this pill? And it's called minor? Is it related to the Daoist Temple's minor recovery pill? Abbess Qingling laughed. This is an ancient pill that has been lost for a long time. If you've heard of it, then it's strange. As for why it's called minor, it's because this pill was created by the elders of the Pill Expanding Hall. It has nothing to do with the Daoist Temple's minor recovery pill. The Daoist Temple's minor recovery pill is similar to the Dahuan pill and the Yuhuandan pill. It's a far cry from this minor meridian nourishing pill. Ah. It's so precious. Peacock heard this and quickly declined. I don't dare to use it. Abbess Qingling shook her head. I'm not giving it to you for free. I just want you to try it out and see how effective it is on the meridians injured by the saber. If it's possible, I'll have to ask the Pill Expanding Hall to refine the minor meridian nourishing pill so that we can deal with the Tenryus sect in the future. After hearing this, Peacock took it and smiled. Master, you're using me as a test subject. I'll have to taste it carefully so that I can tell the Pill Expanding Hall about it in the future. After saying this, she was about to take the pill. Abbess Qingling stopped her. Peacock, don't be anxious. Take it at night when you're practicing martial arts. Circulate your inner breath for 36 cycles and maybe there'll be a special surprise waiting for you. Peacock was curious. Surprise? Can you explain it clearly? Abbess Qingling shook her head. I don't know if there'll be a surprise. Even if I tell you now, I might not be able to fulfill it. You'll know tomorrow. Peacock nodded. However, Chen Chen asked, if it's refined by the Pill Expanding Hall, why don't we know about it? Abbess Qingling sighed. It's not easy to refine this pill. Even if the Pill Expanding Hall still has the recipe, they've never been able to refine it successfully. These few pills were refined by the internal alchemists by chance. How can the Pill Expanding Hall refine it successfully? After hearing this, Peacock was a little hesitant about whether she should take the pill or not. After asking about Peacock's injury, Abbess Qingling asked about Peacock's escape in detail. However, even though she had more experience than Chen Chen and the others, she couldn't give any useful advice when it came to matters related to formations. She only frowned and said, if what Peacock said is true, then there's only one possibility. Someone helped you. Peacock nodded and said, I think so too. But I was seriously injured at that time and couldn't trace it. Also, I've asked the disciples of the Wuming Hall to check the place where Liang Zhangshu and the others were trapped. They didn't find anything unusual. Abbess Qingling smiled bitterly and said, these people can make the four of you fall into the formation unknowingly. Well, even if they set up the formation in advance, they had to hide it from the other two people in the Tenryus sect. These people are naturally rare masters in Jianghu. You're seriously injured, even if they put away the formation, you may not know. Fortunately, these people only have good intentions towards the fragrance cult. They'll be a great help, but I don't know which sect they're from. Xia Qin, who had been silent all this time, asked curiously, Abbess Qingling, from your tone, there should be several people who saved Sister Kong. Abbess Qingling nodded. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. Chapter 524. Qingling Shirtai nodded and said, you sisters are all outstanding inner sect disciples of our fragrant religion. Although this is your first time taking on such an important task, and you haven't traveled much in Jianghu before, Martial Uncle is well aware of your martial arts. In the entire Jianghu, aside from those sect leaders and elders who founded their own sects, you are the only ones. The 3 people sent by the Tenryu sect must have been secretly trained by them. With just the 4 of you, it can be said that even the sect leaders of the middle-ranked sects in Jianghu may not be your match. How could 1 or 2 ordinary people dare to scheme against you? You must be the elite disciples of some sect who are used to working together. You must have known about the Tenryu sect's ambush plan and planned this beforehand. Moreover, thinking for a moment, he continued, moreover, the art of array formations has been gradually annihilated since 10,000 years ago. Although our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens and has managed to preserve a blessed land, all of our inheritances regarding array formations have been sealed away and cannot be used. We only keep the most basic knowledge for our disciples to use as reference. Therefore, you have only heard of array formations and do not truly understand them. If the fragrant order is like this, then the other sects in Jianghu are even worse. They have long become legends. Formations were used a lot in ancient times, but now they only appear occasionally. This shows how difficult it is to use formations. A few years ago, the righteous Dao Alliance obtained the Chiman 3 Talents formation from somewhere and found 3 extremely powerful triplets with similar inner strength, the auspicious 3 treasures, to be able to use them together. This 3 Talents formation is just a basic formation and it is already so difficult. If what Peacock encountered was a formation, even if it was the 3 Talents formation, it should have required at least 3 people to set it up. Otherwise, it would have been the same as the 3 Talents formation. Qin Shiyue would have forcefully broken the formation and died under his sword. Peacock frowned and said, but I was also in the formation at that time. Why didn't I feel like I was trapped? Moreover, the 3 people from the Tenryu sect seemed to have forcefully broken the formation in the end? Priestess Qingling smiled and said, I was just casually looking at it. I don't really understand formations. Everything I said was just a guess. If you are interested, wait for 20 years and your skills have improved, then you can apply to the Elder Pavilion to understand formations. 20 years? The female disciples were disappointed. What? It's only been 20 years, and you think it's too long? Nun Xingling said, the way of immortality is a long journey. 20 years is just a snap of the fingers. Although you are now specializing in martial arts, these are all the modifications of the incense cult that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. They are inextricably linked to the way of immortality. I think you also know that the environment of heaven and earth has gradually changed a few years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, the way of immortality will gradually flourish. In a few decades, you may be able to touch the edge of the way of immortality. Chen Chen's face was full of longing as he said, Martial Uncle, Master has already said this 7 or 8 years ago. But after so long, isn't the world still the same? Maybe in another 20 years, it will still be the same. Xia Qing also asked softly, Martial Uncle, is what Master said true? Can we really fly in the sky in the future? Just like in the story? Cold Nun laughed, where did the story come from? If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, who would imagine it to be so perfect? Now, the Qinggong of the incense cult is already very magical, but this is only derived from the Imperial Wind technique. Just think about it and you will know how powerful the lost Imperial Wind technique is. Imperial Wind, riding the breeze, flying in the 9 heavens, this is not nonsense. Then she said to Qin Shen earnestly, the most important thing to avoid in cultivation is to be impetuous. 1 step at a time is the right way to go. How about 7 years? How about 20 years? Even if it's 50 years, as long as you step into the way of immortality, time will not leave a mark on your face. Cultivating the way of immortality can preserve one's youth forever. Peacock also exclaimed, Master didn't say this before. Please tell me, Martial Uncle, Cold Nun said awkwardly, this. Martial Uncle only read about it from the books in the sect, you can't take it seriously. It is said that cultivating the way of immortality has the effect of prolonging one's life. Living up to 200 or 300 years is not a problem. As for preserving one's youth, haha, look at your master, me, and many other elders. Although we are so old, don't we look much younger than ordinary people? Chen pouted and said, that's still because we are old. If we look like this forever, then that's what we call eternal youth. We are now cultivating the way of martial arts. The effect of prolonging one's life has been greatly reduced. Who knows how the way of immortality is like? Moreover, legend has it that there are many elixirs in the way of immortality. As long as one consumes it, some will be forever beautiful, some will live longer than the heavens, and one will look exactly the same as when one was young. Peacock's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Xiaohua's face suddenly appeared in her mind. But then, she laughed. How could this be? The female apprentices beside them were envious and disappointed. Chen said, forget it, our pill repository hall definitely doesn't have it, or else Hall Master Ziguang wouldn't look like that. The few of them pursed their lips and laughed. Peacock asked curiously, Masters Jr., Master didn't tell us these things, why are you interested in talking so much today? Abbess Qingling said, in these 7 or 8 years, it is not as Chen said, everything is the same as before. Not to mention that the passage is gradually stabilizing, even the forbidden areas in the sect are showing signs of recovery. The herbs in the pill repository hall are also growing well. As for the formation, didn't it appear in Jianghu? This shows that the revival of the way of immortality is imminent. If we don't prepare early, we may be left behind by the Daoist Temple and the Tenryu sect. The battle of the way of immortality is not comparable to the way of martial arts, it is definitely a supernatural power that can move mountains and seas. If they really cultivate disciples first, the incense sect will be in trouble. Therefore, the Elders' Cabinet has decided to gradually explain the way of immortality to the outstanding inner disciples. I'm just starting, when you return to the sect, you will know more. Peacock and the rest stood up and bowed, thank you for teaching us, Masters Jr. Abbess Qingling nodded and said, however, these are the secrets of the incense sect, you can only understand but not speak of it. You can't tell anyone about it. The female disciples all nodded in agreement. Abbess Qingling was only sitting at the edge of Lake Dianqi, she did not care about the completion of their mission. She only asked carefully because Peacock was in danger, which was something she had not seen for many years. The rest of them were just asking casually and did not care. Finally, Abbess Qingling smiled and said, you all should return to your own carriages. Although the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Hall are in charge of chores, as long as you are not in the sect, you can't say that you have completed your mission. When Peacock and the rest heard this, they stood up and left. When the Rejuvenation Valley's carriages arrived at Lake Dianqi, everyone was present. The surroundings of Lake Dianqi were almost filled with people. Peacock's mission was to Carefree City, which was the most important mission among all the disciples. Therefore, her carriages were arranged to be closest to Abbess Qingling's tent. Rejuvenation Valley also benefited from this and did not have to travel far away. When Peacock was not around, all the chores were taken care of by Manager Yang. He discussed with Deacon Liu of the Heaven and Earth Hall and arranged for the tents and other things to be set up. After tidying up, he was about to leave when he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and asked, Manager Yang, I have something to ask, but I don't know if I should say it. When Manager Yang saw that his last mission was completed successfully, he was very happy. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua was someone he would have to look after in the future. He smiled and said, what is it? Feel free to say it. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at a few children not far away and asked, Manager Yang, that carriage seems to have more than 10 children. Are they also from our pill expansion hall? Manager Yang said with a smile, of course, our pill expansion hall needs a lot of medicine boys. There are those who plant medicinal herbs, those who refine medicinal pills, and those who make medicine for injuries. If we only find 10 from your Rejuvenation Valley every 2 years, how would it be enough? You specialize in growing herbs, they might be the ones who make medicine. As for which sect they are from, I can't tell you. Look over there. Manager Yang seemed to be in a good mood and actually answered 3 questions. He pointed at a few tents not far away and said, "Those are the tents of the weapon refining hall. They are the same as our pill expansion hall. They also need to search for children in Jianghu. What they need are children who specialize in making weapons." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, "If that's the case, the surrounding area is probably filled with the children that our incense cult is looking for." Manager Yang nodded and said, "It's more or less like that. There are also some with good aptitude who directly join the incense cult. There are also some who go to Jianghu to handle other affairs. In short, they need to finish what they haven't done for 2 years in a few months." 2 years? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, Manager Yang did not continue the topic and said, "Don't ask too much about this. You will know in the future." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then this is the incense cult?" Manager Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course not. This is not the incense cult. You just wait. You will know tomorrow night." "Damn, we are already here and you still want to keep it a secret?" Zhang Xiaohua criticized for a while. "If you don't say, do you think I won't know?" Hee. However, even if Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she still could not find any clues from the surrounding mountains and the gem-like Lake Dianqi. Everything was very normal. The last night at the edge of Lake Dianqi was also very normal. However, when the sun rose from the east, Peacock, who was healing her injuries, came out from her tent. Her face was rosy and her complexion was much better. There was a hint of joy between her brows. She excitedly went to find Cold Abyss to thank her. Not only could she heal her injuries, she could also improve her skills. It would be strange if she was not happy. She could improve her skills by 7 to 8 years for no reason. After dinner at night, the disciples of Qingquan Hall came to supervise them to pack up. The disciples of the incense cult looked indifferent. Zhang Xiaohua and the others who were here for the first time were naturally very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to explore the surroundings again. Only then did she discover that within a day, there was a fluctuation of chi of vitality on the emerald green lake. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 525. Moreover, the fluctuation of primordial qi on the surface of the lake became more intense as time passed. Zhang Xiaohua, like the other children, stood there quietly and looked at Dianqi Lake under the moonlight. The emerald green waves of Dianqi Lake had already disappeared during the night. Only the pure white moonlight shone down, shining brightly. After a long time, the full moon rose even higher. Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes to look at the slanted moon, thinking to himself, unknowingly, "It's another full moon night. Could it be that the path to the incense cult is related to the moon?" While looking with his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense also covered the entire Dianqi Lake. He wanted to see what mysteries there were. As time passed, the full moon was about to rise into the sky, and the reflection on the lake was blown to pieces by the breeze. Although there were countless people standing at the edge of Dianqi Lake, they all stood quietly. They did not even dare to breathe. Suddenly, all the disciples of the cult of incense made a very strange movement. They crossed their fingers on their left and right hands and placed them flat on their chests. They closed their eyes and lowered their heads slightly. At this time, the full moon had moved to the middle of the night sky. At the same time, the sky above Dianqi Lake, which was still breezing a moment ago, was silent. There was not even a trace of wind. The strangest thing was that Zhang Xiaohua could see everything in Dianqi Lake with his spiritual sense, but at this moment, the entire lake seemed to be blank and disappeared from his spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua immediately retracted his spiritual sense and looked at everything in front of him in amazement. At this time, in the reflection of the full moon in Dianqi Lake, a few black dots suddenly appeared on the white disk of the moon. Yes, black dots. Although they were very small, they were unusually clear. Moreover, the black dots were getting bigger and bigger. In just a few breaths, they were dozens of times bigger, and they were still getting bigger. After only half a cup of tea's time, the black dots were clearly visible. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but the other children also opened their eyes wide and their jaws almost fell to the ground. There were a few who could not bear it and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The last outline of the black dots was actually a huge wooden ship. Above the moon. On the moon. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why there was a rumor in Jianghu that the incense cult was on the moon. Wasn't it because they came out from the reflection of the moon? Wasn't it on the moon? At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua had a different feeling. What the hell? Zhang Xiaohua almost shouted in her heart, Old Man Long, Elder Hua, didn't they all say that the Tao of immortality has been destroyed for 10,000 years? I thought I was the only inheritor of the Tao of immortality, the only Qi practitioner in this world. But look, this door to the incense religion is truly an unparalleled method of the Tao of immortality. The aroma cult is still passing down the cultivation methods and array formations of the immortal Tao. If I enter the aroma cult, won't I be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Poor misty school. Don't even mention the incense cult, the Daoist temple, and the heavenly Tao union, just the incense cult alone would be enough to destroy them. It's just a pity that their sect protection formation is just as powerful, isn't it? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately activated the spirit guidance. She had made up her mind that from now on, unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not reveal her identity as a Qi practitioner. The incense cult was really too dangerous. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the disciples of the incense cult also raised their heads. The dozen or so huge wooden ships were completely revealed. They were actually not any smaller than the river boats of the Southern Sea Serpent Palace. The dozen or so wooden ships filled the entire shore of Lake Dianqi. Although it was already night time, the people at the shore of Lake Dianqi were all lit by torches. Under the moonlight, the wooden ships actually emitted a pale white glow, allowing people to see them clearly. They really were small boats from the Moon Palace. A resonant voice rang out from one of the wooden ships, Junior Sister Qingleng, it's been hard on you. Have there been any abnormalities in the past few months? When everyone raised their heads, they saw a nun dressed in dark robes standing at the front of the huge wooden ship. She was also wearing a veil, and she was currently speaking to the shore. Nun Qingleng stepped out from the crowd and smiled, thank you for your concern, Senior Sister Shuizhen. Everything has been normal here at Lake Dianqi. There have been no special movements. I've only stayed by the shore of Lake Dianqi for a few months. How could it be hard on me? The disciples have all completed their missions perfectly. We'll talk about the details when we reach the lingering fragrance peak. Nun Shuizhen nodded and smiled, everything is normal. Junior Sister, please make the preparations and arrange for the disciples to board the ships in an orderly manner. We don't have much time. Nun Qingleng said, I've already made the arrangements. Please lead the way, Senior Sister. When Nun Shuizhen heard this, she waved her hand. It was unknown whether it was her or the disciples on the wooden ships who did it, but from the dozens of wooden ships, a few flashing steps immediately stretched out and directly reached the shore. The disciples of Qingkuan Hall who had been waiting on the shore for a long time did not dare to be negligent. They arranged for the nearest people to board the ships according to their positions on the shore of Lake Dianqi. Zhang Xiaohua's team was originally arranged next to Nun Qingleng, with Peacock as the leader. When the wooden ships appeared, the disciples of Qingkuan Hall began to prepare to board the ships. Peacock left the team and went straight to Nun Qingleng. Chen Chen, Xia Qing, and the other inner disciples also immediately gathered in their teams and gathered with Nun Qingleng. Then, under the guidance of Nun Qingleng, they walked to the steps in front of them and went straight to the big ship where Nun Shuizhen was. When they got on the ship, the real and illusory steps also faded like the brilliance and gradually returned to the big ship. It was a little troublesome for Zhang Xiaohua and the others to get on the ship, because not only were there people, there were also carriages and horses. Yes, there was also Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer that was holding the Prajna sword. In fact, when he saw the wooden ships, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely worried. There was no problem for him to get on the ship, but what about his Prajna sword? However, when he saw the steps that were like the path of immortals, he was relieved. The supernatural powers of immortals were unpredictable. If it could not even withstand the weight, could it still be called a supernatural power? As expected, the disciples of Jianghu Hall covered the eyes of all the horses and led them to pull the carriages directly onto the steps. The David's deer also followed behind them. When Huan stepped on the steps, the brilliance seemed to tremble for a moment, then it became stable. When Huan walked to the big ship, the ship did not even sway. Zhang Xiaohua was finally relieved. Not long after, when the disciples of Wuming Hall boarded the wooden ships, it was Zhang Xiaohua and the others' turn. Zhang Xiaohua deliberately walked to the back and used his feet to kick the steps under his feet. He felt that it was no different from a normal wooden board. He then carefully released a strand of divine sense, but the steps actually bounced off the divine sense and could not penetrate it. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua completely gave up. This formation seemed to be not something that he could pry into at his level. There were many people and horses beside Dianxi Lake, but there were also many wooden ships. The disciples of Jianghu Hall seemed to be familiar with this place. Everything was done in an orderly manner and there was no mistake at all. Not long after, everyone boarded the big ship and the entire shore was empty. Nun Shuizhen had been standing at the bow of her big ship, quietly watching the whole scene. Nun Xingleng, Peacock, Chen Chen and the others were beside her. Seeing that everyone had boarded the big ship, Nun Shuizhen shouted again, "Are all the people on the ships on board?" At this time, from one side of the fleet, there was a strange sound of music, one ship after another. At the end, Nun Shuizhen heard it and said to Qingling with a smile, "Junior sister, I'm so happy to have completed it again this year." Nun Xingling was a little worried and said, "This year is different from the previous years. There are some differences. Senior sister, don't be careless. It's better to be careful and alert." Nun Shuizhen was stunned and became more alert. She looked at the surrounding mountains that were as bright as day under the moonlight and said, "Why? Is there something strange?" Nun Xingling said, "It's getting late. It's not too late to go back to the sect first." Nun Shuizhen nodded and stretched out her hand. Almost at the same time, all the steps on the other big ships quickly retreated to the big ship. Until they completely retreated, there was no abnormality. Only then did Nun Xingling on the wooden ship breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, Nun Xingling was too worried. Zhang Xiaohua had used his divine sense to scan the surroundings as early as the night had fallen. He was afraid that there would be some Jianghu people who would spoil his beautiful plan of entering the fragrance cult. He even looked at the wooden ship one last time before it came out. Only when he confirmed that there was no abnormality did he focus his attention on Dianxi Lake. Alas, poor Zhang Xiaohua. He hadn't even set foot on the steps of the fragrance cult and had already started to work hard for others. After the steps were retracted, Nun Shuizhen smiled and said, "There shouldn't be any problems. Junior sister, let's go into the cabin first." Then she led the crowd into the cabin first. The people on the other big ships also entered the cabin one by one under the guidance of the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Hall. At this time, the full moon in the sky was already slanting. Nun Shuizhen's big ship was the first to set off. The other ships followed and went straight to the reflection of the full moon in Dianxi Lake. Just like how it came out, the more the huge wooden ship sailed, the more it shrank. Gradually, it shrank into a black dot and entered the disc-like reflection. Gradually, it disappeared. Finally, it could not be seen at all. Then, seemingly all of a sudden, there was a breeze in the sky above Dianxi Lake. Then, the breeze gradually grew stronger and returned to its original state. On the surface of Dianxi Lake, blue waves rippled and the reflection of the full moon shattered again. The full moon in the sky also slanted a lot and dimmed a lot. Then, the entire Dianqi lake became incomparably quiet. Even the mountains around it were the same. It was as if there had never been so many people. There was only the wind, the shadow of the moon, and the chirping of insects. In the cabin of the wooden ship, the children were all sitting. However, their faces flashed with surprise, uneasiness, and excitement. Only Xiaohua sat quietly in the cabin with a slight frown on his face. He was carefully savoring the difference between the ship and the one he used to sail on. This wooden ship seemed to be moving too quietly. There was no jolting or shaking at all. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but release his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense came out of the ship, his face changed involuntarily. Please vote for me, recommend me. Chapter 526. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to release her divine sense when a bitter smile appeared on her face. Since the aroma cult had restricted the use of divine sense, it must be due to the aroma cult's formation. Presumably, the aroma cult also had qi refining experts. She was only at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining. Counting with her fingers, she had barely reached the middle stage of qi refining. In other words, she could only pretend to be an expert in front of martial Dao experts. If she really encountered an immortal Dao expert, wouldn't she be played in the palm of their hands? Humans, whether it was immortal Dao or martial Dao, had to be low-key. Only by being low-key and doing things low-key could one succeed in a high-profile manner. And, even if one succeeded, one still had to be low-key. It was fine to be secretly happy. Why would one have to share the joy of success with others? Did they want to share it with you? My divine sense being restricted is also a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua thought. Originally, there was no change in the first layer of God's guidance. Previously, I was comprehending the incantations, comprehending the heavenly Tao, and refining pills. I didn't have much time to cultivate my divine sense. Although I am cultivating God's guidance bit by bit, there are no signs of improvement. That day, when I was attracted by the book, Refining the World, I don't know how I managed to cultivate it. Just a simple strand of divine sense is comparable to all of my divine sense. If I can cultivate to a certain level of God's guidance, the quality of my divine sense will be the same as that strand of divine sense, then I will be amazing. This divine sense being restricted is an opportunity for me to cultivate God's guidance again. If I cultivate my divine sense from the beginning, maybe there will be a completely new change. Fainting, this guy is really open-minded. He actually used the restriction on others' divine sense as a way to hone his own divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua's way of thinking was also very reasonable. As the ancients said, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the edge of a precious sword is sharpened. Only in adversity can one find opportunities that cannot be found in prosperity. Having a divine sense of over 10 zhang is better than having no divine sense at all. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she walked out of the tent. In front of him was a round, emerald green lake the size of Dianqi Lake. The golden sunlight had not yet shone on the lake, and only the gentle breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. The lake was also surrounded by tall mountains on all sides. It was verdant and lush, almost exactly the same as the surroundings of Dianqi Lake yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. If his divine sense had not been suppressed, he would naturally have thought that this was Dianqi Lake. It was no wonder that Manager Yang said yesterday that all the medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley would ask the same question. It was still early. Perhaps it was because they had been busy until late last night, but at this moment, the lakeside was quiet and there was no one walking around. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that behind the tent was a forest. She walked over and casually found an open space and started practicing the Fist of the North Star. This fist technique was not afraid of being seen by others. She did not need to hide her martial arts. If she did not practice it, then it would be abnormal. Practicing 11 times of the Fist of the North Star was refreshing. The 10 times of circulation had tempered all the bones in her body. She did not welcome the 11th time of circulation. However, this was normal. Zhang Xiaohua had only advanced the Fist of the North Star for a few months. How could she advance it again so quickly? After practicing the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was still early and did not rush to return to the tent. She listened to the clear chirping of birds in the forest and her mood became better. She walked into the depths of the forest. This forest was lush with vegetation. Walking in it and smelling the faint smell of soil, it could make countless troubles to the back of her mind. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had unknowingly walked far away. As she walked, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes casually glanced to the side. Immediately, she could not move her feet. She saw that under a tree to the side, there was a brown plant growing. It was about half a foot tall and its leaves were like duck's feet. In the middle of the leaves that were shaped like duck's feet, a perfectly straight stem slightly stretched out. At the top of the stem was an oval fruit that was somewhat light green in color. Although this plant was about half a foot tall, the surrounding weeds were more than a foot tall, covering it extremely well. If Zhang Xiaohua had not casually walked to the side, she would not have been able to see it at all. Staring at the light green fruit, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat happy but also somewhat puzzled. This plant was called duck's paw grass in Rejuvenation Valley scrolls, and was called dragon scale fruit in jade slips. The different names, the parts used to make medicine were also different. This duck's paw-shaped leaf was one of the main ingredients used to refine the poison cleansing pill. It had the most miraculous effect of detoxifying and clearing the fire. As for the dragon scale fruit, it was one of the main ingredients used to refine the azure rain pill. It was used to concentrate the mind and sort out the true qi. This medicinal plant had long been lost in the Jianghu. Even Rejuvenation Valley only had records of it and did not have a real medicinal plant. This precious medicinal plant was actually growing just like this under the tree. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? However, looking at the oval shape of the fruit, it had not yet grown into a perfectly round shape. Moreover, its color was also light green and had not yet turned dark. It was still young and its medicinal power was still insufficient to be used to refine pills. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front and was about to squat down to take a closer look. Suddenly, he frowned and his body paused for a moment. Then, he squatted down again. Zhang Xiaohua looked for a while and a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and pretended to pick it. At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind him, "Senior fellow apprentice, please wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He quickly got up and looked back. Not far from where he stood, a disciple in green was standing there with a long sword in his hand. When the disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua turn around and saw his face, he was also stunned. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior fellow apprentice, you seem to be unfamiliar. May I ask which mountain you are from?" "Which mountain?" This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be stunned. He quickly returned the greeting and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao. I just came to the fragrance cult last night." When the disciple heard this, he smiled and said, "Oh, I know. It seems that junior fellow apprentice is an apprentice of the weapon refining hall. I am a disciple of the Wuming hall. Junior fellow apprentice, you are too far away from the encampment. You'd better go back quickly." After that, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the duck's palm grass. Zhang Xiaohua wondered why he was so sure that he was an apprentice of the weapon refining hall. He smiled and said, "Thank you senior fellow apprentice for reminding me. I woke up early in the morning and walked around. Then I came here. I will go back now." Then, he pointed to the duck's palm grass and said, "I will pick this strange grass and leave." After that, he squatted down again. Seeing this, the disciple panicked and stopped him. "Junior brother, please stop. I found this lotus leaf grass a long time ago, but because it is still young, I haven't picked it yet. Please stop, junior brother. Lotus leaf grass was a plant similar to the duck's palm grass. It was just that the lotus leaf grass was very common and had nothing precious. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were full of ridicule. This disciple in cyan clothes obviously went in another direction just now. He didn't know that there were duck's palm grass and dragon scale fruit here. He just came here because he heard her movement. Now he actually said that she was the owner of the duck's palm grass. Moreover, he even called a deer a horse. It was really ridiculous that he was afraid that she knew the preciousness of this herb. This. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands. It turns out that it has an owner. Senior fellow apprentice, please forgive me. Fortunately, I didn't pick it and didn't make a big mistake. Then she pointed to the surrounding weeds and said, Senior fellow apprentice, you should make a sign. Otherwise, it will be picked by others rashly one day. That person heard and said coldly, Junior fellow apprentice, don't meddle in other people's business. This is the route that I have to take every day when I patrol the mountain. You are new here. If Jinghai Lake didn't open last night, where would there be traces of people here? You should go. If you are late, I will take you to the law enforcement hall. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of panic. She cupped her hands again and again, turned around and walked back the way she came. In her spiritual sense, that disciple's face was slightly angry. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, his eyes were full of surprise. Then he carefully looked around and took out a small shovel from his chest. He skillfully dug out the duck's palm grass from the ground and hugged the soil and roots together. He didn't even patrol the mountain and used his lightness skill to run back. Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking in front, couldn't help but be stunned. This person's skill in transplanting the herbs was close to that of the Rejuvenation Valley's disciples. And his lightness skill was really unworthy of the title of Mountain Patrol. The disciples of Wuming Hall didn't seem to be so bad. However, this guy didn't even tell me his name. He must have had the idea of deceiving me. Moreover, he said that I am a boy of the weapon refining hall and didn't ask me to explain. He must be a headstrong and self-opinionated person. The cult of fragrance is just a so-so. I overestimated the cult of fragrance. The ancients said, when the forest is big, there will be all kinds of birds. It is indeed true. Forget it, forget it. The dragon scale fruit is too young to be used. Moreover, I am already in the cult of fragrance and have to work in the pill expanding hall. How can such precious herbs be rare? Let this guy be complacent. Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself as he walked back. His divine sense was suppressed and he couldn't see the person's whereabouts. Moreover, he searched carefully along the way, hoping to find something. Unfortunately, he could only take it as drawing water with a bamboo basket. Coming out of the forest, the campsite was already bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was packing up. Even Chang Chang, who was sleeping soundly just now, was actively running around. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear, Chang Chang immediately went forward with a smile and whispered, Uncle, where have you been? Just now, Manager Yang came to find you. He was a little angry that you weren't here. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and used his divine sense to scan. Fortunately, Manager Yang was within the range of a few dozen feet. He was found by Zhang Xiaohua from the crowd. He was also pointing and painting, with the demeanor of a leader. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Chang Chang, you pack up first. Can I trouble you to take a look at my David's deer and see if the bag on its back is still there? I will go and see what Manager Yang wants. Chang Chang smiled and said, what is there to pack up? Coming to the cult of fragrance, you are not allowed to bring anything. Only Uncle can bring some small bags. Just now, I saw my David's deer. It is just next to you. Uncle, don't worry, no one dares to steal. No one? Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart, no one steals in secret, but there are people who rob in broad daylight. Please vote monthly, recommend vote. Chapter 527. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't say it out loud. She only said, then forget it. There isn't anything valuable anyway. I'm just used to it. Don't, uncle. How can I ignore your instructions? Look at the surrounding kids. They're all looking at you. If you say a word, they'll run away much faster than me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's right. The other 8 children who came with him to preach the incense order were all clever characters. Although they did not know who Zhang Xiaohua was before, when they saw him off at Rejuvenation Valley, he was so affectionate with their young mistress. Needless to say, he was an important figure in Rejuvenation Valley. This kind of person who came to preach the incense order would definitely be taken special care of. If they came with him, if they did not get close to him and unite around the new batch of Rejuvenation Valley's medicine apprentices, how would they benefit in the future? Therefore, along the way, these children tried their best to get close to Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was either riding on the David's deer or hiding in the carriage to practice with her eyes closed. She never gave them any face. Moreover, these children didn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's temperament, so no one dared to rashly approach her. Zhang Xiaohua saw a few pairs of eyes looking at her and didn't care. She went straight to find Manager Yang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so nonchalantly looking for the manager in their hearts, the children were even more certain that they must hug this thigh. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come over, Manager Yang looked around and asked in a low voice, "Where did you go so early in the morning?" "This is the Fragrance sect. If you cause trouble, don't blame this old man for not giving face to Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You worry too much. Did you see me make any mistakes along the way? I just woke up early in the morning and practiced a few rounds of fist techniques in the forest." When Manager Yang heard this, his expression softened slightly and said, "Practicing martial arts is a good thing. It's only right that your fists don't leave your hands. However, you also need to pick the right time. We haven't reached our pill expansion hall yet. It's inevitable that other disciples will find fault with you. If something really goes wrong, even this old man won't be able to protect you. Sai, forget it, we're about to set off. Let's wait until we reach White Mountain Peak." Bai Yefeng? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Just as she was about to ask where this Bai Yefeng was, Manager Yang had already turned his head to greet the others. Perhaps the White Mountain Peak is the mountain where the fragrant religion is located. Zhang Xiaohua thought. The caravan was quickly organized and lined up in a straight line, heading towards a valley in order. The Pill Sprouting Hall's caravan didn't receive any special treatment this time. Presumably, Lord Peacock Kong had already left the caravan. Coming out of the valley, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This was an emerald green place. In the distance, there were several mountains so high that the peak couldn't be seen. The highest point was shrouded in a thick white fog, making it impossible to see clearly. The mountains were covered in green forests. Nearby, there was a mountain stream with gurgling water. The water was lush and many unknown weeds swayed in the breeze. The climate was abnormally mild. Even the spring scenery of Dianqi Lake couldn't compare to here. Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. Quietly releasing a trace of her spiritual awareness, she suddenly discovered that the heaven and earth yuan qi here was actually several times richer than beside Dianqi Lake. It was much richer than the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat happy, but also somewhat frowned. She was happy because the heaven and earth yuan qi was so rich that there must be a lot of spiritual herbs growing. She didn't have to worry about refining pills in the future. She frowned because where in Dianqi Lake was this Bai Yefeng? She remembered that the huge wooden ship hadn't sailed for long. How could the yuan qi change so much? Oh, perhaps it's because of the array that goes in and out of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua could only think like this. The caravan moved forward for the time of 2 meals. In front of them was a mountain so high that the peak couldn't be seen. The dozens of carriages in front of the caravan, driven by the disciples, went straight up the wide mountain path, while the other carriages turned and went in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Isn't this Bai Yefeng? However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still at the back of the caravan, and Manager Yang had already walked to the front of the caravan. Even if he wanted to ask, he couldn't. Then, they passed by 3 similarly high mountains. Dozens of carriages in front or behind the caravan of the pill expanding hall left the group and went up the mountain. Until the sun shone overhead, under the leadership of Manager Yang, the caravan of the pill expanding hall also left the group and went up the mountain. In front of them, there were other carriages of the pill expanding hall. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. It seems that the fragrance religion was not located on a single mountain peak, but each hall had its own mountain peak. This mountain peak in front of him was the white mountain peak that the pill sprouting hall wanted to go to. Sure enough, not long after they went up the mountain, Manager Yang said loudly, "Brothers, a little more effort, we've already reached the Bai Yefeng. If we walk a little more, we'll reach the pill expanding hall. If we hurry up, we can still eat lunch in the hall." Everyone roared with laughter. The food in the hall has been eaten for dozens of years, and there hasn't been any change. It's better to go out and eat. Who would miss the lunch in the hall? Manager Yang also laughed. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat a meal, you'll be hungry. In a while, if anyone thinks that the food isn't good, then try starving for 2 days. Saying that, Manager Yang stopped and let the carriage pass. Walking to the back of the caravan, he smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, can you sit still in the carriage?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she jumped down from the carriage and said, "I've long wanted to come down for a walk, but without your order, I didn't dare to come out." Manager Yang said, "Since we've already reached the Bai Yefeng, that's good. Our pill expanding hall's world doesn't have so many rules, there's no harm in coming down." Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, "Manager Yang, when you mentioned the Bai Yefeng, I thought that our fragrant religion was at the Bai Yefeng. But just now, many carriages went to different mountains, so I know that each hall is on a different mountain peak." Manager Yang smiled and said, "Then, before you came to the fragrant religion, what did you imagine the fragrant religion would be like?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and described the Misty School's image. Manager Yang nodded. "You're right. Most Jianghu sects are like this. However, our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens. We've occupied this paradise for thousands of years. How can a single mountain hold our entire fragrant religion?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "I'll listen to Manager Yang. Simply put, our fragrant religion has lingering fragrance peak, Shixin Peak, Bai Yefeng Peak, Kuanglu Peak, Jiuhua Peak, Fuqiu Peak, Longshou Peak, Qianglong Peak, Xianmu Peak, Dongting Peak, Three Reeds Peak, Tianmu Peak, Shiling Peak, Wanwei Peak, Tiantai Peak, Yanluo Peak, Luofu Peak, Huayu Peak and 19 other main peaks. Among them, Lingering Fragrance Peak is the most important and is located right in the middle." Subsequently, Manager Yang's face was filled with envy. The Lingering Fragrance Peak is where the head of the fragrant religion resides. Lord Leader, various elders, numerous consecrators, and inner sect disciples all reside and cultivate there. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Master Kong, Master Chen and the others also went there." "That's right, Master Kong arrived at Jinghai Lake last night and directly returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak with Abbess Shuezhen and the others. Only we are still resting on the shore." "Oh, that's right, that lake is Jinghai Lake. It's usually deserted and only guarded by patrolling disciples. In the future, if you don't have any urgent matters, don't go there." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and secretly said, "Isn't this nonsense? Why would I go there if I have nothing to do?" "Oh, that's right, I have to go there. Otherwise, how am I going to find the way out?" Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and secretly looked at Manager Yang. He did not seem to have any suspicion and was just a routine reminder. She relaxed and asked, "That white U peak is naturally the residence of our pill expanding hall. What about the other peaks?" Manager Yang said with a smile, "The White Mountain Peak is naturally the residence of our pill budding hall, but it is mainly where our pill budding hall is located. The hall master and the other branches of the pill budding hall are all located on the White Mountain Peak. However, our pill budding hall mainly focuses on medicinal herbs and we need a large amount of places to grow spiritual herbs. Therefore, we have a few more peaks than the other halls. For example, the Tianmu Peak, Jing Peak and Sanmao Peak are all located in our pill budding hall." After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua had a little impression. Of course, he wanted to know more about the Misty School, so he asked tentatively, "If it's possible, can Manager Yang tell me which peaks the other halls are on?" "It's not a secret." "It's not a secret. If you stay here for a long time, you'll naturally know about it. I'll tell you a little about it. Of the several peaks we just passed, the closest one is Quan Lu Peak, which is the territory of the refining hall. Just like our White U Peak, there's also the Black Tomb Peak and the Dragon Head Peak, which is where the Wuming Hall is located. And it's also where the outer disciples of the School of Fragrance practice. Xiaoyao, if you want to leave the School of Fragrance, the first step is to enter the Wuming Hall and practice martial arts. Only then will you have a chance to pass the test." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then I'll have to rely on Manager Yang's guidance in the future." Manager Yang looked up at the White U Peak, which was high in the clouds, and smiled bitterly. This old man and Commander Nia have been friends for decades. "Of course, I'll help you with this little favor. It's just that. Alas, you'll know when you get to the Tuodan Hall. This old man's position in the Tuodan Hall is limited, and I don't have many opportunities to speak. Of course, nephew, rest assured that if I can help you, this old man will definitely help." Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't called him worthy nephew. Now that he had called him worthy nephew, Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Yang is too modest. No matter what, I will remember your kindness." "Huh, that's good, that's good. Your alchemy skills are not bad, and your martial arts are not bad. Compared to the little medicine boys in front, you're different. Maybe this old man will need your help in the future." Zhang Xiaohua quickly said modestly, "You're too kind. This one's martial arts skills are not good enough." Then, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Outer sect disciples should have a high status in our fragrant religion. Why did it seem like there were many disciples setting up tents and doing some rough work last night? Vote for me." Chapter 528. Manager Yang stared blankly for a moment before he understood. He smiled and said, "Don't think that the outer disciples are more skilled than us. But in the eyes of the inner disciples, they are no different from us. You don't have to care too much about your outer disciple status. Sooner or later, you will become an outer disciple." Then, he added, "Moreover, the disciples who did the work are not outer sect disciples of Wuming Hall. They are disciples of Qingkuan Hall. Heaven and Earth Hall? Don't think that the name, Heaven and Earth Hall, sounds scary. In fact, it is a hall that is responsible for the chores of our incense religion. Because they are responsible for too many things, covering almost everything, they were given a famous name, Heaven and Earth Hall." "Oh, I see. Then which mountain peak are they at?" Manager Yang pointed to the left and said, "About 10 miles ahead, and it is that low mountain peak. It is theirs, called Xianglong Peak." Then, Manager Yang said a few things that should be paid attention to in the incense religion. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask several times which mountain peak the Misty Hall was at, but every time the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. He was afraid that if he asked in such a hurry, it would arouse Manager Yang's suspicions. Anyway, he had already entered the incense religion. If there were no accidents, the earliest he would have the chance to go out was 2 years later. There was still plenty of time to inquire. There was no need to rush. As he spoke, the carriage continued to move upwards. The mountain path of the White Mountain Peak was very wide. It did not seem very steep. After a long time, after turning a mountain ridge, an extremely wide flat land appeared in front of him. That flat land was halfway up the White Mountain Peak, where it was connected to a mountain range. On the flat land, there was a continuous stretch of buildings. Those buildings were not only built on the flat land, but also on the White Mountain Peak and the mountain range next to it. Looking at everything in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua was almost dumbfounded. There were too many houses here. The flowers and plants were too bright. The buildings were too gorgeous. Moreover, just as Zhang Xiaohua was looking around, a few clear cries of cranes could be heard. Dozens of red-crowned cranes rushed out from somewhere on the mountain ridge. They circled in the air a few times and then soared into the sky, heading straight for the thick fog at the top of the mountain. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression of a country bumpkin entering the city, Manager Yang smiled and said, "It's not just you." All the medicine apprentices were shocked when they saw this kind of grandeur for the first time. Think about it, our pill expanding hall has been operating here for thousands of years. How can we not rack our brains? You haven't seen the imposing manner of lingering fragrance peak yet. Compared to that place, this place is simply the countryside. Thinking about what Steward Yang said, it was also very true. Outside the fragrant religion was Dianqi Lake. Ordinary people of Jianghu could not casually enter. The people of the fragrant religion were developing blindly in their own territory. The inheritance of the way of the immortals for 10,000 years was not a joke. If it was still like an ordinary sect, it really could not be justified. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the Misty School again. Both were large sects with the inheritance of the way of the immortals. How could the Misty School be so shabby? Of course, this question should be asked to O Peng. Perhaps only he would know the reason. At this time, the carriages stopped. The disciples of the pill expanding hall alighted and dismounted. Manager Yang also called for the medicine apprentices of Rejuvenation Valley to come down. Those medicine apprentices were like Zhang Xiaohua, standing foolishly and staring blankly. Fortunately, this building was only halfway up the mountain and did not have the thick fog at the top of the mountain. If there was white fog lingering around, perhaps it would be like a fairyland. Seeing that they had arrived at the pill expanding hall, the originally orderly carriages dispersed. The other carriages also went to the pill expanding hall under the leadership of their respective stewards. The entrance of the pill expanding hall was an extremely imposing archway. It was even taller than the one in the Misty School. However, the two words, pill expanding, written on it were far inferior to Misty. Zhang Xiaohua could already tell this from her eyes. After passing through the archway, there was a row of unusually tall gatehouses. Many disciples were entering and exiting. When they saw the carriages coming, they all stopped and pointed at them with smiling faces, as if they had seen something new. The medicine apprentices following the carriages were still very young. When they saw so many people staring at them, they all felt a little embarrassed. They also quietly whispered to each other and whispered something. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua, who led the four odd beasts and walked at the back with Manager Yang, also received a lot of stares. When they arrived in front of a gatehouse, the disciples of the pill expanding hall led their respective carriages in familiarly. The other carriages also entered different gatehouses. At this time, a disciple just happened to come out in a hurry. When Manager Yang saw him, he immediately called out, "Zhu Qin, where are you going?" When Zhu Qin saw Manager Yang, he was also happy and said, "Brother Yang is back. You've been gone for several months. How is the outside world?" Manager Yang smiled and said, "Whether the outside world is good or bad, won't you know when you go? Once I hand over the task this time, won't it be your turn?" Zhu Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, you must be joking. I'm willing to go, but the hall master might not let me go." Then, he looked around and said in a low voice, "Your brother hasn't been here for the past few months, so I don't know." The Hall Master and Vice Hall Master Su are increasingly at odds. Even if I ask the Hall Master for permission, Vice Hall Master Su might not let me go. At this time, Zhu Qin also saw Zhang Xiaohua and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, this little brother looks very unfamiliar. Which hall is he from?" Manager Yang looked at Zhang Xiaohua's height, which didn't look like a medicine apprentice at all. He said in a low voice, "This little brother isn't a disciple of our fragrant cult, eh?" Zhu Qin said in surprise, "Could he be from the Rejuvenation Valley?" Without waiting for Zhu Qin to finish speaking, Manager Yang cut him off and said, "I'll tell Brother Zhu the details later. In any case, you'll be going to the Rejuvenation Valley in the future. You'll need to know these things anyway." Then, he turned around and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, come and pay your respects to Manager Zhu. He might be the manager who will be going to the Rejuvenation Valley in the year after next. If you remember Valley Master Nie's kindness, you should build a good relationship with Manager Zhu." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she muttered in her heart, "I might not go to the Rejuvenation Valley in the future. Is there any use in building a good relationship with him?" However, when she thought of Nie Qinyu, yes, it was better to give her some impression points first. Zhang Xiaohua immediately went forward and bowed in greetings to Manager Zhu. This. Manager Zhu didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's true identity and could only return the greeting, "Don't listen to Brother Yang's jokes. This matter isn't set in stone yet. No matter what, we'll talk about it in the year after next." Manager Yang smiled again and said, "Brother Zhu should go busy yourself. This time, I've returned with the 100-flower wine from the Rejuvenation Valley. You must come to Brother's place for a gathering tonight." "Oh, right, is the Hall Master at the 100-herb Hall?" Zhu Qin hurriedly said, Of course. I haven't seen Brother for several months. I'll definitely go tonight." Then, he smiled wryly. The Hall Master went to the Lingering Fragrance Peak early in the morning. It's said that he has important matters to discuss. Right now, Vice Hall Master Su is there. Why is the Hall Master going to the Lingering Fragrance Peak at this time? Isn't he always at the White Mountain Peak? Zhu Qin smiled and said, "Who knows? Maybe something suddenly came up in the sect." "Alright, Brother Yang, I'll go first. You must prepare well tonight." Manager Yang cupped his hands and said, "No problem. Go there early." After the two said their goodbyes, they looked at the others who had already walked far away. Manager Yang urged Zhang Xiaohua, "Let's go quickly. This Vice Hall Master Su isn't easy to get along with. Don't delay." After catching up with everyone, he passed through a few spacious halls and arrived at a huge courtyard. Everyone stood in the middle of the courtyard. Manager Yang tidied up his appearance and quickly walked in. There were 3 big words written on the hall, 100-herb Hall. In the hall, a tall and thin, hale and hearty old man with a short beard was leisurely sipping tea. When he saw Manager Yang quickly walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. He continued to hold his teacup and slowly drink. Manager Yang walked to the front of the hall and deeply bowed. Disciple Yang Yao greets Vice Hall Master Su. Vice Hall Master Su didn't seem to hear him. He continued to drink his tea and unconsciously looked at Yang Yao from the corner of his eyes. Yang Yao bowed, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. After a while, Vice Hall Master Su finally put down his teacup and snorted, "Rise. This trip will take several months. It must be hard outside." Yang Yao straightened his back and said carefully, "I dare not. I serve the hall and dare not complain of hard work." That's good. You won't be going in the future. You can enjoy life in the hall. This lowly one dares not. I am willing to devote myself to the Pill Expansion Hall until my death." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "I am not a hall master. Why are you expressing your loyalty in front of me? Oh right, you won't be going to Rejuvenation Valley. Who will take over?" Yang Yao sweated profusely and said, "This lowly one dares not speak carelessly. These are the decisions of the hall masters." Humph. Vice Hall Master Su snorted again, then looked outside and said, in the past, it was always the hall master who looked after these apprentices. Today, the hall master isn't here. He has gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak and we don't know when he will return. We can't delay this matter. I will take a look for him. It's just a formality. Yang Yao's face was a bit sweaty when he saw Vice Hall Master Su stand up. He hurried forward and said, Vice Hall Master Su, this lowly one has some inside information to report. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, what inside information? Wait until you see the apprentices. Then, he took the lead and walked out. Yang Yao hurriedly followed behind him and ran out. Zhang Xiaohua, Chang Chang, and the others were standing in a row in front of the hall. Vice Hall Master Su didn't need to look carefully to know that Zhang Xiaohua was more than a head taller than the others. Vice Hall Master Su started and counted the number of apprentices. A smile rose on his face as he turned his head and asked, Yang Yao, these are the apprentices you chose? He emphasized the last two words, apprentice. Yang Yao inwardly cursed and said carefully, yes, but this lowly one, this is the inside information you wanted to report? Vice Hall Master Su asked. Yes, please listen carefully, Vice Hall Master Su. Vice Hall Master Su was furious, Yang Yao, how dare you? Please vote monthly and recommend. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.